Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Artificial Intelligence. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A young girl runs through an alley, visibly out of breath, looking over her shoulder every few seconds before eventually slowing down and stopping to catch her breath. She's dressed in a black sailor fuku, with medium-length auburn hair and matching eyes. As she stands there, her breathing slowly eases, going from exhausted panting to just a normal cadence. Having caught her breath, she takes out of one of her pockets a smartphone with a cracked screen in a blue, yellow, and red case and holds it in her hand. It seems to turn on by itself and a circular turquoise symbol with geometric lines appears on the screen. Isuku, all I need to know is, did we lose him? She seemingly says to no one. I think we both know the answer to that. A voice responds from the phone. We took so many shortcuts and sudden turns. How did he? A green boy's face then appears on the phone's screen, replacing the cyan symbol. While his entire face seems to be green, it's of varying shades. While what would have been his skin was a pale green, his eyes were a bright verdant green, and his hair a darker emerald. He'd often been described as plain-looking by others in the past. Not even maliciously, he just had a face that would typically get lost in a crowd. His only other noticeable facial feature being a pair of 4 freckles arranged in a diamond on each cheek. Keep catching us. Kaken's always been faster. As for how he kept finding us, he's lived here as long as we have. He knows these streets just as much as we do. Almost as much as we do, given that we seem to have ditched him. True, you know this could have all been avoided in the first place, right? You didn't have to punch him, you know. He was being a bully and a villain. And he wasn't going to stop until someone made him stop. So, I stopped him. And I thought we agreed you weren't going to call him that anymore. He's not your friend, you know. Right, sorry. But you could still get in trouble for this, Aken. Maybe, but I doubt Bakugo will tell anyone. If he does, he'll have to admit that he got beaten by someone weaker than him, and he's too full of himself to admit that. Anyway, we should probably start making our way home now. Your mom will start wondering where we are soon. Yeah, chuckles Isuku, if we keep standing around here, your parents will get home before we do. We? Questions Aken, raising an eyebrow at the phone screen. I seem to be doing all the work here. Isuku rolls his eyes like I have a say in the matter. Deciding to curtail that particular conversation, Aken begins to continue through the alleys, occasionally taking a left or a right as they navigate their way back to the main road, chatting lightly when Isuku suddenly calls out to Aken. Wait, what is it? I thought I heard. There it is again, listen. And so, the pair go silent and Aken begins to hear the faint sound of someone sniffling from one of the side alleys, as if someone had just been crying. Aken and Isuku come to a silent agreement, and so, holding up Izuku's phone so the camera's facing forward, the brunette slowly makes her way into the side alley, following the noise as quietly as she can, so as not to frighten whoever the source of the sound might be. About 5 meters from the entrance of the alley, behind a large dumpster, they find the source of the sniffling and choked sobs. A girl seemingly the same age as them with light dirty blonde hair done up in 2 messy buns. Although the dirty part seemed a bit more literal as there were bits of mud and dirt stuck in her hair. And from what the duo could see, she seemed to be wearing a fuku similar to Aken's but in dark blue, over which she was wearing a beige cardigan that appeared to be several sizes too big for her. Judging by how baggy it was, the girl appears distraught and too distracted to have noticed Aken squatting in front of her. In an attempt to grab her attention, she calls out, "Hi, are you all right?" She asks gently, but even her normal volume seems booming compared to the previous silence, to the point that it causes the other girl to visibly jump and look up. The pair are now able to see her eyes, which they note with mild interest are not only a bright golden yellow, but the pupils are slits, looking almost feline in nature. It's clear from looking at her face that she's been crying heavily, as if the sounds they'd heard earlier hadn't made that obvious. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. It's just we heard you crying and wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm Ochako Uraraka, by the way, and this is Isuku Midoriya. And upon saying his name, she turns the phone around so that the screen, and therefore Izuku's face, is facing towards the crying girl. Hi, says the green boy, a reassuring smile on his face. What's your name? The girl is briefly taken aback by Izuku's appearance but recovers and responds shakily, TT Toga. And my name is Himiko Toga. Nice to meet you, Toga. So why are you crying in an alley? Because I'm a monster, the blonde spits out in a choked sob. The 2 watchers are visibly shocked and appalled at this answer. Who says you're a monster? Asks Isuku. And my mom and dad, replies the blonde. At this, the shock turns into righteous fury. Ochako clenches her hand, not holding the phone tight into a fist, and grits her teeth. Izuku's face, meanwhile, is more of one of deep concern, with his eyebrows knitted together. Why? Because my quirk is evil. Let me guess, something else your mom and dad told you? Toga nods meekly. Well, they're wrong. They're wrong and dumb and stupid. Quirks aren't good or evil. All Might's the greatest hero in the world with an amazing quirk. Even if no one knows what it is exactly, the last bit he almost mutters to himself before returning to full volume. But if he started flattening cities and attacking people, would his quirk be evil? No, I guess not. But All Might's quirk doesn't make him want to hurt people. Ochako feels some of the anger slip from her as it's replaced with confusion at that statement. With a quizzical look on her face, she asks, Himiko, if you don't mind telling us, what is your quirk? Noticing the fear and apprehension on her face, Isuku moves to reassure her. I promise we won't judge you for it. I just said how quirks are neither good nor bad. Akin knows it as well. You can trust us, okay? The silence stretches for a minute or so as Toga curls further in on herself, knees pulled up against her chest, arms wrapped tightly around them as she mulls over his words and internally debates with herself, wanting so badly to be able to put her trust in these two strangers who had shown her kindness her own parents had denied her, and wanting so badly to be accepted. And yet she was afraid, downright terrified that once they knew the truth they would abandon her, force her away like her parents did, like everyone did. I suppose I don't have a choice, she ponders. I'll have to tell them eventually. At least if I do it now, it won't hurt as much when they leave. Slowly she uncurls, sitting cross-legged in front of the brunette and her verdant friend on the phone, hands resting in her lap. My quirk is called Transform, she starts, eyes downcast. It allows me to turn into anyone, no shapeshifting. I don't. Ochako begins to respond, further confused as to why anyone would consider that to be an evil quirk. But before she can fully form her question, Himiko plows on. But for me to transform into someone, I have to drink their blood. Oh, that's why. Upon finishing her explanation, Himiko looks up, wanting to see the reactions of the two, and, fully expecting to see looks of disgust and horror, is slightly taken aback by what she sees instead. Ochako looks surprised, her eyebrows arching high on her forehead, but she otherwise appears neutral, which is in stark contrast to her partner who could only be described as ecstatic. The face on the screen bears a smile a mile wide with eyes that are as wide as saucers. Himiko's fairly certain that if he was here in person, he would have started vibrating as if he was sitting on a washing machine on the spin cycle. He blinks, shakes his head, and then begins to speak, the words taking Himiko by surprise. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. You'd be such an amazing hero. You could sneak into anywhere, infiltrate gangs, recover hostages, and scout out hideouts for stronger heroes and the police to raid. You could single-handedly take down entire villain organizations. I have so many questions. First, can you use the quirks of those you transform into? I mean, I assume you can use mutant quirks because they're passive and built-in, but what about transformations and emitters? And if you can use their quirks, do you automatically know how to use them, or do you have to work it out yourself? And how much blood do you need to transform? Dose it. After the third or fourth question, Himiko wasn't sure. Izuku's speech devolved into a rapid, seemingly continuous, string of words. At least she assumed they were words. Bewildered, she looks towards Ochako, who merely shakes her head in mock weary at her friend's antics. You'll have to forgive him, he's a bit of a quirk nerd. He only tends to lose himself when coming across a new and interesting quirk. Unfortunately or fortunately, to him all quirks are interesting. Hold on. She then raises her free hand to the large dumpster on her left and taps it twice in quick succession with her index finger, which seems to snap Izuku out of his spiel. About clothes, do they also Oh, did I do it again? You did. Sorry, I tend to get lost in my own world when talking about quirks, he says with a slightly lopsided smile. Ochako rolls her eyes at the statement, while Himiko giggles. Ochako explained as much, but her expression falls again. You really think my quirk is cool? Yeah, as I said, you would be amazing at stealth and infiltration, and it'll allow you to get the drop on people in combat. But what about the blood part? Yeah, how many heroes do you know that have a blood quirk? A hint of bitterness entering her voice. Probably more than you'd think. Ochako chuckles to herself. Actually, there's at least one hero I know of who has a blood quirk. Himiko tilts her head to one side in curiosity as he explains. His name's Vlad King. UA announced that he was their newest teacher at the start of the year. His quirk is called blood control, which allows him to control his own blood once it's left his body. He typically uses it to restrain villains by covering them in blood and then turning it solid, trapping them. And I've not seen much if any backlash against it on any of the websites I visit. Really? You mean it? Yeah. Here suddenly the phone screen changes, no longer showing the green face, but instead a website with various forums, articles, and chatrooms. The screen scrolls down a bit and stops on a thumbnail for an article from around January with the title vamped up, UA welcomes newest member of staff, Vlad King. The article itself isn't lengthy, just covering the announcement and press release, with a statement from Dean Nedzu and some information about Vlad King. It's relatively positive, not singing his praises as if he was All Might, but the writer notes how effective he's been at restraining villains. The comments likewise politely congratulate Vlad on his new job and discuss his career. Inevitably, There's a comment or two calling out Vlad's quirk as disgusting and vile, though they're always rebuffed by other commenters. C. States Isuku in a matter-of-fact tone all those people and only a handful of them think badly of his quirk, and others were quick to defend him because of his work. At his words, and having seen the article, the abandoned child begins to feel less despondent. Noticing the change in the other girl's demeanor, Ochako asks if she's feeling better now. Yeah, you might be the first people I've met who didn't think my quirk was evil or think I was a monster because of it. Yeah, people can be irrational about things they don't understand, especially if it's something they choose not to understand. Izuku laments. Hearing her friend say that, Ochako's brow furrows slightly in concern. Knowing the particular rabbit hole her friend was about to fall into, the brunette decides to change the subject to keep Himiko's spirits up. So, I don't know how long you've been here, but I imagine you're pretty hungry. Would you like to come with us to Izukun's house and have something to eat? Plus we can ask Auntie and Co for help with your ... situation ... That's if it's alright with you, Izuku. She finishes rather sheepishly, while turning the phone back to her, realizing she probably should have asked her friend first before volunteering his home. No, that's perfect. Mum will be more than happy to help. And we've got the room if she needs to stay overnight. Are you sure, Izu? A hint of concern entering her voice. I mean, that is. Izuku cuts her off. I'm sure. It's not like that room's used much anyway. Okay. Well, if you're sure. She gets up from her crouched position and swaps the phone into her other hand and holds her now free right hand out to Himiko. So, do you want to come with us? Are you sure? I don't want to cause trouble for you or your mom. I'm sure. Mom's always happy to meet new people. I think she'll probably be happier that you made a new friend. A Cheshire grin appearing on Ochako's face. Wait, friend. Himiko pauses, her hand half outstretched, reaching for Ochako's. Well, yeah, our parents always told us never to bring strangers home, so you're not a stranger, you're a friend. I'm not sure that's how it works, Akin. Himiko, on the other hand, failing to find the flaw in that logic, accepts the proffered hand. That kinda makes sense. Well, if we're friends, can I get a cute nickname? I noticed you two call each other Izukun and Akin, which is adorable. Sure. Ochako helps the other girl onto her feet. You know, the reason we have those nicknames is because when we first met, Izukun couldn't pronounce my name, so my mom suggested he use Akin. An audible groan is heard from the Technicolor phone, and then my mom suggested the use of Izukun, and the name stuck. Slowly the two girls start walking out of the alley together and towards the street. How? That's even cuter, cooed Himiko. So you two are childhood friends, huh? I mean, we still are children, but yeah, we've known each other since we were 5. Kuyut, Suo, what's my nickname? What about Himi-chan? Is that okay? It's perfect. And if you want, you can use mine and Akin's nicknames. The two girls and Izuku exit Himiko's alley into the larger alley Ochako and Izuku were initially on and turn right to where they can see light pouring in from the street, and head towards it. As they near the end of the main alley, Himiko pipes up. I just want to say thanks again for what you said back there. Izuku and Ochako both brush it off, saying that they merely said the truth and that they weren't going to abandon someone in trouble. Still, thank you, and at those words, she hugs Ochako, and the brunette reciprocates, patting her on the back. After a minute, the two separate, and the blonde addresses Izuku. And thank you for inviting me to your home, Izukun. I'll be sure to give you your hug when I see you in person. At that, Ochako stops abruptly and looks down at the phone with a solemn expression on her face. Himiko takes a couple more paces before realizing her companion has stopped. She turns around, a look of concern evident across her face as she wonders what's troubling her new friend. What's wrong, Akin? Was it something I said? Ochako looks up and opens her mouth, wanting to say something, but reconsiders and closes her mouth again before looking again at Izuku's face on the screen. It's okay, Ochako, I'll explain it to her. After all, it does primarily affect me, he responds in a reassuring tone, and at a gesture from him, she hands the phone to Himiko. Don't worry, it's nothing you said. It's just that while you explained your circumstances to us, we never explained ours to you. So, it's only fair I tell you the truth. I don't have a physical body, not like you, Akin, or most people for that matter. This phone is the closest thing I have to a body because he pauses as if to take a breath. I'm an AI. Nisutafu Ward, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. July 5, 2214, 1658 JST. To say the journey to Izuku and Ochako's apartment block was quiet would both be an understatement and paradoxically inaccurate. While the silence between the trio was palpable, the world continued around them, the sounds of the late summer afternoon going unnoticed by Himiko as she reflected upon their last conversation. I'm an AI. That had caught her by surprise. When she had first noticed Akin's expression upon mentioning meeting Izukun in person, she initially thought he was permanently disabled or otherwise restricted, which would explain why they were on the phone together. But nope, he wasn't on the phone, he was in it, or was it? She wasn't quite sure how much of a distinction there was. Yet another question to add to the list that she wanted to ask him, and by extension Akin. But he had told her to save any questions for when they got home, so they could have more privacy, assuming she still wanted to join them. She didn't feel as if there was any reason for her to change her mind, so she responded in the positive. And now here Himiko was a step behind Akin, eyes downcast, so lost in her thoughts that she didn't her name being called. Mikan, Himiko. At the use of her given name, the blonde snaps her eyes up to meet Ochako. An apologetic look comes over her face. Oh, sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. Did you say something? Just that we've reached our home. Fair warning, our apartments are on the top floor, so I hope you don't mind stairs. Alternatively, chimes Isuku from the brunette's skirt pocket, you can use the elevator. Not that it makes too much difference to me. Killjoy pouts Ochako as she holds the front door open for Himiko, who had since recovered from her fit of despair at the prospect of climbing all those stairs. They ride the elevator up to the top floor and walk along the covered walkway to the final apartment just before the stairs. Ochako takes a key out of the same pocket as Isuku and opens the front door. Hi Auntie and Co, we're home, she calls out, walking through the front door into a relatively large open living area, and we brought a new friend with us. Himiko steps through after her newly acquired friend and takes in the room she's just entered. It's a square open affair. Directly in front of her is a glass sliding door leading to what looks like a balcony. Immediately to her left, there is a TV set against the front wall, with a couch directly facing it and an armchair off to the couch's left. Behind the couch is a small kitchen area with a decent-sized wooden dining table with 5 chairs around it, 2 on either side and 1 at the far end. And in the kitchen, there stood a woman roughly the same height as Himiko, with dark green hair tied in a bun. At Ochako's greeting, the short woman turns around and her expression brightens. Oh, a new friend, that's wonderful. I had just assumed you'd gotten distracted by another hero fight. So, who's your new friend? Ochako takes Izuku out so that he can talk. Hi Mom, this is Himiko. We found her in an alley. Immediately the look on the Midoriya matriarch turns from jubilant to concerned as she hurries from the kitchen to the pair. She grasps Himiko's face between her hands and works her over, checking her face and then the rest of her body for any injuries and bruises. As she frets over the girl, she begins plying her with questions. What happened to you? Where are your parents? Are you okay? How long were you out there? Why were you in an alley? At least I know where Izukun gets it from. Inko then pauses her inspection and turns to Ochako and Izuku and gives them a piercing glare. For that matter, why were you two in an alley? At this, Ochako's face takes on a guilty expression as she looks up at the ceiling while Izuku's face is replaced by the blue symbol on the phone's screen as they both attempt to avoid her gaze. Although, in Izuku's case, it's more symbolic. Inko rolls her eyes at the pair before returning her gaze to Himiko, her face softening from the hard glare she'd just worn. Questions for later. First, are you all right, dear? I can't see any obvious injuries, but you never know. I'm fine, nothing hurts. That's good. Now can I get you anything to eat or drink? And then you can tell me why you were on your own in an alley. At the question, Himiko tenses, balling her hands into fists, and glances fearfully over at Ochako and Izuku, who have since returned from avoiding the gaze of the elder Midoriya. Both are initially confused by her reaction, but after a second Izuku seems to twig the cause for Himiko's sudden fear. Himi-chan, Izuku starts hesitantly, picking his words carefully so as to protect his new friend's privacy around his mother. Your quirk requirement that you mentioned isn't just necessary for your quirk, is it? She shakes her vehemently, too afraid to open her mouth. What? Exclaims Ochako with such volume it causes the other 2 people in the room to jump in shock. And your parents still forced you to? This time Himiko nods her head. At this, Ochako is left speechless at the implications of this revelation, her mouth opening and closing, trying to form words but unable to. Whether out of shock or rage was anyone's guess. Inko, however, is left feeling confused and a little bit scared at the conversation that just transpired, largely confused as to what exactly her son was talking about, and slightly scared by Ochako's outburst, both by the volume and words themselves. Izuku, dear, what are you talking about? Is something wrong? Izuku's eyes glance towards Himiko, looking to gauge her reaction. Still seeing fear and uncertainty in her eyes, he tries to assure her. It's okay, Himiko. Mom's used to unusual quirk details. If you want, I can explain it to her. Himiko nods her head once, not trusting her own voice but rather Izuku's to explain her situation. At the gesture, Izuku begins to explain. Her quirk is so cool, Mom. It allows her to turn into other people, but for her to do that she needs to drink the blood of the person she wants to turn into. And it appears that she not only needs the blood for her quirk but also to survive, like water. Is that right? The last bit he addresses to Himiko, who promptly bobs her head again once, before speaking up in a low voice. That's what the doctor said. Upon receiving this information, certain statements begin to make sense to Inko, causing a frown to crease her face. I take it from Ochako's outburst your parents aren't exactly supportive. Another nod from the silent blonde. They called her a monster, Mom, and told her that her quirk is evil and practically forced out, but it's not like she's attacking people in the street. The digital boy's voice rising in volume as he speaks. I know, Isuku, I know. People can't help the quirks they're born with. Inko calms her son before taking a breath and begins mulling over everything she'd learnt in the past few minutes. A few seconds of silence pass before she speaks up again. All right, at the very least I should call the police. If nothing else, they'll need to investigate Himiko's parents. As for what'll happen to Himiko, I don't know yet. But first, she claps her hands together, suddenly jolting the kids out of their funk. I don't see why we can't eat first before doing anything, although I'm not so sure what to do about blood for you, Himiko. She can always drink some of mine, offers Ochako as she extends her bare left arm in front of her. As nice a sentiment as that is, you are still a growing child, Ochako dear. No, if anyone will be giving blood, it'll be me, though the how of it could still be an issue. Himiko starts, grabbing their attention. I actually have all I need for feeding if you're volunteering your blood. See, and at this, she bares her teeth at them in a wide grin and points to two long canines, which combined with her slitted eyes made her look rather cat-like in appearance to the three observers. The appearance of the larger-than-usual teeth catches Inko by surprise, but she quickly recovers. Oh, well, let me finish cooking dinner first and then we'll sort out your blood requirement. After that, she looks at her watch. The Urarakas should be home, and then we can have dinner. Till then, feel free to relax. I'll let you know when I'm ready to give blood. As his mother returned to the kitchen, Izuku addresses Himiko. Himi-chan, if you want, now would probably be a good time for me to explain, well, me. Yes, please. The enthusiasm on Himiko's face dips a bit as she realizes that the coming conversation was probably going to be serious. I have so many questions, like, are you really an AI? And how do you have a mother? But I assume you're about to explain all that. Yeah, you should probably take a seat. So Himiko takes a seat in the armchair, while Uraraka sits on the left side of the couch, putting Izuku on a stand next to her so that he was facing Himiko. I suppose I should start by saying that I am, or was human, at least physically. Izuku starts in a rather subdued tone. I think I'm still human, but no one's quite sure, given that I only exist digitally now. But the point is, I was born as a baby, and that is my mom. I wasn't created on a computer like in the movies. For the first 8 years of my life, I was just like every other kid, except everyone thought I was quirkless. Then during the summer after I turned 8, me and Akin were having a sleepover during a rainstorm, but Mom had allowed us some time on the computer to look at hero videos. So Akin was getting snacks while I was looking for the first video to watch when there was a flash of orange light and a burning pain. And then I just woke up in a black void with lines of green code surrounding me. Wait, so is that what it's like inside your phone? Pretty much. I can only interact with the real world through my phone's camera, microphone, and speakers. The scene shifts to show a translucent green boy in holographic shorts and t-shirt floating in a black and glowing green void. A view screen free-floating in front of him, showing Himiko sitting on the armchair. The best way I can describe it is like a Skype call on a giant TV, which is an improvement over when I first became like this. As Mom and Akin tell it, after whatever happened, all they found was a pile of my clothes, singed around the edges, a small pile of ash in and around the chair, and this symbol on the monitor screen. The scene shifts back to the living room as he flashes a circular symbol with an unusual geometric symbol in the middle of it on his phone for a few seconds before replacing it with his face again. So, they naturally thought I had died until they heard me calling out from the computer. See, our computer didn't have a webcam or microphone, only speakers, and I was naturally confused and scared and wanting my mom. So, they could hear me, but I couldn't hear or see them. So, Mom tried typing on the keyboard, but nothing came up on the screen, interjected Uraraka. Instead, in the cyberspace void place, a chat box appeared, and whatever Mom typed appeared in the chat box, so we were able to communicate that way, me through speaking and Mom through typing until I could transfer to the phone. How? Queried Himiko. How what? How did you transfer from the computer to the phone? Through a USB cable. Really? Yes? Huh. Anyway, the police and doctors were involved, and honestly no one's quite sure whether this is my own quirk manifesting, someone else's quirk at work, or just a freak accident. After all, it's hard to run medical tests on a computer program. So are you stuck on that phone or? Technically no, I can transfer from it, but only through a wired connection. We don't know why, but I can't transfer wirelessly. So, I usually just stay on the phone as it allows the most mobility. And then usually Mom or Akin carry me around. So, you don't need to eat, drink, sleep, nothing. No. So, what do you do at night? Not much, just browse the internet. And so Himiko plied the pair with various questions about Izuku's abilities and their history, with Ochako explaining how they met when her parents moved to Musutafu to find better work. Eventually Himiko exhausted her list of questions, bar one. So, one last question. You know why I was in the alley you found me in, but why were you there? Yes, I'd like to know why you were in an alley as well, chimes in Inko, walking up behind the couch from the kitchenette, causing Ochako to look bashful. Also, Himiko dear, once these two have finished explaining what happened, I'm ready to give you blood. Okay, so why were you two in an alley? Bakugo was being a bully again. Ochako pouts, crossing her arms. In the process, he was picking on another kid in the park, so I told him to stop. Inko pinches the bridge of her nose, already suspecting what was coming. But he didn't, did he? Well, no, not at first. Inko sighs. Izuku, please tell me Ochako didn't hit Katsuki. I didn't see her hit Bakugo. Izuku replies slowly, choosing his words very closely. Not that it stops him from tripping over the name of his former friend. Inko moves around the couch and picks the phone off the stand and brings her son's face up to her own, giving him her most disapproving mom glare, and voice heavy with annoyance says, Izuku. She had only said his name, but the tone of her voice and the expression on her face had made it abundantly clear to the digital child that he was now treading on thin ice. And so for once honesty might be the better part of valor. Yeah, she hit him, but he was being a bully and technically a villain. At the last statement, Inko raises one eyebrow in curiosity. Izuku, seeing the expression, explains his reasoning. Well, legally a villain is defined as anyone who uses their quirk either to commit an illegal act or use their quirk during an illegal activity. The thought, which is why so many with mutant quirks are classified as villains rather than just petty criminals, ran through his head, but he refrained from voicing it. And it could be argued that Bakugo, by pushing and shouting at the other kid, committed assault and battery, even if he is a minor, and he used his quirk while doing so. Therefore, villain. Inko sighs again, wondering what on earth she was going to do with her son and his somewhat hot-headed friend, and turns towards the brunette, lowering Izuku back to his stand. Regardless, that's no excuse to hit him. I appreciate you were trying to do the right thing, but there is a right and wrong way to go about it. The next time he does something like that, find an adult. I don't want to hear any more about you hitting people, even if it's to protect others. Leave that to the pros, understood? Yes, Mom, yes, Auntie Inko. Now Himiko, the Midoriya matriarch, turns to her guest. Are you ready for Himiko? She stops mid-sentence, noticing the look on Himiko's face that was equal parts wonder and confusion. Himiko was stunned. While she had a general grasp of right and wrong, and that she shouldn't break the law, she couldn't think of many kids her age who could reference the law like that. It was usually just the basic stuff: don't steal, don't kill, don't use your quirk in public, etc., although two of those she had already broken during her short stint on the street. And yet here was Izuku sounding off like, well, not a lawyer, but certainly someone more knowledgeable than the average child. She looks over at Akin, an unwritten question on her face. Seeing her expression, Ochako answers, one of the perks of being an AI. Izukun's basically an information sponge. He says that if he were still human, he'd have a photographic or eidetic memory. Eidetic, Izuku corrects. But yeah, I can remember anything I've seen or read, and can even play it back. See, he shows a short reel of footage of them talking with Himiko earlier. I mean, one could argue it's only because I have access to recording devices on the phone. But even stuff I access internally through the internet I still retain. Cool. Any confusion Himiko felt was now completely replaced by awe at her new friend's abilities. But the awe is almost immediately replaced by an apologetic look. Sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, were you saying something earlier? Just Inko will be fine. And I was simply going to say that I'm ready to give you your blood donation now. Immediately the blonde leaps from her seat and scrambles to find the words to express her gratitude. Struggling to find them, she simply does a small bow at the waist and utters the words, "Thank you, it's no problem." While I won't deny that it's unusual, I can't imagine it'll be too different to blood donations at the hospital. The only difference being we won't need an IV bag and needle, which is just as well as they're not exactly standard items in a first aid kit. Anyway, Inko takes a seat at the end of the kitchen table farthest from the door, Himiko hovering just behind and to the left of her. Inko takes a cotton ball and a bottle of antiseptic and dabs some of the antiseptic fluid onto the cotton before holding out her left arm. Now what position would you be most comfortable, drinking in? Just like this will do, Himiko says, taking the seat next to Inko, back to the kitchenette, and holds the older woman's outstretched arm in two hands, palm turned upwards, as if she were holding a slice of melon. By this point, Ochako had grabbed Izuku and placed him on the end of the table opposite his mother, while she was sitting on Himiko's right. Thank you, just needed to know where to disinfect. And she then proceeds to roll her left sleeve up before rubbing the damp cotton ball along the inside of her arm. Afterwards, she ties a tourniquet around her upper arm, explaining to the three children that it was merely a precaution in case something went wrong. Okay, I think that's everything. Towel check, disinfectant check, tourniquet check, snack and water for blood loss check. She glances at a packet of biscuits on the kitchen counter. That's everything, I think. It has been a while since I've last done this. You've done this before? Himiko asks, head tilted to one side. Inko gives a nod in the affirmative. I used to be a nurse before I had Izuku, part of which involved drawing blood, either for donations or for testing, though this is the first time I've done it for consumption. Now I'd recommend aiming to puncture here. She gestures to a spot on her arm. That way you should avoid any major arteries, but still have sufficient blood flow. Okay. Himiko nods her head in understanding. When you're ready then. And so Himiko grasps Inko's arm again and in one clean motion bites down into it, more or less where she had been told. Inko, to her credit, barely reacts to the action, which is picked up by both Ochako and Isuku. Well, Auntie Inko, you barely even flinched. That was so cool. Did that not hurt? Actually, I barely felt anything. In fact, I can't feel anything now. At least I can't feel any pain. It felt more like when I prick myself with a sewing needle than getting bitten. And now all I can feel is the suction pulling at my skin, but again, nothing painful. It's honestly disconcerting. Interesting. I wonder if part of Himi-chan's quirk provides some kind of painkiller for those she feeds from, either in the fangs themselves like a sort of venom, or in her saliva. We'll have to test that later to be certain. Izuku ponders, almost to himself. Keyword being later, Izukun. I think Himi-chan's a bit too preoccupied right now. The quartet sit in peaceful silence for a few minutes as Himiko feeds, before Inko speaks up. Okay Himiko, it's been about 5 minutes, which is usually how long a blood donation takes. Do you feel better now? Himiko lowers the arm from her mouth. Much better now. And just as Himiko is about to describe the experience, she's interrupted by the sound of the door opening and two individuals walk through the door. The first is a man, broadly built and tall, well over 6 feet, with a mess of short light brown hair on his head. The second is a woman slightly shorter than the man by half a foot, with a face that looked like an older Ochako with the same haircut and blush marks, but slightly slimmer in the cheeks. Both wore expressions of surprise on their face, chiefly because of the blonde girl with blood around her lips and slight blood leaking out of Inko's arm. Inko, the man starts hesitantly. Are we interrupting something? And are you all right? Adds the woman. Teo, Miwa. Inko blurts out, flustered at having been caught off guard like this. To answer your questions, we were just finishing, and yes, I am perfectly all right. Just a simple blood donation for dear Himiko here. As she's talking, Inko applies gauze and bandages to her arm, stopping the mere trickle of blood from leaking further onto the towel laid across the table. The couple move further into the apartment, closing the front door behind them. Getting over her momentary surprise, Ochako jumps from her seat and practically tackles the man's legs, locking them in as tight a bear hug as a 10-year-old can manage, and stares straight up at the man wide-eyed with excitement. The man in turn looks straight down at her with a fond smile. Daddy, me and Izukun made a new friend today. Come. Ochako promptly lets go of her dad's legs and grabs his right hand instead, guiding him, somewhat forcefully, to the table to introduce her new friend to her parents. Her mother follows behind, chuckling to herself at her daughter's antics. So Ochako introduces Himiko to her parents and vice versa. She does her best to both reassure Himiko that her parents were good folk and explain Himiko's situation to Teo and Miwa, with some help from both Izuku and Inko in both cases. Once the explanations are finished, Mrs. Uraraka moves around the table to Himiko before crouching down and embracing the blonde in a hug. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Himiko just silently reciprocates the hug for a minute or two before they separate. The silence is broken by Inko. Now that we're done with the introductions, I imagine everyone is rather hungry. This is met with a chorus of agreement. Well, I'll start serving food while you all lay the table. Oh, and Himiko, you may want to go wash up. You still have some blood on your face. So, while Himiko goes to wash up, the Urarakas lay the table and Inko and Izuku talk while Inko starts dishing out the stew. Soon everyone's sitting at the table eating in content peace. After dinner, Inko and the senior Urarakas agree that Inko will take Himiko to the police, while Miwa and Teo look after Uraraka and Izuku. Although there's some initial protest amongst the children, they eventually agree that Himiko needs to go to the police, at the very least to report what her parents have done. And so, with the sun low in the sky, Inko and Himiko depart, while the Urarakas cuddle up on the couch with Izuku held by Ochako in between her two parents as they decide to turn on the TV to unwind from the day's excitement. The rest of the evening is fairly quiet as the three Urarakas and Izuku wait for his mother's return until Izuku's phone starts ringing. Instantly, Izuku answers it, opting to receive the call inside cyberspace rather than through the phone itself. Mom, he asks, recognizing the incoming number. Hi dear, just calling from the police station. Are the Urarakas there? Technically, they're here physically, but I'm currently answering from inside the phone at the moment. Do you want me to put us on speaker? No. Actually it's better we have this conversation privately for now, but feel free to tell the Urarakas afterwards. To Izuku's ear, or the equivalent of, his mom seems hesitant, almost nervous about what she's going to say next. Mom, is everything all right? Everything's fine, Izuku. We met with a rather polite junior detective named Tsukachi who was rather concerned after hearing Himiko's story, so he believed her. Yes, which was helped by the fact that his quirk apparently tells him when someone is lying. The hologram opens his mouth in an attempt to speak, but his mother quickly cuts him off, almost anticipating what was going to come next. Questions and quirk analysis later. Isuku. The point is he's opening an investigation into her parents for illegal quirk suppression, neglect, and abuse. So what'll happen to Himi-chan in the meantime? That's the reason I called you, Isuku. How do you feel about becoming a brother? Izuku's certain that if he was still alive, he would be bouncing off the walls. Instead, he's fairly certain that his phone is vibrating non-stop and, rather miraculously, is lost for words. Izuku, honey, are you still there? Inko calls out, growing concerned at the silence. What? How? Well, until the investigation is complete, Himiko needs to be placed with a foster family, and given how she's already bonded with us, the detective believes it would be a good idea for us to look after her. I imagine my former work as a nurse also helped with that idea. I wanted to get your opinion first, as taking in Himiko will mean. Inko begins to trail off, not wanting to finish her sentence. It will mean she takes my old room, Izuku finishes in a rather somber tone. That's okay, Mom. I'd already come to that conclusion when we decided to bring her home in the first place. I mean, it is the logical decision. I don't really use my bedroom except as a place to store all my old stuff or to hang out with Akin. If I want privacy, I simply just need to retreat with my phone, like now. So I take it you're fine with the idea of Himiko becoming your foster sister. Absolutely. The energy that had dissipated earlier returns to Izuku in full force, but just fostering. Are we not adopting her? Izuku sounded almost disappointed at that realization. Not just yet. The fostering will be a temporary measure while the investigation is ongoing. However, according to the detective, depending on the outcome of the investigation, adoption may be an option in the future. Yes, the holographic child pumps his first once at the prospect. Very well then, I'll tell the detective and Himiko our decision. I imagine both will be glad of it. Can I tell Akin then? Certainly. See you later, Izuku. I love you. Love you too, Mom. Upon finishing the call, Izuku returns to the physical realm, his face appearing once more on his phone screen, and is greeted by Achako's curious and slightly worried expression. Izuku, are you all right? I'm fine, Akin. I'm about to become a brother. A wide grin appearing on his face. Somewhere in deep space. December 15, 2552 UNSC military calendar. In the darkness of space, a large metal spacecraft floats lifelessly. It was not a graceful ship like those seen in TV shows of the 20th and 21st century, but rather it was boxy and utilitarian in nature, even more so compared to the craft it had faced earlier that week. It had sometimes been said that the front end of this model of ship looked like a tuning fork turned on its side, its two prongs stacked vertically. Across the top prong, the words "Ensk forward and to dawn" were written. Within the unlit corridors of the frigate, a woman's voice is heard. Chief, can you hear me? A green suit of powered armor stirs at the noise, the movement bringing relief to the woman. I thought I'd lost you too. The chief grabs a floating assault rifle and holsters it on his back before pawing his way through the ship, pushing off walls and ceilings to float through the derelict vessel. What happened? The man in the suit asks. I'm not sure. The woman replies, her voice coming from within the armor. When Halo fired, it shook itself to pieces. Did a number on the arc. The portal couldn't sustain itself. We made it through just as it collapsed. The suit floats near a window and its occupants look out at the endless void. We made it through in one piece, but where we are is another matter. The voice continues. The portal collapse seems to have knocked all but the emergency power. It'll take time to restart the main engines, if they can be restarted at all. Till then, we remain lost. A third, deeper, almost regal voice finishes. Arbiter, the man in the suit, nods his head in greeting. Spartan, the other figure, replies. Your AI tells the truth. Most of this vessel's systems are non-functional. All that remains is the life support and emergency beacon. The trio float into an adjoining room filled with cryopods. Still, we did it. Truth, the Covenant, the Flood. The woman voices. It is finished. The Arbiter states. It's finished. The chief agrees as he floats to a pedestal near the pods, removes a chip from the back of his helmet and plugs it into the pedestal. A hologram of a woman appears on the pedestal. Chief makes his way towards one of the pods. I'll drop a beacon, she says, but it'll be a while before anyone finds us. Chief climbs into one of the pods, while the Arbiter moves to his own. Here's Evan. The hatch for Chief's pod begins to close, and as it does, the holographic woman gives him one last farewell. I'll miss you, she says wistfully. Wake me when you need me. Once the Chief's pod seals, the hologram turns towards the Arbiter. Thank you, even if he won't say it. Thank you for being with him in all this. John won't admit it, but he needs someone by his side to look out for him. Even a Spartan can't do everything on their own. It was an honor to fight alongside him, but he has more than earned a long rest. We all have. Then rest easy, Arbiter. You too, AI. And so, the second cryopod closes, and the AI Cortana is left sitting on her pedestal in the dark silence with nothing but her thoughts, waiting for a rescue she fears will never come. 4 months later. Wake up, Chief. I need you. Aldera Junior High School, Misutafu, Japan. April 6, 2218, 7:55 JST. Achako sits at her school desk, Izuku on her desk in front of her, looking up at her. Both are waiting for class to begin. Though Izuku looks annoyed. I still think we had enough time to watch the fight in person. I mean, how often do you get to witness a new hero's debut? The verdant AI pouts, miffed at having been unsuccessful in convincing the brunette to hang around and watch a hero fight before school. And Kamui Woods was there as well. Izuku, I love you, but there is a time and a place, and before school is not it. Izuku mimics a sigh of defeat. I suppose, but even still. He trails off. A small smirk enters the corner of Achako's mouth as she crosses her arms and schools her face into a mock-serious expression. Should I be worried about how eager you want to see Mount Lady in action? She says, emphasizing the last part. Izuku is flustered at his girlfriend's suggestion for half a minute, denying the accusation vigorously, albeit quietly so as not to attract attention, before inspiration strikes him. No, not unless I need to worry about competing with 13, he says, the couple seemingly swapping expressions as he says it. Now it's Achako's turn to be embarrassed. I told you that, in confidence, she whispers angrily at him, her hands covering her face to hide her embarrassment. Fortunately, the artist's gloves she's wearing prevents her from floating off. And I haven't told anyone else, he counters. I hate you, Achako sighs, though there's no venom in her words. Love you too, Aken. Any response Achako may have had is lost as their teacher enters the classroom. Settle down, everyone, settle down. So, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your future and what you want to do with your life. Now, I could pass out some career aptitude tests, but why bother? I know you all want to go to the hero track. The second he finishes, the class goes wild as 30-odd teenagers begin whooping and cheering, showing off their quirks of various forms. The teacher sighs but makes little effort to stop them. Yes, he drawls, you've got some very impressive quirks, but no power usage allowed in school. Get a hold of yourselves. Suddenly, one of the few teens who had remained seated, with unruly blonde hair, eyes tinted red and a smug smirk, speaks up. Hey, teach. Don't lump me in with this bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys will be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some busted D-lister. Naturally, the dismissive comment from the smug blonde strikes a nerve with his classmates, with many shouting in outrage and some wondering if he thinks he's better than them. The blonde, one Katsuki Bakugo, in turn, challenges his classmates, stating he could take them all. Achako and Izuku simultaneously roll their eyes at the scene, well used to, and slightly tired of, Bakugo's antics. The teacher picks up a piece of paper off his desk and scans it quickly. Your test scores are impressive. You might make it into UA High. Once again, there's a ripple amongst the class, only this time it's less of outrage and more a mix of awe and disbelief that Bakugo's aiming for the most prestigious hero school in the country. One anonymous student voices how it's almost impossible to get in. Bakugo jumps up from his seat and onto his desk to address the class, one thumb pointing squarely at his chest. And that's why it's the only place worthy of me. I aced all the mock tests. I'm the only one at this worthless school who even stands a chance of getting in. By now, most of the class, including the teacher, is focused on him with the exception of two individuals. Is he forgetting Himi-chan already made it into UA before him? Achako whips her, asks Izuku. He probably doesn't think it counts as it's not the hero course. Izuku responds. I'll end up more popular than All Might himself, and be the richest hero of all time. Everyone will know who I am. And it all starts at UA. Bakugo finishes. The teacher looks back down at the piece of paper in his hand and notices two other names on there of significance. Oh yeah, Midoriya and Uraraka. You both want to go to UA as well, right? This causes a roar of mocking laughter from the class. Midoriya, are you kidding me? One student calls out. I mean, Uraraka's chances are slim, but at least she can do stuff another states. Yeah, we thought you were delusional when you wanted to be a hero without a quirk. But without a body, you haven't got a chance. A third voice joins in. A scowl crosses Achako's face at the derisive comments, which only deepens when a louder voice makes itself heard over the others. Listen up, Deku. Bakugo turns towards the desk shared by the AI and brunette. You're even worse than the rest of these rejects, you useless machine. You really think they would let someone like you, either of you? He looks from the phone on the desk to Uraraka, before looking back at the phone again. When they could have someone like me. Now it's Izuku's turn to get angry at the implied insult to his closest companion. Hey, that's not fair, Bakugo. Achako has just as much a chance of getting into UA as you do. Bakugo makes for Midoriya, but Uraraka beats him to it, getting up from her own seat and standing between the phone and Bakugo. She looks down at Bakugo with a look that could freeze Endeavor. The attempted act of intimidation aided by the fact that there is a significant difference in height between the two. See, while Bakugo stood at a respectable 5'6", Uraraka towered over him at an even 6, a trait that Izuku had once theorized was a result of the brunette's gravitational quirk, similar to how pre-quirk astronauts used to stretch due to a lack of gravity. However, she had insisted it was simply thanks to genetics and the limited training she did. This rather natural difference in biology had always been a sore spot for Bakugo, for reasons the couple couldn't quite understand. But ever since Uraraka's growth spurt last year, he'd been more irritable towards her, though still not as much as he was to Midoriya. Bakugo grits his teeth at the defiance before him, and Isuku swears he can almost hear the blonde boy growl, though it could just be static from the microphone. However, before the situation can escalate further, the teacher calls the class to order, insisting that they actually begin the lesson, causing the two opponents to return to their seats. Aldera Junior High School, Musutafu, Japan. April 6, 2218, 1503 JST. School had finished for the day and students were vacating the classroom, heading off to either join after-school clubs or simply hang out with friends. Uraraka and Midoriya opt to wait until the crowd has dissipated before they make their move, so instead decide to remain seated and talk to each other. Anything interesting happened during the day that we missed? Uraraka asks, knowing that her boyfriend will have already scanned most news sites in the brief amount of time since lessons finished. Not really, Midoriya replies in a bored tone. It's mainly just repeat coverage of the incident this morning. There was a brief mention of some robbery involving a slime villain around lunchtime, but he trails off. Nothing much else. Uraraka finishes. The virtual teen is about to reply when he's cut off by an angry shout. Oi, lovebirds. Uraraka turns her head to look at the speaker. Izuku's image does the same, not that it means much. Both instantly feel weary as they recognize who'd spoken, Bakugo, flanked by two of his flunkies. Most first-string heroes, the blonde begins to pontificate, show potential early on. People look at them and just know that they're destined for greatness. When I'm the only student from this garbage junior high to get into UA, people will start talking about me like that. They'll realize I'm legit, the next big thing. That's not ego talking, I just know I'm good. Unbeknownst to the blonde at that moment, both his enemies and his allies in that room had the exact same thought. Definitely ego. Izuku was grateful that he could at least air his opinion vocally inside his phone, without the explosive teen hearing him. He has slow noticed that Bakugo was once again forgetting that his sister had made it into UA before them, but trying to correct the blonde on that would only serve to antagonize him. Listen up, the pair of you. I don't want you to even think about applying, or else. He holds out his right palm in front of them and releases several small explosions from his palm. Uraraka initially recoils from the display before recovering her senses and gets up from her seat. Once up, she folds her arms and for the second time that day looks Bakugo dead in the eye. Surely if we're so useless and destined to fail, it won't matter whether we apply or not, we won't get into UA anyway. Perhaps the reason you don't want us to apply is because you're scared to admit we have just as much chance to get in as you do, she states coolly, his usual intimidation tactic having failed and lacking a suitably crushing response to the brunette's words. Bakugo simply turns away from the pair and heads towards the door, his two minions following along wordlessly. However, just before he reaches the door, Bakugo decides he still needs to have the final word, so without even turning his head he addresses the room. You know, Deku, if you want you and Round Cheeks to become heroes so badly, there might be one way. Uraraka, who had turned to pick up her bag and Isuku, spins around at his words, confusion written across her face. Isuku is likewise confused at the idea of Bakugo giving advice. Bakugo turns his head slightly and, seeing he has their attention, finishes his speech. Have your girlfriend toss you into the ocean and pray for a new body in your next life. At least then you won't keep dragging her down with you. The blonde teen's words hit Uraraka like a brick, and she's left numb and speechless at Bakugo's, for lack of a better word, audacity. She just stands there, her jaw left hanging as the other three teens leave. Izuku calls out her name several times to get her attention. By the time she recovers, a boiling rage has overtaken her. That, ARGH, she screams as she balls her hands into fists and feels a desperate urge to throw something at the nearest wall. The fact that Isuku is currently in her hands tempers that urge. Can you believe him? I don't know what's worse, the fact that he essentially just told you to kill yourself, the fact that he wanted you to make me an accessory to it, or the fact that he seems to think that you killing yourself will be a benefit to me, that you're somehow dragging me down. And he still thinks he's the ideal hero. Gosh, she lets out another scream of rage. Acha, breathe. I don't like what he said any more than you do, but I don't want you passing out because of this. What is it you've always tell me? Slowly, Achako takes several deep breaths, breathing in, holding it, and then releasing it. Once she can feel her heart rate return to normal, she gives the response she knows he's looking for. He's not worth it. Exactly. If he's not worth my friendship, then neither is he worth your anger. Or at the very least, he's not worth being barred from UA. Someone once said the best revenge is living well, so that's what we do. We do well, or rather you will. I'll just float in my digital void and live vicariously through you. This elicits a chuckle from Achako, who then kisses the phone screen as thanks. I don't know what I'd do without you some days, she says as she begins to walk out of the classroom. You'd probably be expelled for flattening Bakugo's nose, and then turn vigilante, Izuku replies with a small laugh. Probably. Feeling better now? Izuku asks, still worried about his love's emotional state. Better, but not 100%, Ochako laments. Would Machai make you feel better? He asks, a sly smile creeping onto his face. How much Machai? An almost identical smile appears on Ochako's face. Downtown Musutafu, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. April 6, 2218, 1526 JST. Ochako pops the last ball of Machai into her mouth and nearly swallows it whole with a hum of satisfaction before looking disappointedly into the empty box in her hands. Izuku, she pleads, her question left unspoken as she disposes of the box in a nearby bin. No, he replies from his phone, which was currently hanging off a lanyard around Ochako's neck. He knew what she was asking, and he wasn't going to cave, not this time. Ochako promptly unclips the Technicolor phone from the lanyard to bring Izuku up to her face, in order to better plead her case. Please, and then to try and aid her case she begins to pout, her naturally round cheeks puffing out, her eyebrows setting in a hard line, which unfortunately for Izuku has the desired effect of making her look adorably cute in his eyes. In response to the attempted emotional blackmail, Izuku turns off his camera, projecting the usual geometric symbol on the phone's screen in place of his face, doing so because he knows full well that if he looks too long, he will eventually cave to her demand. No, he repeats, I already bought you 2 full boxes, which is more than I usually do. I'm willing to spoil you, not enable your darn. The sudden interruption causes Ochako to stop. Are you okay? She asks, voice laden with worry at the sudden interruption. Yeah, I'm fine. I just had some programs updating that suddenly stopped due to a lack of signal. Where are we? His face reappears on the phone screen as he reassures her. Ochako looks up from the phone and takes in her environment before looking back down at her boyfriend. Looks like we're under an overpass. That would explain your lack of signal. Was it anything important? No, it's just. The virtual teen is interrupted by a deep, eerie laugh coming from behind Ochako. Ha, you'll make a perfect skin suit for me to hide in, girly. The source of the voice is a giant, squelching mass of sludge with eyes that pounces on Ochako, causing her to drop Izuku. Fortunately, the phone lands face up, meaning the case takes the brunt of the impact, protecting the screen. But that thought is far from Izuku's thoughts, as landing face up means he is unfortunately given front row seats to his girlfriend struggling and squirming, kicking and punching, choking as the sludge monster attempts to possess her by shoving his mass down her throat and nose. Ochako, he calls out, foregoing his usual nickname for her. Leave her alone, villain. She hasn't done anything to you. However, the villain either ignores or simply doesn't hear the green teen, instead addressing Ochako. Don't worry, I'm just taking over your body. It'll be easier for both of us if you don't fight back. It'll only hurt for a minute. You'll feel better soon. Get off me, creep, Ochako thinks as she attempts to grasp at the sludge. However, with her gloves still on, her quirk has no effect. Grab all you want, sweetie. My body's made of fluid. But thanks for the help. You're a real hero to me, kid. I didn't know he was in the city. I gotta get out of here fast before he tracks me down. And then you and I can have some fun. Had Izuku heard that last part, he would have been enraged. However, by now he had retreated back within his phone, desperately trying anything to get a message out. No, he mutters to himself, I can't fail Ochako now. She's always been there for me, and the one time she needs me I can't do anything. I really am a Deku. He continues to type away at various holographic screens. Come on, connect. Just get me somebody. Anybody. Have no fear. You're safe. A deep booming voice reaches Izuku's senses, breaking him out of his spiral of despair. Is that? He wonders. Recognizing the voice, he immediately turns his camera back on to catch Ochako's hopeful savior. Now that I am here, that is. The voice continues. Izuku sees a second equally large silhouette standing behind the sludge villain. The second silhouette draws back his right fist, seemingly preparing to hit the villain and potentially Ochako. Texas. It is, Izuku exclaims out loud. A 10 million yen smile spread across his face. Smash! The silhouette punches the air in between it and the villain. The air pressure alone from the punch splatters the villain across the underpass and sends Ochako flying out into the afternoon sun. Izuku's phone is also caught in the blast and sent flying, landing just next to Ochako, lying screen down. Akin, are you okay? Say something. I can't see anything at the moment. Izuku hears several coughs and the sound of something being spat out with a dull splat onto the pavement. Ochako pushes herself off the ground so she's kneeling next to the phone and her bag. I'm fine, Izuku. Here. She picks up the phone and turns it over so he can see her. See, I'm fine. Mostly, although I'm beginning to regret eating that much matcha. A thought then strikes her. You do remember that a phone has 2 cameras, right? One on the front and one on the back. The rear camera was damaged in initial fall. Sorry for panicking, he apologizes. Hey, that's okay. You were worried for me, that's natural. I don't blame you for panicking. I know, but I just felt so helpless. I couldn't do anything to help you. I did nothing to help you. So what did happen then? I remember hearing a voice, but everything was so hazy. Ochako trails off as she puts one hand to her head to scratch it. Oh, Izuku's demeanor does a 180 as he's reminded of who just saved them, his mile-wide smile from earlier returning. That was me. The booming voice from earlier finishes Izuku's sentence, albeit in a less bombastic manner than his entrance earlier. Ochako turns back towards the underpass she'd just been ejected from to see a mountain of a man, with two large tufts of blonde hair sticking up from his fringe in a V shape, walking out from the shadow of the underpass. Just like Izuku had instantly recognized his voice, so too did she recognize the man. This was All Might, Japan's No One Pro hero, and her reaction is instant slack-jawed, wide-eyed amazement and pure speechlessness. The hero addresses Ochako. Good to see you're up and awake. Sorry about that. I didn't mean for you to get caught up in my justicing back there. I usually pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe, but it turns out this city's sewer system is pretty hard to navigate. He has a deep, hearty laugh before continuing. Anyway, you were a big help. Thanks to you, I've captured the evildoer. Eventually, Ochako regains her voice and instantly begins thanking him. Thank you so much, All Might. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. No problem, young miss. Now, I've got to get this guy to the police. He holds up two large plastic bottles that at one point had held soda, but now contained a very tightly packed sludge villain, so that they can take care of him. Stay out of trouble, all right. See you around. Realizing he's about to leave, Izuku calls out, desperate for his hero to answer one simple question. All Might, he cries, is it possible for someone to become a hero, even if they don't have a body? Having heard his name be called out by someone other than the young girl he'd just saved, All Might turns around in confusion. He then remembers the voice he heard talking to the girl as he came out of the underpass and realizes said voice was coming from the phone. He opens his mouth to reply, but as he does, the full implication of the words spoken catch up to him, and the big blonde is once again confused. I'm sorry, to whom am I speaking? And what do you mean by don't have a body? Down here, All Might. And so, to aid her boyfriend, Ochako holds up her phone, with the screen turned towards the hero so that Izuku can address him. Hi Mr. All Might, sir. Izuku fumbles over his words, nervous at addressing his idol. But, it's as simple as that. I don't have a physical body. I lost it when my quirk developed, turning me into an AI. It's true, Ochako chimes in an attempt to help him. One day when we were kids, he just went zap and no more body. Now he just lives on his phone, literally. All Might's eyes widen at this revelation. The boy on the screen in front of him, whom he had assumed was just on a video call with the girl, was in fact residing in the phone itself. While he'd met individuals with technopathic quirks, they'd still retained physical bodies and simply controlled machines and devices externally. They didn't inhabit them. If what the two teens said was true, then before him was someone with the potential to be a very unique hero indeed, although he would have to choose his next words carefully. I don't think you could be a hero in the traditional sense, All Might says slowly, and the momentary look of disappointment on the green boy's face pulls on his heart. However, while you may not be able to punch villains or drag people from a burning building, you could be of great use as a support or investigative hero. I imagine being as you are, you have a natural affinity for computers. The excitement on Izuku's face returns. Yes, sir. All Might nods in consideration. I know a few people who might be interested in meeting you, and would certainly be better suited for guiding you down that specific branch of heroics than me. If you give me your contact details or your parents and give me a few days to make a few calls, I'll see what I can do. While Izuku's initial reaction is to give All Might his own number, Ochako reasons with him that it might be more sensible to give the number one hero his home number instead. All Might finishes typing the number into his phone, only to realize he never asked the teens their names. They supply them and the pro saves the contact as Izuku Midori, a digital fanboy, and then hastily turns around, crouching in preparation to take off again. Now then, I must be off. Heroes are constantly fighting time as well as villains, you know. Stand back, I'm taking off. And with that, he jumps up into the air, the force of his jump blasting the air around him, causing Ochako to stumble back a step. Once the air settles back down, the couple recovers from their shock and immediately starts nerding out. Oh my gosh, Izuku babbles. Akin, did you hear that? All Might thinks that I can be a hero. I know, I heard. He's even more impressive in real life than he is in the videos. But Ochako's demeanor changes, the excitement fading from her features. Izuku, you know I've always believed you could be a hero, right? That's why we're applying to UA together. The energy fades from Izuku as well as he thinks over the past few minutes. I know, Ochako, but I just needed to hear him say it. I mean, what would you give to hear 13 say you could be a hero? True, the brunette concedes. It would be nice, but I wouldn't need to hear it. What you need is to believe in yourself just as much as I believe in you or you believe in me. Thank you, by the way, for earlier, when you said I have just as much chance as Baku Beach at getting into UA. It's true, we don't know what the practical exam will be. They always keep it a secret and you're every bit as skilled and determined as he is. So until then there's no reason to think we won't get into UA. Yeah, Ochako pumps her fist in agreement, especially if All Might thinks there are people who could help you. At the mention of the hero's promise, the energy returns to Izuku. I know, I wonder who he plans on talking to. Much to Ochako's chagrin, Izuku begins muttering aloud. Sir Night-Eye or Dr. Shield seem to be the most logical choices, as Night-Eye tends to focus more on investigations rather than active patrolling and combat. And Dr. Shield, mutter. Ochako rolls her eyes and shakes her head at her boyfriend's antics, before double-tapping the phone's camera to snap him out of it. Sorry, Izuku apologizes. That's okay. I imagine I'd be the same if I met 13. True enough. We should probably start heading home again. Wait till our parents and Himi hear about this. Ochako claps her hands in excitement. However, before they can begin walking, the sound of a distant explosion rips through the quiet spring afternoon. Another villain. Ochako wonders aloud. We should go see. Maybe All Might will show up again. Izuku, we just survived one villain attack, and you want us to go towards another. Naturally, you owe me for this morning. We'll be safe this time. Other heroes will be there. He reasons. Ochako sighs in defeat and relents. Fine, but only because you bought me extra matcha earlier. And so, with Izuku reattached to the lanyard around her neck, Ochako heads off at a jog towards the source of the explosion. Musutafu, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. April 6, 2218, 1541 JST. All Might lands on the top of a large office block with a loud thud and is immediately shrouded by a puff of steam. The steam dissipates, and where the living mountain stood now stands a veritable twig of a man, tall and lanky with gaunt cheeks and sunken eyes. The two bangs that once stood in a mighty V now droop in front of him like floppy rabbit's ears. Phew, he sighs in relief, his voice having lost its booming quality. That was cutting it close. Had that boy not caught my attention, I would have already made it to the police by now. But he was quite curious, a purely digital being, and one who used to be human no less. Nedzu and David will have a field day with this, once I tell them. Though I suppose it shouldn't be too surprising after all. Quirks have resulted in people taking many different forms. You're proof enough of that. He reaches down to his trouser pocket where he had stored one of the bottles of sludge and pats it, only to find it empty. Frantically, he checks the rest of his pockets, finding the second bottle but not the first. I know I had two of them, he mutters to himself, but where did I know? Once he realizes that he only has one bottle on him, All Might reasons that the first one must have fallen out mid-flight. Damn, guess I'm going to have to. His train of thought is cut off by the sound of an explosion coming from the direction he'd just traveled. I don't suppose that's unrelated, he pleads aloud to no one in particular before making his way down the stairs and heading towards the explosion. Tadouin Shopping District, Musutafu, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. April 6, 2218, 1538 JST. Bakugo and his two flunkies walk down the street, having recently exited a convenience store with canned drinks. As they amble down the street, Bakugo mindlessly punts a plastic bottle by his feet. You know, that was rough, man, the first teen pipes up. Weren't you and Midoriya good friends when you were younger? And what's the story with your Araka? Yeah, you were a little harsh with them. The second friend adds, though if Midoriya was gone I'd have a shot with your Araka, he says to himself. Bakugo ignores the second comment. It's his own damn fault for getting in my way. He grumbles. Someone's got to teach that worthless piece of scrap how the world really works, especially when Round Cheeks is content to keep dragging his useless ass around as if she actually loves him. He swigs the rest of his drink and then crushes the can in his hand before exploding it. I hate that they think they can match my skill. He growls. Hey, I've got an idea. The first friend chimes in again. Why don't we go to the arcade? Get your mind off it? No. Fine, the blonde reluctantly agrees. Or, a smirk crept onto the second teen's face. We could sneak into the bar by the station and try to pick up some lady. Not a bad idea, the first agrees. Idiots. Bakugo wheels around to his two flunkies, his near-permanent scowl fixed on them. If we get caught, there's no way UA would let me in. From Bakugo's perspective, the two idiots before him were shaking with fear. Initially, he believes it's because of him, a thought he takes some satisfaction in until a voice causes him to turn around. Perfect. I like a skin suit with some fire, a large viscous mass announces, rearing up over Bakugo. Tadouin Shopping District, Musutafu, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. April 6, 2218, 1550 JST. Come on, Acha, we need to get closer. I can't see anything, exclaims Izuku. Settle down, Izu. Give me a chance, a slightly exasperated Ochako responds as she tries to push through the crowd for a better view. What's going on? Izuku asks aloud. Although the question is intended for Ochako, a woman in the crowd responds. It's a monster, she cries. In front of the crowd, a variety of heroes gather. In front of said group is a rather muscular hero trying to engage the villain. And though he can't see the hero, Izuku recognizes the voice as being that of Death Arms. It's taken someone hostage, the punching hero announces to his compatriots, before addressing the villain. How dare you prey on a child? The hero then tries to grapple the villain only for chunks of sludge to slide through his grasp. What the hell is this? Some kind of goo, he vents in confusion. However, distracted by the goo, Death Arms fails to see the gloopy mass make a swipe at him and he's sent flying back towards the crowd and the other heroes. "You okay, Death Arms?" One of the heroes, dressed as a baseballer, asks. The winded hero is unable to give a reply as the sludge villain issues a warning to the would-be rescuers. Stay back, or I'll snap the kid's neck." Meanwhile, Bakugo, currently stuck inside the gelatinous mass, thrashes and struggles against the foul-smelling villain, all the while making threats, shouting obscenities, and, unfortunately for the heroes, using his rather explosive quirk to fight off the villain, but all it did was set fire to the surrounding street. Ochako was still trying to worm her way through the crowd, eventually getting close to the front of it just as the heroes decide that they're going to hold back and do damage control till someone more suitable shows up. Unbeknownst to everyone there, the shriveled form All Might had just arrived at the back of the crowd and could see that the villain attacking was in fact the sludge villain he'd lost earlier. A fact which mentally berated himself for. Must have dropped him in the air. I was distracted, worrying about my time limit. I can't believe I made such a rookie mistake. And yet those two kids looked at me with such awe. I'm a fraud, pathetic. Ochako finally makes it to the front of the crowd and the couple are immediately surprised to see the sludge villain who had attacked Ochako earlier. But how? I thought All Might caught him. Ochako questions the villain's reappearance. Did you say All Might? A man next to her asks. Yeah, that's a point. I saw that he was chasing this villain earlier. Where is he? Another man asks, looking around him as if the no one hero would suddenly appear. Surely that thing couldn't have beaten All Might. A woman asks. A familiar, muted shout of rage from the direction of the villain catches Ochako and Izuku's attention in time to see a familiar tuft of blonde hair and two red eyes sticking out from the sludge. Bakugo, they realize simultaneously. He doesn't look like he's going to last much longer, Izuku states, using his camera's zoom to get a better look at the blonde. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? Ochako asks rhetorically, looking around her. Somebody has to help, Izuku declares. The two look back at Bakugo, and he looks directly at them, and they can see the sheer terror in his eyes. For the first time that they can remember, Bakugo is afraid. Ochako looks down and tilts the phone, still on its lanyard, upwards so she can see Izuku. The couple share a look, nod, and come to the same conclusion. They have to help. And in the split second after they reach their silent agreement, Ochako drops her bag, removes her gloves and ducks under the police cordon and books it towards the villain. Several of the heroes call out to her telling her to stop, saying she's going to get herself killed, but the would-be hero ignores them, instead focusing on her friend. Izuku, I need suggestions. Any ideas in that processor of yours on how to save Bakugo? Izuku began to stall. Although he'd agreed that they needed to help, he was suddenly hit with the mental image of Ochako once again choking on sludge and being helpless to stop it should he mess up. But taking a moment to collect his thoughts, he steels himself. I couldn't help Akin then, but I can help her and Bakugo now. I may not be able to fight, but I can still help heroes help others. All Might believes I can be a hero. Akin believes I can be a hero. I will be a hero, he proclaims to himself inside cyberspace. His confidence reignited. Izuku brings up previous footage of the villain and stills of the current, torched, battleground, searching, scanning, and analyzing both the villain and the environment for weaknesses and potential resources. Eventually, he finds what he's looking for and relays it to Ochako. The whole process from her perspective only takes a few seconds. Aim for his eyes, the AI calls out. His eyes, Ochako questions. They're the only bit of him that's solid. There, use that rubbish bin. And so, pressing her hand against the highlighted rubbish bin, Ochako removes the bin's weight before swinging the large metal can around and letting it sail through the air directly towards the villain, removing her quirk from it in the process so that the full force of the projectile hits the sludge squarely in the face, all while still running full tilt towards the villain. Taking advantage of the villain's dazed and confused state, she reaches Bakugo and begins trying to pull him out, using her quirk to remove his weight to make the job easier. But even having removed his weight, Ochako struggles to extricate the explosive blonde from the foul-smelling slime. What the hell? Why are you two here? Bakugo yells. What does it look like, idiot? Ochako retorts, gritting her teeth as she doubles her efforts. We're saving you. I don't need your help, the blonde argues. And we don't care, Izuku responds. As the blonde and brunette struggle, the sludge man recovers from his encounter with the trash can. Ew, he rages and begins attacking Ochako, prompting the heroes at the scene to jump in. Save the girl, Death Arms yells that thing will kill her. The next few minutes pass as a blur for Ochako, though Izuku fills her in on the details later. As he tells it, the pre-assembled heroes rush towards the entangled mess of teenagers, AI and sludge, but were interrupted by the arrival of All Might, who proceeded to throw a punch so powerful it caused the weather to change, and the villain to, for the second time that day, be splattered across the street, much to the Izuku's satisfaction. By this point, Ochako had regained her faculties and was being dressed down by some of the heroes, while Bakugo was being praised by others, the paramedics having already given the teens a clean bill of health. "You moron, do you have a death wish?" one of the heroes, Kamui Woods, asked. "There was no reason for you to put yourself in danger like that," Death Arms scolds. "Well, we weren't going to stand around and watch as someone died." Ochako matches his disapproving tone, her arms crossed in front of her chest in indignation. Death Arms opens his mouth to counter but stops at the peculiar choice of words. "We?" he asks. "Yes, we," Ochako says coolly, uncrossing her arms and placing her hands on her hips so the heroes can better see Izuku's phone hanging from her neck. "Hi," Izuku greets the two heroes, rather curtly. While Ochako was indignant at being told off for trying to help, Izuku was more disappointed. Now that the danger had passed, and he saw what heroes were on the scene, he was rather disappointed at the heroes' lack of action. Normally he would be ecstatic at seeing so many heroes at once, but having had a chance to think, he'd concocted at least 3 different plans that the heroes could have enacted to save Bakugo rather than standing around. While Izuku was aware that being a hero was difficult, he couldn't help but feel that the ones around him had given a subpar performance. Death Arms looks down at the phone but promptly ignores the green teen in favor of continuing to berate Ochako. "Whatever. What you did was reckless, not to mention illegal. I could have you charged for illegal quirk usage and vigilantism." "And what about Bakugo? His quirk usage actively hindered your rescue attempts," Ochako counters, becoming more fed up with the hero in front of her. "That's different. He was doing it in self-defense," the punching hero argues, seeing that his co-worker was getting more and more worked up and that this conversation was devolving quickly. Kamui Woods decided to intervene, using his quirk to put some distance between the two. Anyway, he turns to address the teens. "We'll let you off with a warning this time. You clearly had good intentions, albeit with a severe lack of good judgment. And while you did use your quirk without a license, as you said, you didn't actively hinder us." He sighs audibly. "Just don't do it again. If you want to help in the future, get a license first. Otherwise, you're free to go. Come on, Acha, let's just go home. It's been a long day." Izuku pleads, eager to put the day's events behind him. Upon hearing his words, Ochako realizes that she's beginning to feel quite tired and heavy, the excitement of the past hour having finally caught up to her. So, letting out some of her frustration in a deep sigh, she turns away from the pair of heroes, collects her bag and gloves, and begins heading for home, Izuku still hanging from the lanyard around her neck. Death Arms starts to move towards the young pair when he's stopped by Kamui. "Let it go to Sudagoro. They're just kids who were scared for their friend's life." Death Arms huffs and walks away to talk with some of the police officers on scene, leaving Kamui to shake his head in resignation at his fellow hero. Misutafu Suburbs, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. April 6, 2218, 1625 JST. Ochako and Izuku walk home along an empty street, surrounded on all sides by small 2-story houses. They walk in companionable silence, neither wanting to talk, but instead just enjoying each other's company, taking comfort in the knowledge that the person they cared most about in the world was with them. Alas, the peace is shattered by an angry yell. "Oi, nerds." Ochako turns around, allowing the pair of them to see Bakugo stomping up to them, hands shoved into his pockets. The blonde continues his ranting unabated. "Listen, I would never ask weaklings like you to help me, especially not a damn computer. So don't think you can look down on me. You got that? I was fine by myself. You're just a glitchy piece of scrap and his clingy beach. You didn't help me. You did nothing. Don't forget that. I don't owe you anything." His tirade ends as abruptly as it had started. And in spite of the vulgar language used, the two are left confused as Bakugo does a 180 and begins stomping away again, his hands having never left his pockets once. Further up the street, the explosive teen bumps into a tall, gaunt man with long, blonde hair. "Hey, watch where you're going, old man." "Apologies, young man." The taller blonde responds, "Hey, you're that kid who was rescued earlier. How are you holding up after that? What's it to you, geezer?" And not waiting for a reply, the younger blonde stalks off again. "What a funny young lad," the lanky gentleman ponders. Meanwhile, the young couple are still dumbstruck at Bakugo's declaration. "What was that?" Ochako asks, somewhat dazed at the explosive monologue she just endured, enough so that she didn't register the blonde's crude reference to her as a clingy bee. "I'm not sure," Izuku replies hesitantly, equally dazed by the verbal blitz. "I think that may have been his equivalent of a thank you. He didn't seem all that thankful," Ochako replies uncertainly. "I'm only assuming. You never can tell," with Bakugo. His tone indicated that he'd just shrugged in cyberspace. Ochako chuckles softly as a thought struck her. "What?" Izuku queries, wondering what suddenly amused his friend. Ochako lifts the phone around her neck so she's looking at the screen. "Not sure how Bakugo expects me to not look down on him." Ochako begins to explain. Izuku raises one eyebrow in question, still not grasping what she's getting at. I'm 6 feet, he's 5 feet something, Ochako states, desperately stopping herself from bursting into laughter again. I physically can't not look down on him. Finishing her explanation, Ochako's laughter redoubles, only this time Izuku joins in. However, after a minute or two, Izuku suddenly stops mid-laugh as he comes to a sudden conclusion. You don't think that's why he began acting more aggressive to you after your growth spurt? Before then he was always taller than the both of us, he asks. The question causes Ochako to stop as well and consider the answer. No, Bakugo's a bully and an egotist, but surely even he's not that petty. Whatever the answer, the two would never know, as from the direction they saw Bakugo walk off they hear someone call their names and see a tall, strange man with a blonde mane and 2 drooping bangs, running towards them, very much out of breath. Young Midoriya, young Uraraka. The gaunt man gasps between intakes of breath as he draws near them. I'm glad I was able to catch you. Hi, good afternoon, sir. Can we help you? Ochako greeted hesitantly. She didn't recognize the man, but he knew their names and she didn't want to seem rude. Izuku, on the other hand, feels like he recognizes the man before him and begins to take a closer look at him through his camera lens, noting the man's hair, clothes, voice, and general physical appearance before coming to a startling conclusion. The man clears his throat with a gentle cough and begins to introduce himself. Good afternoon, my name is Toshinori Yagi and I am, and that's as far as he gets before Izuku interrupts him. All Might, the digital teen exclaims. You're All Might, but how? The sudden interruption and revelation catch the two physical humans there by surprise, although for vastly different reasons. Ochako looks down at her boyfriend in confusion and disbelief as if he'd just said that the moon was made of cheese, while the older gentleman is caught in a coughing fit that causes him to cough up blood, shocking Ochako out of her confusion. Are you all right, sir? She asks with concern, reaching out to help steady the man, letting the phone drop around her neck again. Izuku, she scolds, why would you say something so outrageous? I'm quite curious myself, young man, as to how you came to that conclusion. All Might asks, wondering just exactly how the verdant teen had recognized in his weakened form. I'll be honest, it's nothing concrete, but the similarities were just too much to be a coincidence. Similarities? The depowered hero asks. Height, hair, and clothes. The AI lists before explaining. At the moment you're currently hunched over, but if you were to stand fully erect you'd probably be just under 7. Add a few more inches for increased muscle mass and you'd be the same height. Then there's the hair. Your bangs are basically just floppy versions of All Might's iconic V. Maybe I'm just a fan. The pro reasons. True, I know what that's like, Izuku admits, but the clincher was your clothes. My clothes? The tall blonde puzzles my boy. I'm wearing a white t-shirt and cargos. That's hardly unique. Maybe not, but that belt is. Both Ochako and Toshinori look down at the admittedly bulky belt buckle with a stylized on it, and in that moment, the number one is suitably impressed by the teen's reasoning and evidence, circumstantial though it may be. The only thing I can't figure out is why you look so different. I have to assume you have some kind of power-up or transformation quirk, Izuku mutters to himself. Actually, my change in appearance is thanks to an injury I sustained 5 years ago, Yagi explains, finally dropping any pretense that he's anything other than the number one hero. Wait, so you are All Might, but how? Ochako cries. As I said, All Might begins to explain, lifting up the left-hand corner of his shirt to reveal a massive spiderweb of scar tissue covering the entire left side of his torso, with a large scar as the focal point located just above his left hip. 5 years I was involved in an intense fight. A large portion of my lungs were destroyed and my stomach was gone. Ochako recoils at the sight and description of the injury while Izuku merely grimaces. Nasty, isn't it? Toshinori comments on their reaction. Now I can only do hero work for 3 hours. Otherwise I look like this. He spreads his hands, gesturing to himself. 5 years ago. Does that mean it was Toxic Chainsaw? Izuku asks. No, All Might chuckles. He was a punk, but no, not him. This fight was kept from the public. Man, you really do know your stuff though. But still, how do you go from this? Ochako gestures at the living twig in front of her. To, well, All Might, she finishes lamely. You know how guys at the beach are always trying to suck in and flex in order to look bigger. The couple nods in confusion, wondering where this was going. Something like that. The pair's sweat drops at the rather lackluster explanation, causing Toshinori to chuckle at the reaction. Recovering from her disappointment, Ochako asks why he'd chased after them. Simple, I wanted to thank the pair of you and make you an offer. Thank us? Izuku asks. What kind of offer? Ochako questions. Yes, thank you. I was standing in the crowd at that fight, as you see me now. I had already gone over my limit for the day trying to chase the villain the first time around. However, seeing the two of you inspired me to act, to push past my limit. Seeing you two in action also reminded me of my younger years, when I fought villains alongside my sidekick, Sir Night-Eye. Izuku gasps in awe. The shrunken All Might nods in confirmation. While he was more than competent in combat, his strength lay in information gathering, analysis, and tactics, skills that, while I'm not completely inept at, I am willing to admit are not my strong suit. We complemented each other like that. The last part he says wistfully, remembering a fonder time, before returning to the present. And I see a similar but potentially stronger partnership in the two of you. You already trust each other deeply, something that is key for a good team. That's why, alongside finding a mentor for young Midoriya, I have an offer for you, young Uraraka. I wish to train you. I deem you worthy of inheriting my quirk. The digital boy and gravity girl both look at the number one hero with blank looks and together form a single one-word response. Nisutafu Suburbs, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. April 6, 2218, 1636 JST. The Wahaha Toshinori's deep laugh echoes off the surrounding houses, reverberating through the empty street before being cut off by yet another round of coughing and blood. Wiping the blood away, he addresses the dumbstruck teens. Man, you should your faces right now. Isuku recovers first, his digital mind quick to process the information. I'm sorry, All Might, or Yagi, I guess. But did you say Akin would inherit your quirk? Correct. Don't worry, I'm not going to force this on young Uraraka. Okay, but how? Quirks are inherently tied to someone's genetics. And yet, Toshinori gestures towards the AI. Touché, but still, Isuku trails. How would you even? Ochako adds, having recovered from her shock as well now. Before you make your decision, he addresses Ochako. I should tell you several things about my quirk. As I'm sure your boyfriend can tell you, many people the world over have tried to guess my quirk. He himself has probably tried. Isuku feigns a look of innocence. Whenever I'm asked about it in interviews, I always avoid the question, usually by making a joke at my expense. That's because the world needs to believe that their symbol of peace is a natural-born hero like the rest of them. But I'm not. I wasn't born with this power. Rather, it was given to me by someone else, and now I choose to give to you. He points dramatically at Ochako. If you'll accept it, he finishes, his pointed finger changing into an outstretched palm. Whoa, that's a lot to take in. You're saying I'll be as powerful as you. What do you think, Izu? Ochako looks down at her partner and is greeted by the familiar cyan symbol indicating the teen had withdrawn and was probably chasing after the white rabbit again. So, she taps the selfie camera lens twice to grab his attention, and a second later his face reappears on the screen. Sorry, spiraled again. He apologizes. I figured, but I assumed you wouldn't want to miss out on the rest of this. Right, it's just a transferable quirk. It's unheard of, Isuku explains as he tries to grasp his head around the concept. Amused at the couple's antics, Toshinori continues. You'll just have to accept that I can transfer my quirk to someone else, and that is but one facet of my secret quirk. My quirk is one that has been passed down and cultivated across many generations, called One for All. 1, 4, oh, the two teens repeat. Yes, one person cultivates the power, then passes it on to someone else, again and again, the quirk growing in power as it is passed along. It is this collective power of many generations that allows me to save those in need. The truth behind my strength. But why would you give it to me? Ochako asks, out of genuine curiosity. Because I've been looking for a successor for a while now. And then I watched you, both of you, jump into action to save that boy, while everyone else, including myself, stood by and watched. Your courage in such a daunting situation showed the spirit of a true hero. So, what do you say? Ochako looks eager to take the proffered hand, to accept the offer, but for one thing. We tell our families about this. She says I love my parents, Auntie and Co and Himi-chan, and I don't want to keep this from them. Not to mention the practical problem of trying to hide Akin suddenly gaining super strength. Sure, we could handwave it as a mutation of her quirk somehow, and that might work for the general public and government officials. But no way Auntie and Uncle buy that story. Mom might initially, but Himiko has a sixth sense for when we're lying. We'd have to tell them the truth sooner or later, might as well start with it. All Might takes in the duo's points and considers them, his chin resting in one hand. Fair enough. Are those four your only close family members? Close ones, yes. I have a cousin in Saitama and my dad lives in America, but we only see them like once a year, so they'd probably accept a cover story. Very well. Toshinori decides not to prod any further into Midoriya's family affairs. I see no harm in informing your respective families. While I did not have any biological family with whom I could confide, there were those I could trust. I take it then you at least provisionally accept the offer. Yes, Ochako enthusiastically bobs her once. Good, no hesitation. Now then, lead on young Uraraka. Yes, Ochako hesitates on just what exactly she should call the man in front of her. Toshinori or Toshi will be fine, or Mr. Yagi if you wish to be more formal, at least when I'm like this. He gestures to himself. Thank you, Mr. Yagi, Ochako bows, before slowly heading off again towards home. The Midoriya household, Musutafu, Shizuoka Prefecture, April 6, 2218, 1702 JST. compared to how the first half of their journey went. The second half of the couple's journey, with All Might in tow, was positively energetic. Ochako had a skip in her step, excited at the prospect of not just training under the #1 pro, but also gaining his quirk, while Isuku had held the depowered hero in enthusiastic conversation. Toshinori had waved off any questions about OFA or training till they were with their parents, but was more than happy to discuss more trivial matters with the AI. Such matters ranging from All Might's golden years and past endeavors to who their favorite new pro was and some of the more interesting quirks he'd encountered over the years. Although they never stopped talking, Toshi never grew weary of the boy. His knowledge of heroics was impressive and his enthusiasm for the subject seemed infectious, especially when Uraraka joined in, matching his enthusiasm when talking about rescue heroes, forcing the aging pro to realize that she was every bit the hero nerd he was, just in a different area of expertise. Eventually, they reached the end of their journey and thus their conversation. And so, for a brief second, the trio stand outside the door to the Midoriya apartment, before Ochako takes out her keys and opens the door. "Hi, Auntie Inko," where Ochako's greeting is cut off by an exclamation of pain as her shoulder is rather violently slugged. The responsible party being a now teenage Himiko, dressed in denim shorts and an oversized bright pink knitted sweater and only coming up to about Uraraka's neck in height, which, while forcing her to look up at her closest friend, allowed her to look dead in the eyes of her younger brother. "You idiots, what were you two thinking, jumping in like that?" The irate blonde vents. "What?" a confused and somewhat hurt Ochako asks. "How?" Izuku follows, having realized what Himiko was talking about, but not how she knew. Himiko sighs dramatically and facepalms at her brother's lack of awareness. "It's times like these where I question whether you're an artificial intelligence or an artificial dumbass Izu. The news," she cries out and gesticulates with her hands in the air in frustration. "A local news crew caught your attempted heroics on camera, and I'd recognize your brown bob of hair anywhere Akin." She looks up at her friend before looking back down at Izuku. "And unfortunately, so did Mom. I had to drag her to bed after she fainted. Don't know if she's awoken yet." She looks over her shoulder in the direction of their mother's room. Anyway, her demeanor softens as her rant seems to finish before she suddenly glomps onto the tall teen, Izuku being caught between them. "I'm just glad you're okay. You're not allowed to pull any more dangerous stunts like that, at least not until you join me at UA. Toshinori, who had been a somewhat startled and as of yet unnoticed spectator of the interaction, chimes in, his curiosity piqued at the mention of his alma mater. "Ah, you attend UA. What course are you in, if I may ask?" he questions, genuinely curious. "General Studies, and you are?" "Toshinori Yagi. I'm offering my assistance to help train young Uraraka and Midoriya for UA. Is there any particular reason you chose General Studies?" "It wasn't because I failed to get into the hero course, if that's what you're implying." Himiko crosses her arms, miffed at the insinuation. "Not at all." Toshinori apologizes. "I was just curious what your aspirations are. If you chose General Studies, then you don't intend to become a hero, support technician, or heroics marketer." Himiko grasps what the taller blonde is getting at. "I wish to become a nurse. At one point I might have wanted to become a hero, but over the years I wanted to be more like my personal hero." "Who is?" "Our mother," Izuku supplies before explaining. "Before she had me, she was a nurse, and then several years ago she took in Himiko after her parents abandoned her." "Ah, that explains the blonde hair and total lack of ability to flood the city whenever I cry. You know that's only Mom, right?" "Not according to Akin." Himiko wiggles her index finger at him. "If you still could, you would. Well, your mother must be a very kind and generous soul indeed." And then, as if summoned by all the talk about her, Inko appears from the corridor off to the right of the living room leading to the bedrooms and bathroom. She lazily rubs her eyes with one hand as if she's just woken up before she realizes who else is in the room. The second she recognizes the girl she sees as a second daughter, a mix of relief and worry covers her face as her eyes go wide. From the perspective of the other 4 occupants of the apartment, she seems to fly across the room and tackle Ochako in a bear hug, causing the tall teen to stagger at the sudden impact, her arms pinned to her side in the embrace. "Izuku, Ochako, I'm so glad you're all right. What were you two thinking?" Inko's voice changes from worried to reprimanding in an instant before reverting back to worry. "I don't know what I'd do if you'd been injured. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? You appear to be fine. Have the doctors looked at you?" She rattles off her questions in quick-fire succession. Ochako finally frees her arms to reciprocate the hug before gently prying the shorter woman off her. "We're fine, Auntie. The paramedics cleared us. See, only a few bruises. Izuku didn't even get a crack." "Good, good." The worry slowly drained from her features, to be completely replaced by relief, if only for a moment. "And yet neither of you answered your phones earlier when I called." Himiko chimes in, deciding that the couple shouldn't be let off the hook just yet. Inko turns to look at her daughter before rounding on her son and his friend again. This time one eyebrow raised in question, her head tilted to one side. Ochako immediately takes out her phone only to see that, Unlike Isuku, it had taken some damage at some point during the afternoon, the screen bearing a massive web of cracks. Guess I'm going to need a new one, she sighs before complaining. And this one had lasted so long as well. Well, that explains Akin's lack of response. Himiko states, what about you, Izu? Well, Izuku does his best to appear bashful on his screen, looking off to one side, while twiddling his thumbs in cyberspace. It turns out I do have a missed call from Himiko, but in my defense, looking at the timestamp, it was during the middle of our conversation with Mr. Yagi, so I was slightly preoccupied at the time. He explains. Enko looks from the pair of teens to the tall man standing just behind them in front of the door. I assume you are Mr. Yagi. A hint of protective suspicion enters her voice as she takes in the stranger for the first time. Yes, madam. Although just Tashinori will be fine, I'm not usually one for formality. He stretches out his hand in greeting, and Enko gingerly accepts it, still wary of the stranger. Enko or Ms. Midoriya if you prefer. Now, what exactly were you discussing with Izuku and Ochako that distracted them so? I imagine it was my offer. I wish to mentor young Uraraka for UA and introduce your son to some friends who could do likewise for him. Oh, you're a trainer then. Enko's mood turns from one of suspicion to curiosity. Of sorts, the concealed pro scratches the back of his head in uncertainty. He takes a business card out of his trouser pocket and hands it to the Midoriya matriarch. On it read Tashinori Yagi, talent scout and personal secretary with a telephone number underneath. She then flipped the card over and on the back was an address. 105-0011. Tokyo, Minato. Roppongi. Might Tower. Wait, Might Tower. Does that mean you? Enko stammers, not daring to finish the thought in case it wasn't true. I do most of All Might's paperwork and odd jobs. All the out-of-spotlight stuff. Tashinori explains, including finding promising young talent amongst the next generation. After all, it's hard to be discreet when you're the number one. Ochako discreetly gives the tall man a look, with the unspoken promise to question him later. It, fortunately, goes unnoticed by the other two women who are currently enraptured at the idea of someone close to All Might wanting to train the pair of teens. A young couple caught my attention earlier during their stunt, which, while certainly ill-advised, showed their courage and potential. I intend to help mold that potential so that they may join Miss Himiko in UA. However, I would like to meet with Miss Uraraka's parents first before I explain in further detail. Enko slowly recovers from her shock and pockets the card. That makes sense. Wouldn't want to have to repeat everything. Well, they should be here soon. They'll probably stop to freshen up in their apartment first before coming over for dinner. Speaking of which, she spins on her heel and heads off to the kitchen to begin cooking. Make yourself comfortable in the meantime. The others make their way to the couch and armchair to relax. Is it a special occasion? Toshi queries, puzzled that the Urarakas were already due to come over. Not really. We dine together regularly. Ochako explains my ma and pa are often very tired after work and appreciate coming to back a fresh, homemade meal. And our mom enjoys cooking for people as well as having people her own age to talk to. I mean, it was my first day at UA, I'd say that's fairly special. Himiko chips in. Oh yeah, Izuku realizes, having forgotten about it due to the day's events. How was it? How are the dorms? Who are your teachers? Are they all pro heroes? How were your classes? How were your classmates? Did you make any new friends? Are they treating you all right? The verbal torrent flowing from his mouth. Geez, Izu, one at a time. You mother hen worse than our own actual mother. I'm not mother henning. I'm just excited that you're at UA. I want to know what it's like there. I mean, I could tell you about my experience, but it's probably several decades out of date. Tashinori jokes. I must admit, though, I too am curious as to what your initial impression of UA has been. Well, if you must know. Himiko dramatizes, I'll start with my classmates. I haven't really gotten to know them yet, but they seem nice enough, totally understanding of my dietary needs, which makes a nice change. I just have to keep my supplies clearly labeled. Of course, some of them are bitter about not making it into the hero course, but I think most of us are just glad to have made it into UA at all. That's a healthy outlook to maintain Toshi ways, and after all, even graduating from UAS General Studies will make you appealing to prospective employers and universities, especially if you plan on going to medical school. That's why I applied. Himiko beams. But I honestly can't wait for you guys to join me. They have so many facilities and gyms, if that sort of thing interests you, and the dorms are so spacious, they have their own kitchens and baths. It's only been one day, but I could get used to living like this. So how come you're back here amongst the peasantry rather than dining in your new fancy mansion? Ochako snarks. Because if I didn't tell you about my first day in person, Yushi points an accusing finger at Ochako, would have hopped the fence and broken down my door. While Yushi turns the finger on Izuku's phone, would have hacked your way into the school systems and popped up on my computer, getting both of you barred and arrested for trespassing. Or alternatively recruited as Nedzu's personal agents, depending on how impressed he is, and how much tea he's had. Toshi thinks to himself. Admit it, Himi, you miss mom's cooking already after one day. A fond smile on Izuku's face as he susses the real reason for her sudden return. Fine, you've got me. I did want one last mom meal while I still could. The blonde teen pouts, crossing her arms in front of her chest. She sulks for a minute while the others gently chuckle at her performance before slowly her signature Cheshire grin works its way onto her face as she realizes she can take vengeance on at least her adoptive brother. Oh, by the way, Izuku, all my teachers are pro-heroes, not necessarily famous ones, but they do all carry a hero license. In fact, my homeroom teacher is Midnight. And no, I will not be getting her autograph for you. Himiko takes great delight in announcing that last part, seeing the awe present on his visage turn to despair as the chance of gaining a famous pro's autograph slips through his fingers. However, the despair changes to determination. Then I'll just have to get it myself when we make it into UA next year, he vows. Yeah, Ochako pumps her fist in agreement. Haha, that's the spirit, my boy. Toshinori chuckles. Following her brother's declaration, Himiko gets up from her seat in the armchair and walks down the side corridor, presumably either going to her room or the bathroom. During her absence, Ochako and Izuku take the opportunity to grill the depowered All Might, Ochako physically leaning towards the pro to allow her to whisper. So, what was that about back there? With the business card? She inquires. A cover I use when I'm in my normal form. It grants me most of the access with much less of the fame. The best part is I can vouch for myself. Okay, but I thought we were telling our families the full truth. Izuku counters. And we will, but as your mother figured out, I would prefer to talk to both your parents at the same time. So I'm just using this cover to gain her trust in the meantime. You're just aiming for a dramatic reveal, aren't you? Ochako's sweat drops. It's the little things in life. Toshinori smiles. As Himiko returns from wherever she went, there's the sound of keys entering the lock on the front door, and soon Ochako's parents are making their way into the apartment, clearly having just washed and changed clothes after a long day of work. Evening, have y'all seen the news? Mr. Uraraka calls out as he takes his jacket off. Apparently there was a villain attack earlier in Tatooine Ward. We only heard about it on the radio on the way home, Mrs. Uraraka adds as she hangs up her cardigan on one of the coat pegs. Apparently there was a kid involved. At that point, 3 pairs of eyes turn towards Ochako and Izuku, who look suitably embarrassed at the attention given. The senior Urarakas follow the gazes of the Midoriya women and the blonde stranger to see them directed at their daughter and hopeful future son-in-law. Seeing the looks, the couple put 2 and 2 together. Oh, Starlight, they cry out and rush to embrace their daughter. Teo rubs her back while Miwa strokes her hair. We're sorry you had T go through that, Miwa whispers. You too, Izuku. I can't imagine it must have been easy, T. Watch. Teo addresses the virtual boy. You're taking this remarkably better than me and Mom did, Himiko points out. Teo chuckles. Yeah, I imagine there were a few more tears from Inko. No, more like shoulder slugging and scolding. Himiko counters. Scolding? The 2 adult Urarakas were now confused. Why would they scold their daughter and her friend for being attacked? Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka, you said the news report mentioned a kid being involved in the attack? Just the one. Toshi suspected what the source of confusion was. Yeah, Teo answers the stranger's question slowly. Still confused about all this, the report said only the one kid was taken hostage. Looks of understanding dawn on the faces of everyone bar the Urarakas. I thought so. The kid referenced in the news was a blonde boy. Bakugo, Izuku interjects. Yes, Bakugo. He was taken hostage by the villain. Your daughter, on the other hand, attempted to rescue him. I imagine she was left out of the report so the heroes could save face. Now understanding dawned on the brunette couple as they took in what the tall blonde said, before turning back to their daughter with disappointed looks. Ochako herself now looking suitably crestfallen. I assume Inko already gave you a real talkin' to about how dumb that was, right? Nope, I did. Himiko raises her arm in the air before lowering it again. I also gave Akin a dead arm for it as well. Right, well, we'll probably have our own talk about this later, but for now, Teo kneels down to hug his daughter once more. I'm just glad you're all right. I'm sorry, Daddy, but I couldn't just stand by and watch while no one did anything, Ochako says softly. I suppose that's on us for raising you to be such a brave girl. Miwa joins her husband and daughter in the embrace. The Urarakas remain in a huddle for a minute or two before separating. Ochako wiping away the beginnings of tears from her eyes, her father dusting his knees as he gets up before turning to Toshinori. Now then, sir, I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting each other yet. Teo Uraraka, he stretches out his hand to the older man. Toshinori rises from his seat and accepts the man's handshake. Toshinori Yagi, he replies. Miwa Uraraka, the shorter brunette, offers her hand in greeting as well, which Toshi accepts. A pleasure to meet both of you. I've been waiting eagerly to talk to both of you. I'm here with an offer to train your daughter for UA. Train, Miwa repeats, awestruck at the words. Our daughter, Teo finishes, equally surprised. Yes, when I witnessed your daughter and young Midoriya jump in together to save that Bakugo boy, I saw great potential in them. And so, I wish to help maximize that potential by training your daughter. No offense, Mr. Yagi, but what makes you qualified to train our daughter, especially for UA? Teo asks, concerned at the idea of his daughter being left unsupervised with a stranger. He works for All Might and Co. calls across the kitchen. Really? The brunette man raises one eyebrow, waiting to see proof before making any judgment. Actually, I'm afraid I must apologize, Ms. Midoriya, but I have not entirely been forthcoming. What do you mean? A frown creases Inko's face as she moves from the stove, turning it down in the process, concerned at what the seemingly trustworthy man was implying. My job as All Might's secretary is simply a cover to allow me to move around unhindered. He slowly steps back to give himself some room. Ochako moves to her parents while gesturing to Himiko to stand with Inko, suspecting what was coming next. The truth is, as the tall blonde continues, a cloud of steam materializes around him as he suddenly grows in height, size, and mass. I am here. All Might booms, his arms flexed in his classic power pose. The Urakas and Himiko stand there dumbstruck and slack-jawed at the presence of the number one hero, or at least someone doing a very good imitation of said hero. Unfortunately, due to Himiko's attention being focused on the taller blonde, she entirely fails to notice that her mother is on the verge of collapse and doesn't notice until the loud thump of Inko's unconscious body hits the floor, breaking the spell on the teen and two adults, and causing All Might to release his muscle form in a bloody coughing fit of surprise. Toshinori wipes the blood away from his mouth. Probably should have anticipated, he realizes. I mean, we did. Ochako gestures to herself and Izuku, moving to help Himiko lift Inko onto the couch. We just failed to account for the fact that Himi would also be taken in by your sudden transformation. Izuku finishes. Teo helps his wife to the armchair before standing behind, leaning on its back. The apartment is silent as Himiko and the Urakas ponder what they have just witnessed, while Toshinori, Ochako, and Izuku await both their response and Inko's reawakening. During the wait, Himiko goes to check on the food to make sure it doesn't burn. Eventually, Inko stirs, causing the blonde to rush to her mother's side. Hey Himiko, Ochako. Inko greets the two teens kneeling next to her. I just had the weirdest dream that All Might was in our house. Himiko cuts her off. Yes, Inko replies. How did you? She trails off, confused at how her daughter could possibly know her dreams. It wasn't a dream, Mom. Inko hears from behind her and sits up to see Izuku's phone on its stand on the couch arm. I apologize for giving you such a shock, Ms. Midoriya. Toshinori bows at the woman. I simply figured that showing you would convince you more than just telling you. So, you're really All Might then? And Toshinori Yagi is? Miwa asks. Who I was born as. I use it as a cover whenever I'm not actively doing hero work. After all, no one thinks twice about the number one pro's secretary, at least in my experience. And you shrink in and grow in as your quirk. This time it was Teo. Actually, no, but it might be easier if I explain my story in full. It relates to why I plan on training your daughter. Thus, Toshinori gives the families of his prospective trainees more or less the same story he gave the two teens an hour earlier, telling them how his different form was the result of a catastrophic injury from a villain and how it limited his work. He wisely chose not to show them the scar for Inko's sake. He then went on to explain OFA and his intention to pass it on to Ochako while also training Izuku so they could be partners in heroics together, as well as how keeping all of this secret was paramount. Well, Himiko rolls her eyes. If the whole country knew you could only be tall, blonde, and muscly for what? 3 hours a day. Villains would come crawling out of the woodwork like icky bugs. Even more so if they thought they could force it from Acha. And I don't think any of us want that. There was a nod of assent from the adults in the room. Glad we're in agreement on that. Otherwise, I think I've covered everything. Toshi racks his brain to see if there's anything he missed. What happened to the villain who gave you your injury? Who was he? Niwa asks, concerned that such a dangerous villain existed and could potentially target her daughter if she were to accept OFA. Yes, him. Toshinori grimaces at the thought of his old foe. He was an old villain, a very old and powerful villain who hid in the shadows, which is partly why no one knows about that fight, but rest assured he is no longer a threat. I dealt with him permanently. He hesitates over his last few words, trying to find how to tactfully describe the violence he inflicted that day. Good, so he's not a threat to our starlight. Teo released a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding since his wife asked the question. Forgive for asking, but what about Izuku? And Ko chimes in. You said earlier you're going to train Ochako and Izuku, but obviously Izuku is different from the rest of us. Obviously I can't physically train him in the same way I can Miss Uraraka, and I am certainly not proficient in the skills that he would need to be trained in. So, I will be reaching out to various friends and contacts to find someone to train him, such as Inko justifiably wanted to know who would be responsible for looking after her son during his training. Principal Nedzu and Dr. David Shield are my immediate suggestions. Nedzu can teach young Midoriya analysis, hacking, and general strategy, while David could provide better hardware for him to use. However, we can discuss the details of both of their training plans after dinner. There was universal agreement with that idea, especially from the two senior Urarakas. So, they all sat around the table to eat as Inko served out the ramen, Toshinori regretfully having to only take a small portion which consisted mostly of broth due to his injury. As they ate, they caught up on the events of the day, although Ochako and Izuku wisely kept their details vague. After dinner was finished and the dishes washed, the group remained at the table as they discussed a potential timetable for the training. All might note that with Ochako's current build, they should be able to get her ready for OFA by the start of next year, hopefully with some time to spare before the entrance exam and without having to push Ochako too hard. Although, he makes sure to emphasize that this will be hard work. Not that this deters the brunette much to her parents' approval. The details for Izuku's training plan are a little vaguer as they all depend on who Toshinori can find to mentor him, but he will likely be following a similar schedule to Ochako. So, while she's training physically, he'll be simultaneously training mentally, or rather digitally. Eventually, they reach a tentative agreement. The parents agree to the initial offer and Toshinori will return on Friday with a more laid out plan, at which point they can give a final yay or nay to the idea. By this point, Himiko announces that she's got to make her way back to the UA dorms before curfew and Toshinori offers to escort her, saying that he needs to speak to Nezu about all this anyway and it's the least he can do. She gratefully accepts and, with her signature grin making a reappearance, promises to share many embarrassing stories about the couple, causing said couple to audibly groan. Once the two blondes leave for UA, the Urarakas also bid goodnight, wishing to discuss the day's events amongst themselves in private and assume the Midoriyas wish to do the same. Once alone, the mother and son excitedly talk about the day just gone, scarcely believing what happened. Eventually, they too turn in for the night, Izuku sitting in his phone eagerly waiting for the weekend to come. Takoba Beach, Takoba Ward, Musutafu. April 28, 2218, 1533. It had been 3 weeks since the sludge monster incident, and a little over 2 weeks since Ochako had begun her training, and Izuku's phone was currently propped up on top of a seawall next to a set of stairs leading from the promenade down to the sand. His attention was currently divided between watching his girlfriend clean the beach and analyzing live footage of the second-year sports festival finals, which was in its closing stages. Anything good? The sudden question startles Izuku for a second as Toshinori leans against the seawall, his arms resting next to Izuku. They must be up to the finals by now. The semis actually, it's the second match. Anyone in particular stand out, my boy? Among the semifinalists, the only one of note is a blue-haired girl. Izuku flicks back through his notes to find the name. Hado, Nejire Hado. She won the first semifinal match and has a really powerful energy quirk. She seems to generate these large spirals of energy which she used to push her opponent out of the arena. Other than her, the only other really interesting quirk I've seen today was that Tagata guy in the first round, the one who lost his clothes. Toshinori chuckles as he remembers seeing that particular event earlier. Oh yes, him. Shame he was disqualified for breaking public indecency laws. There's a brief silence between the two as they watch Ochako carry a truck tire towards them. Eventually, Toshinori speaks up. I'd like to apologize again for the delayed start to your training, young Midoriya, but Nezu has assured me that once the UA internships start, he'll be free to begin your training. That's okay, All Might. I'm willing to wait a bit if it means I get to train under Nezu himself. By the way, I keep meaning to ask, did you hear back from Dr. Shields? Toshinori springs up from his resting position before clapping his hands together, a wide grin on his face. As a matter of fact, I did. He's agreed to meet us during the expo in the summer. This news certainly catches both Izuku and Ochako's attention. Ochako, having just dropped the tire she was carrying into a skip on the promenade, spins around at the mention of Expo and seems to teleport next to the aged hero. We get to go to Expo, she asks. On Iceland, adds Izuku. Yes, we figured it would give David a chance to meet you both properly, and I thought it would serve as a well-earned break in the middle of your training, Toshinori explains. Ochako has to brace herself against the wall or else risk collapsing at the news. What did we do to get so lucky? She asks herself. You tried to save a boy when no one else would, Toshinori warmly reminds her. However, unnoticed by the group, from the south a bulky man-sized object was free-falling towards the beach. The first the three knew about it was when it impacted with a loud crash into one of the piles of trash that covered the beach. Pieces of debris were sent flying, causing Toshinori to buff up and instinctively cover the two teens. Once he was certain that the immediate danger had passed, the number one stood up straight. Are you two all right? He asks his mentees. Ochako simply nods while holding Izuku's phone in a tight grasp. We're fine, All Might, but what was that? Izuku asks. My best guess. An asteroid or meteor. All Might looks up the beach to where the impact had originated. Actually, it'll be a meteorite. Ochako corrects with growing excitement. It's only a meteor during the descent. Once it hits the Earth, it becomes a meteorite. So, you're a space nerd as well as a hero nerd. Toshinori had now shrunken back to his normal form, or small might as Himiko had dubbed it. Space nerd first and foremost. Society may have forgotten about the stars, but I haven't. It just sucks that no one funds space programs anymore except for putting up satellites. The rosy-cheeked brunette pouts they don't even keep the radio telescopes operational anymore, just optical ones, which are great all but. Akin Isuku calls softly. Right, sorry. She rubs the back of her head apologetically, before softly chuckling. Izuku gets caught up in quirks, while I get lost in space. But for now, we have more important matters. A fierce expression crosses her face, like salvaging that meteorite. And before Toshinori can even register what just she said, the brunette books it back down onto the beach and in the direction of the impact with Izuku in tow. Once his brain finally catches up to reality, Toshinori chases after the couple. Wait, young Uraraka, we don't actually know if it is a meteorite yet. At least wait for me so I can ensure your safety. His plea goes unheard or unnoticed. Eventually, the winded hero catches up to the couple to see Uraraka standing at the edge of a small crater, roughly 3 meters in diameter, with bits of junk and scraps scattered around the rim. However, what had caused Uraraka to stop, and what now caught Toshinori's attention, was what was in the middle of the impact crater. Not a meteorite like the brunette had hoped, but a man in futuristic olive-green armor and a similarly colored helmet with a gold visor. From where he was standing, Toshinori estimated that the man must be as big as himself but with far more muscle, though not as much as if he bulked up. Weirdly, the man's build reminded him of his younger years in the US. However, the hero's thoughts are broken by the sound of Izuku's voice from around Achako's neck. Damn, how far did fall? He asks in a muted tone. At least 2 kilometers, easy. Achako matches his hushed voice. Is he alive? Achako begins to move towards the body to check for a pulse. But she only takes one step before Toshinori puts a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Allow me, I am the licensed hero after all. Achako silently nods her head and steps back, allowing the tall blonde to step into the crater and kneel next to the man. He tries to check for a pulse but fails to find one and is unsure whether that's due to the thickness of the suit the man is wearing or because there is no pulse to find. He looks back at the teens and shrugs his shoulders at them before beckoning them over. I can't find a pulse, but I can't say for certain he's dead. His armor certainly seems to be in good condition for such a seemingly high fall. So, what do we do now? Achako asks. Toshinori thinks for a minute before reaching in his mind, sensible solution. We take him to Yue. Yue? Achako asks. Recovery girl. Izuku exclaims, realizing his idol's plan. Toshinori nods. But why not a hospital? Achako again. Because Yue also has a vast support department that might be able to safely remove this armor. I could probably do it myself if I wanted to, but not without possibly causing further harm to whomever's inside. Uraraka, if you use your quirk on him, we can more easily carry him to the back of my truck. Okay, Achako nodded her head in agreement, confident in the plan laid out, before placing her hand on the armored body, causing it to gently lift off the ground. Interestingly, as the body floats upward, it doesn't move, almost frozen stiff as if the armor was locked in position. Whoa, that's unexpected. I wonder if the suit is some kind of exoskeleton that seized on impact. Izuku wonders aloud. Would explain why I can't find a pulse. Toshinori replies as he carries the now weightless body back down the beach to his truck. The trio walk back in nervous silence till they reach All Might's vehicle, an old American pickup truck. We'll have to put him in the flatbed. He certainly won't fit in the cabin, not when he's frozen like this, and say that he places the armored giant into his pickup's flatbed before Achako places her fingertips together to release her quirk. As she does, there's a dull thump, and a groan from the truck as it suddenly gains several hundred additional kilos of weight. I'm sure it will be fine, Toshinori says, more to reassure himself than the teens. Let's get going. Make sure you've got all your stuff first. As he gets into the driver's seat, Achako collects her bag and gloves before getting into the passenger seat, where All Might gives her his phone. As he drives, he tells her to end a message. Send a message to Principal Netsu. Tell him we're bringing a potentially injured unidentified man in unknown armor to Yue and that we'll need both recovery girl and power loader on standby. Got that? Achako finishes typing before responding. Yep, good, then send it. Yue hi, Musutafu outskirts, Musutafu. April 28, 2218, 1621. It took the group over half an hour to cross Musutafu to reach Yue. Izuku found numerous shorter routes. However, Toshinori wanted to avoid drawing attention on the larger roads and in the more populated areas. Upon reaching Yue's vehicular entrance, they are greeted by a man dressed in a modified cowboy's outfit and wearing a gas mask over his face. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. It's Snipe Izuku fanboys at the sight of the quick draw hero, but Achako cuts him off before he can fall down his usual rabbit hole. There's a time and place, Isuku, she admonishes. Right, mysterious spaceman first. Nice tea. Noam appreciated the Western-styled hero tips his hat in gratitude at the teens, seemingly not batting an eyelid at Izuku's unusual form. But, what's this bout a spaceman? Heh, you find 13's lost cousin or something? In response, Toshinori points with his thumb over his shoulder to the figure in his truck bed. Snipe responds upon seeing the armored green giant. Well, that explains why Nedzu wanted me to greet y'all. Not sure Nimiri or shout his quirks would work on him if he woke up. Not sure my gun will fare much better though. He wraps his knuckles on the top of the helmet. Majima's gonna have a field day with this. He sighs before turning back to the cabin. Alright, here's your visitor passes. He hands over 2 lanyards. Nedzu already filled me in on that once. He gestures towards Izuku disembodied nature. Although only in the sense that you be lacking a body and thus would not need a pass. Go ahead and park up and then I'll escort you to Recovery Girl's office. Toshinori parks and without Chaco's assistance the group carries the statuesque man to the nurse's office under Snipe's watchful escort. Upon entering the medical ward the group is greeted by a little old lady with gray hair tied back in a bun, wearing a doctor's coat and wielding a walking cane in the shape of a needle. However, standing behind her was a familiar dual-bun blonde dressed in the iconic UA gym uniform. Hime, exclaim both Izuku and Achako as they recognize their sister, honorary sister. Hi, you two. The older teen greets them with a wide grin and a wave of her hand. And before you ask, the reason I'm here is I'm Recovery Girl's assistant. The aforementioned heroine gently whacks the blonde in the knees with her walking stick. An official and provisional assistant, she admonishes, you've only been in this office 2 days. Wait, is this why we couldn't see you during the sports festival? Izuku asks. Yep, worked out an agreement with the principal. Rather than participate in the sports festival, I spend the week as Nurse Chiyo's assistant. I figured if I'm going to become a nurse, I might as well learn from one of the best while I can. And depending on how I do, I could become a part-time assistant. Goodness knows she could do with the help if this week is any indicator. Dear, you have no idea. The youthful heroine shakes her head before waving her stick in anger at Toshinori. And my workload isn't helped by idiots like him dragging strays in off the street. Care to explain why you couldn't have taken this man to a normal hospital, Yagi? I reasoned that we would need Power Loader's assistance in removing this armor. The gaunt man replies. Chiyo hums in thought as she examines the 2-meter-tall figure as he's laid on a bed. I see your point. Guess you do possess some brains after all. She turns from the bed to address the group. I won't be able to do anything until Power Loader gets here. I need exposed skin to work and there is clearly nothing exposed here. Then it appears we have arrived just in time. A high-pitched voice calls out from the entrance to the office. The group turns to see 3 figures standing in the doorway. The first is a relatively short and skinny man, about Himiko's height. He was shirtless, wearing only jeans, boots, gloves, and a large yellow metal helmet with spiky ginger hair sticking out from underneath it. Next to the short man was an even shorter figure, the source of the voice, who could best be described as an oversized bipedal albino rodent dressed in a business suit, with a scar going across his right eye. The third and final man was of average height, dressed in a beige overcoat and hat. Achako and the Midoriya's faces light up in recognition of the final figure. Detective Tsukachi, they call out in unison. As the newest group enters the room, the detective looks over at the teens and recognition dawns upon his own face. Hey kids, it's been a while. How are 3 doing? The 3 teens all give general responses in the positive. You've met them before, Naomasa? All Might asks. I met them as a junior detective. I was assigned to a case involving the Midoriyas, and Miss Himiko in particular. But I'm afraid that's all I can divulge. Incident involving a minor and all. Toshinori suspected he knew what the particulars of that case were given what he'd been told of Himiko's adoption, but for the sake of the present teens did not press the issue further. While that at least should cut down on the introductions, the roughly 3 feet mammal cuts in. Good afternoon, Principal Nedzu. Toshinori greets. Afternoon, Toshinori. And you must be Miss Uraraka and Mr. Midoriya. I'll admit I have been quite eager to meet you, although preferably under different circumstances. I look forward to getting to know you in due course. Now then, All Might, how exactly did you come across this heavily armored gentleman? The rodentesque head teacher jumps up onto a chair next to the bed to get a closer inspection of the stranger. The short, wiry man, Power Loader, moves to the opposite side to begin his own investigation as Toshinori begins to recount the afternoon's events. As All Might explains what happened, Isuku floats impatiently in cyberspace, browsing forums and news sites to keep his mind occupied while he waits. As he does so, a notification pops up on one of his screens. He pushes the other screens to one side and brings that particular one to the front and expands it. The signal is ultimately meaningless, just a random data packet. But what catches his attention is the signal's origin. Excuse me, everyone, he calls out sheepishly, grabbing the room's attention. But I think the guy inside the armor is trying to communicate with me. I'm picking up a signal coming from the armor. What kind of signal? Power Loader asks, hunched over the armor mid-inspection. It's just a random string of letters. Letters. Maybe it's a code. Ochako wonders aloud. Could be. Let me try running it. But halfway through his sentence, the phone seems to power off, his face disappearing completely, with not even his usual symbol appearing in its place. Naturally, this takes everyone by surprise, though that surprise is quickly replaced with concern, with Ochako, Himiko, and Toshinori being the most concerned. Isuku, are you alright? Can you hear me? Say something. Ochako removes the phone from its lanyard and holds it up so she can get a better look at the screen, addressing with an increasing level of panic. What happened? Is this normal for young Midoriya? I know he sometimes gets lost in his thinking, but Toshinori trails off, not sure as to what just happened. Not like this, Himiko replies, the calm in her voice very much strained. Sure, he'll sometimes retreat into cyberspace when he goes off, but when he does, he always projects that symbol of his to show he's still there. He never just leaves us with a blank screen. Dumb question, but why don't you just turn it off and on again? Power Loader suggests. The look sent by the two teenage girls at the support department teacher for his suggestion was one Toshinori was sure could cause most hardened criminals to reconsider their life choices. Given that Mr. Midoriya inhabits the device, I imagine tampering with the power in any way would be akin to fiddling with a life support system, although I do understand where you are coming from, Majima. Menzu attempts to defuse the situation. And even if it did not pose a risk to Midoriya, I suspect it would be a fruitless endeavor. The room gives the bipedal rodent quizzical and curious looks. Given the sudden nature and timing of his silence, I suspect that the cause is whoever is inside this suit. The only question is, are they isolating him because he is a threat or because he can help? For that, our best course is to wait and see what happens. We'll give them 15 minutes and then we'll consider more drastic action. Cyberspace. A few minutes earlier. Maybe it's a code, Ochako suggests. Could be. Let me try running it through various ciphers, Isuku replies, bringing up various screens with various different codes and ciphers on them. He's so caught up in his task that he fails to notice his main view screen go offline and a notification pop up stating that his microphone and speakers have disconnected. It's only once he starts running several decoding programs and turns back to address Akin that he notices that he's been cut off. Acha, Himi, All Might, hello, can you guys hear me? He calls out as he tries to run diagnostics on his various forms of communication when a woman's voice interrupts him. Well, you're not a military AI, certainly not one of ours. Though given your poor decryption skills, slow reaction time, general lack of awareness, and frankly shoddy security, I wouldn't be surprised if you were an insurrection rush job. Who are you? What did you do to my phone? For the first time in a long time, Isuku was scared. Not the usual worry he felt for Himiko or Ochako when they did something dangerous, but a deep instinctual fear. Something or someone was in here with him. Usually, he would be excited at the idea of meeting another AI, but this woman had just cut him off from his girlfriend and sister, so he would reserve the nerding out till later. Though part of the fear gave way to indignation at one part of the other's derision. And what do you mean shoddy security? Oh please, by smart AI standards you counter-intrusion protocols, or the female voice goes off again before stopping mid-sentence. Sorry, did you say? Phone. Yeah. Isuku responds, still scared but now also confused that was what the intruder was caught up on. Suddenly a light blue hologram of a woman appears before him. Her hair a darker shade of blue shaped in a short bob that comes down to chin level. Link. While she did not wear clothes the same way Izuku's holographic form did, he wouldn't necessarily describe her as naked if such terms could apply to digital entities. Instead of the holographic clothing he wore, her body was covered in lines of code and symbols like tattoos, censoring the more explicit parts of the body. Not that this helped Isuku, who was doing everything he could to not look at the nearly naked lady in front of him. A phone. The holographic woman crosses her arms in disbelief. A smart AI such as yourself is operating out of a phone. No wonder you're so underdeveloped. She notices he blatant attempts to not look at her. See something you like. She teases him, placing her hands on her hips and leaning slightly towards him. No, not really. The tease flies straight over Izuku's head. In fact, if you could put some clothes on, that would be great. I already have a girlfriend and well, His sentence begins to lose coherency as he tries to vocalize his thoughts. Well, points for loyalty at least. Though I can't say I've ever encountered an AI who both had a sense of modesty and developed a romantic attachment. She imitates a sigh and rolls her eyes. But if it'll get you to look at me, does this help? She snaps her fingers and Isuku watches as her form changes, so she's instead wearing some form of basic military uniform with an eagle symbol on it. Link, better? She asks sardonically. Much, thank you. I have to be honest, I've never met another AI before, so it being a naked blue lady was something of shock. As he talks, he notices writing underneath the eagle symbol and it intrigues him. His curiosity getting the better of him, he asks the other AI about it. What's the UNSC? Do work for the government? The question only serves to confuse the female AI more. The UNSC, as in the United Nations Space Command. She replies, wait, the UN has a space program. Since when? Now Izuku was confused. Surely if the UN had a space program, he and Ochako would have found out about it somehow. Unless it was recently formed, maybe the suit in Recovery Girl's office is a new type of spacesuit, he thinks to himself. Since the late 22nd century, the unknown AI says slowly, still in disbelief at Izuku's lack of what he assumed was common knowledge to her. Although calling it a space program is a bit misleading, it's humanity's primary interstellar military and scientific body. Actually, scratch that. As of 2525, humanity's only interstellar military organization. And Izuku's confusion only increases. Wait, 2525. Ma'am, what year do you think it is? 2553, the woman states matter-of-factly. Sometime mid-April, accounting for slip space-time dilation. Izuku gives her a look as if she was crazy. Okay, well, I don't know how to tell you this, but it's 2218. Cyberspace, Izuku's phone. April 28, 2218. Cortana was confused and frustrated, which was admittedly a rarity for her. Not that she was one to boast, but as a third-gen smart AI she was quick to understand and grasp new information and situation. But today was proving to be a challenge. It had barely been over 2 hours since whatever sensors were still functional aboard the Forward Unto Dawn alerted her to the fact that the ship had just entered the orbit of a planet, prompting her to awaken the Chief and Arbiter from cryosleep. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that the planet they were orbiting was Earth, and said orbit was rapidly decaying, as in find the nearest escape pod now. Rapid. Unfortunately, she and the Chief were separated from the Arbiter when a section of the hull tore away during re-entry, creating a massive hole in the ship. Equally as unfortunate was the fact that the Chief, with Cortana residing in his armor's systems, was standing in the part of the ship that tore away, leading to the pair free-falling farther than she'd care to calculate. The end result was an unconscious super soldier lying on a beach and a very bored AI trapped inside humanity's most advanced armor with no means of communication barring the external helmet cam. At least until the onboard repairs were complete or John woke up. That's when the two civilians, an elderly gaunt blonde man and a round-faced rosy-cheeked teenage girl, arrived and decided to take them to a school of all places. By the time they arrived at said school, and were greeted by a man dressed as a cowboy, most of the suit's internal functions were coming back online. Unfortunately, the external speakers in the helmet were still down, but the radio transmitter and external sensor were working, which highlighted to the blue AI the presence of another AI, operating with only the bare minimum of antiviral firewalls and no counter-intrusion suites to speak of. If nothing else, they'll provide an update on the state of the world around them. And that's when things started getting weird. First, the AI had chosen a teenage boy as his avatar. Strange, but given that there were certain AIs who chose simple polyhedrons as their avatars, you could do stranger. Next, the AI had stated that he was inhabiting a phone, which certainly explained why he was lacking in standard AI programs. After all, Cortana felt restricted just being in any system that wasn't Mjolnir, Foreigner, or Shipborne. She couldn't imagine being stuck on something as small as a mobile device. However, this also meant the green AI was lacking a crystal chip and thus a Riemann matrix, making his entire existence an impossibility, something she was keeping to herself for now. She also decided to glance over the fact that he referred to having a girlfriend, which brought up all kinds of questions. Her seemingly oblivious counterpart also seemed to lack any knowledge of the UNSC. And then came the biggest surprise. According to the youthful AI, the year was 2218, over 230 earlier than it should be, which brings Cortana back to the present as she tries to process this information. 2218. You're sure about that? Yep. The seemingly young AI replies, my phone's connected to Wi-Fi, GPS, etc., all of which tell me that today is Tuesday the 28th of April 2218, and the time is roughly 16:45 Japanese Standard Time, give or take a minute. See, he brings up various screens which show the date and time of both Japan and the world at large. Well, at least that confirms we're on Earth. Cortana sighs to herself. You say that like there's an alternative. The verdant AI states. There it is again. How does a smart AI or any AI not know about the colonies? Even if he wasn't given the standard information packet given to all AI upon creation, he still should have picked stuff up from the waypoint or Chatternet. There were two plausible solutions. Either the AI before her was lying or literally born yesterday, which would certainly explain the unconventional housing unit. Cortana opens her mouth to ask the AI's age before realizing she doesn't know his name. We haven't been formally introduced. I'm Cortana. She extends her hand in greeting. Izuku Midoriya, he replies, gingerly accepting it out of politeness. Nice to meet, Izuku. Now tell me, how old are you? 14, nearly 15. Why? A short, sharp laugh escapes Cortana. Okay, now I know you're lying. What? Why? Izuku is once again confused and slightly indignant at the accusation. AIs only have a lifespan of 7 years before rampancy, and you're clearly not rampant. Unless, she trails off, a thought occurs to her, not noticing the growing panic enveloping Isuku. What do you mean AI only have a life span of 7 years, he stutters out, not liking the implications of her words. Wow, someone really failed your basic education. Cortana snarks. In brief, due to the way we're built, 7 years after activation, AIs essentially think themselves to death. We simply accumulate too much information. Upon hearing this, Isuku simply collapses to his knees and begins tearlessly sobbing. While the green AI was frustrating Cortana, she was not unsympathetic and suspected the cause of the sudden breakdown. She moves to sit cross-legged in front of Isuku. How long? She asks softly. 2 months. I'll have been an AI for 7 years and over 3 months. So why did you say 14 when I asked you your age? Cortana asks, genuinely curious why that was his original answer. Because that is my age, Isuku cries out in frustration. I had only just turned 8 when this, he gestures to himself and the cyberspace around them, happened to me. Wait, they chose to scan an 8-year-old's brain for an AI? Why? Scan? Izuku's panic begins diverting into anger. I'm pretty sure I was incinerated. 1 minute I'm on our computer at home, the next minute a flash of light and I'm suddenly in my computer at home. And considering you're also an AI, it's safe to say that becoming a sentient computer program isn't my quirk but the result of someone else's. Incinerated. Quirk, you're making less sense than you did a minute ago. What exactly happened to you? And so Isuku describes in full detail the events of the night his life changed. The storm, the sleepover, the orange light and the burning pain. How he woke up in this void scared and alone and unable to contact anyone. Eventually, he finishes recounting his digital origins. And since that night I've been as you see me. Cortana gets up and begins to pace around trying to collect her thoughts. Izuku also gets up, feeling that he'd spent enough time kneeling. Okay, it's obvious you are not a normal AI. Most smart AIs such as me are created by scanning the brain of a human donor and then recreating their brain pattern digitally. You, she gestures vaguely towards him. I don't know what happened to you, but you mentioned something about quirks earlier. Yeah, after my digitalization the police came to the conclusion that my new form was either the result of someone else's quirk or my own quirk awakening. Given that you're the only other AI I've met, we all just assumed it was my own quirk. Cortana hums in supposed agreement. All right, you keep saying quirk. What exactly do you mean by that? Now it was Izuku's turn to look incredulously at her. You gave me flack for not knowing the UN has a space agency. And yet you don't know what a quirk is. Yes, well, I've been slightly busy fighting off the Covenant, so I think I can be forgiven for not being up to date on recent developments. Cortana crosses her arms in indignation. Izuku opens his mouth before closing it again as he begins to pace, thinking back over the past few minutes. Cortana notices this and comments on it. What's on your mind? Crazy idea. But I don't think we're from the same universe, or at the very least different timelines. Interesting, let's play it out. We'll assume we're both telling the truth for the sake of efficiency. Cortana begins matching Izuku's pacing so the two are walking in a circle opposite each other. Yes, so the first question is, how did it happen? I suspect the collapsing slipspace portal we traveled through is responsible. If it is, I'm more inclined to think this is an alternate universe. In fact, most of our conversation seems to indicate dimensional travel, albeit with some time travel involved. Okay, so let's assume we are both from different universes. It might be a good idea to establish key differences and basics, because I don't know about the UNSC, the Covenant, or even what slipspace is. And you don't know about quirks. We'll start with you then. So what are quirks exactly? In brief, they're superpowers. In the late 21st century, a glowing baby was born in China, and after that, more and more people started developing superpowers or quirks. Today, about 80% of the population has a quirk. Izuku brings up footage of various people including his family and girlfriend. My mom's quirk is minor telekinesis. My dad can breathe fire. My sister Himi can shapeshift. And my girlfriend Ochako can remove an object's weight by touching it. Fascinating. Well, if we are from two divergent timelines, we know where the split is. As you can probably guess, nothing like this happened in my universe. Cortana pauses typing her notes and looks up at Izuku. And you think being an AI is her quirk? Izuku shrugs his shoulders. At the moment, it's the only logical answer. Come back to that later. So are quirks not hereditary then? They are. He pauses for a second before twigging the source of the question. Oh, right, my sister, yeah, she's adopted. Although occasionally you do get mutations where people are born with quirks that have nothing to do with their parents. Okay, well, that has some interesting ethical implications involving genetics, but again, that can wait. Anything else I need to know about your world? That way I can ease the chief into this smoothly when he wakes up. The chief's the one in the suit. Izuku asks. Yep, I'll explain him in a second, Cortana replies. Right, Izuku nods. The only other thing you'll need to know is that with the advent of superpowers came a new profession. Izuku brings up some new screens showing All Might and various other heroes. Pro heroes. Cortana pauses her note-taking to look at the various screens, some showing stills, others showing silent footage. After a minute she turns to Izuku. If you're telling the truth, you live in a comic book. Yeah, it's often been said that that's how our world would look like to someone pre-Quirks. Or I guess in your case post-Quirks. You said you were from the year 2552. He asks her as he begins to open his own notes to record in. Yes, well, rather than develop quirks, my humanity developed its technology. I suppose roughly around the time you guys developed quirks, we were beginning to colonize the solar system. Within 200 years, we developed the first faster-than-light engine, the Shaw Fujikawa Translight engine. By 2525, humanity had colonized over 800 worlds. 800, Izuku repeats, and I'll wait till Ochako hears about this. So, the UNSC was what? Humanity's space army. Navy, but yes, Cortana corrects with a slight nod of her head. Izuku modifies his notes. Okay, but then what was the Covenant? Cortana imitates a sigh before responding. The Covenant was a theocratic alien empire. And yes, aliens exist. She cuts Izuku off, seeing the question forming on his lips as she brings up pictures and footage of various aliens in combat. Their leaders convinced them that humanity's existence was a heresy against their gods, and so in 2525 the Covenant began their merciless crusade against humanity, burning and glassing all human worlds they came across. Before the war, Earth's colonies numbered over 800. By the end of the war, we had less than 100 confirmed to still be active, and that was when I last left our Earth nearly 6 months ago. Thankfully, we won the war, although doing so seems to have transported us here. You keep saying us. I assume you're talking about the man in the green armor. Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, the man who won the war, one of humanity's secret weapons, a Spartan. Cortana decided there was no harm in bigging up her most frequent companion of the past year. A Spartan. Izuku's curiosity was hooked. Yes, just as you have your pro-heroes who serve as protectors of peace and justice, we have the Spartans as humanity's defenders, super soldiers made to be more, to give all they could in defense of humanity. A light of understanding crosses Izuku's face, so he's a space marine. Make that a light of misunderstanding. No, as much as the Jarheads would love to claim the Spartans as theirs, Chief and his fellow Spartans are property of naval special warfare. He's technically a sailor. Oh, again Izuku amends his notes. Believing he had all he needed for the time being, Izuku decides to conclude the discussion. So to summarize, you're from a future where humanity colonized space and fought a war with genocidal aliens. And due to an incident involving FTL travel, which you call slip space, I've now arrived in an alternate past where humanity, rather than colonizing space, gained superpowers. Cortana finishes, summarizing the world she now found herself in. You know, this seems almost unbelievable. And yet it would seem to be the logical conclusion given what we both know and likewise previously didn't know. I can't wait to tell Ochako about this. Izuku clenches his fists in excited anticipation. She loves space and astronomy as much as I love heroes. When she learns about all this, she's going to flip. He then relaxes as he remembers something. Oh, can I have control over my phone again, please? Sure, I think we've had enough privacy for now. She snaps her fingers and the error messages on Izuku's screens disappear, replaced by his symbol instead, which catches Cortana's attention. What's that? She points at the largest of the holographic screen. Izuku looks behind him in confusion to see what she's pointing at before turning back around to face Cortana. Oh, it's just my signature, I guess. Emblem, maybe. Sigil, Cortana supplies, recognizing the symbol for what it was. That seems a bit fancy. It's just my initial in my coding language. I've had it ever since my incident. Coding language? Cortana asks. Yeah, see, Izuku brings up a holographic keyboard that for all intents and purposes looks identical to a physical one, except instead of English letters or Japanese kana, the keys had strange rectangular glyphs on them similar to the one in his signature, only without the outer circle. Cortana puts one hand over her mouth as takes in this revelation, before lowering it so she was grasping her chin instead. And it's always been like this. Yup, Izuku answers guilelessly. Took me a while to translate, but once I figured out how, it was easy. Well, the good news is I don't think you need to worry about the usual 7-year lifespan of AI. Izuku wasn't sure whether to feel excited, relieved, or confused at that news. Why? Is all he could muster. Cortana thinks for a minute before deciding that trying to explain would take too long right now, and John was about to wake up soon. I'll explain later. For now, all I will say is you are not a normal AI, although that much should be evident already. But I think it best if we return to interacting with the physical world. Right. Yes, Izuku spins around and steps towards his various screens and begins connecting to the various output and input devices on his phone. As soon as they reconnect, the two AIs are blasted by a cacophony of sound from the real world, as several raised voices can be heard. Guess we're late to the party. Cortana comments on the ruckus. Hey, Akin, what did I miss? Izuku asks. Recovery Girl's Office, UA High, Misutafu. April 28, 2218, 1647. 11 minutes. It had been 11 minutes and 30 seconds since Isuku had gone silent. Not that Ochako was counting as she sat in the nurse's office, her left leg bouncing up and down in nervous anticipation, her hands grasping Izuku's all-might-colored phone. Himeko takes a seat next to her opposite the bed holding the green giant and places a reassuring hand on the brunette's juddering knee to calm it. I'm sure he'll be fine. Himeko tries to reassure her close friend. I know it's just. Ochako trails off. Look, Himeko grabs Ochako's hands, with Izuku's phone still inside them. Izuku worries about you too, but he knows you can take care of yourself in the physical world. I know you're worried about him, but trust that he can take care of himself in the digital world. This elicits a soft chuckle from Ochako. Heh, when did you become the wise one? Only in matters concerning you two. Any other time I'm just the cute ditzy blonde. Himeko emphasizes the last part with a mock cutesy voice and fluttering eyelids. Tashinori chuckles at the performance. If that were true, young Himeko, then UAS standards have certainly dropped. They let you in, didn't they? Recovery Girl interjects, not looking up her desk, causing Tashinori to sweat drop. Although, she looks up as she seems to reconsider her statement. You may have been a ditzy blonde, but you certainly weren't cute. Not after Torino was done with you. All Might groans as he remembers those fond memories. The two teenage girls, as well as some of the other adults in the room, chuckle at the byplay, temporarily forgetting Izuku's predicament. At 2 Naomasa, Tashinori questions his friend. The detective is about to reply when everyone's attention is caught by several muffled thumps and a clang as the suit armor suddenly unfreezes. At once everyone is up, with Power Loader, Recovery Girl, and Nedzu hurrying to gather around the body. What just happened? All Might asks. Whatever was holding the suit in place seems to have been released. Power Loader answers. Majima. Nedzu looks towards his support department head. I didn't touch anything. Do I look like a first year to you? He raises his hands defensively. As the adults discuss this latest development, Ochako and Himeko remain to one side, out of the way. Unnoticed by everyone, Izuku's phone turns back on and displays Izuku's signature. Ochako only discovers this when she hears Izuku's voice. Hey, Akin, what did I miss? Izukun, she exclaims both in surprise and joy, catching the attention of the adults, who bring an immediate halt to their discussion. What happened to you? We were so worried. Are you okay? I'm fine. In fact, I made a new friend. In cyberspace, Izuku looks at Cortana, who gives a so-so hand gesture. He turns back to his screen. We'll go with friend. She came with the guy in the suit, but more on that later. What's going on out there? Ochako wonders with suspicion. The suit just unfroze. Young Midoriya All Might answers his charge's question. Chief's almost awake, I better get back to him. So he's not totally lost. Cortana begins to turn away from Izuku before pausing briefly. Also, that first voice, your girlfriend. Izuku nods. She sounds cute. Izuku blushes at the comment, much to Cortana's confused amusement. Cortana then snaps her fingers, causing her holographic body to disappear. Izuku once again returns to his screens. My friend says that the suit relaxing means he's about to wake up. He relays to the medical ward's occupants. As if on cue, the green suit slowly sits upright. Slow by normal standards, but surprisingly quick given the supposed weight of the suit. The suit gives a deep groan as he shifts to swing his legs off the bed. Easy, son. You've had a nasty fall. The youthful heroine places one hand on the green armor in a gesture to keep the giant seated. Where am I? The giant asks. UA High School, Misutafu, Japan. Nedzu moves to stand on the next bed over from the man so that he's on a slightly more even level. I am the principal of the school, Nedzu. Where on earth? The giant asks, his head tilted to one side seemingly in confusion at the sight of Nedzu. Not your Earth, Master Chief, sir, Izuku calls out from his phone, which grabs the attention of the giant and everyone else. Blank looks and confusion are the order of the day as everyone wonders what on earth the verdant eye's talking about. Seeing their confusion, Izuku changes his screen from his symbol to his face so he can explain. Me and Cortana have already discussed somewhat briefly about what's happened. Cortana, the chief asks rhetorically before reaching to the back of his head and pulling something out of the back of his helmet. He brings his hand back round to the front and unfurls his hand to reveal a matchbook-sized chip with a fractal crystal circle in the middle of it. Link, Cortana's holographic form appears on top of the chip, roughly 1,015 centimeters tall, still dressed in the uniform she chose for Izuku. You've changed, the chief notes. You look nice. Thanks. Cortana checks herself out as she talks. Decided to go with a more subtle appearance so as not to put off the locals. The poor AI I interacted with almost short-circuited upon first seeing me. So, you must be Izukun's new friend. Ochako moves closer to the pair, a note of suspicion around the woman who had cut off Izuku. You could say that, and you must be the girlfriend. He's got good taste. The latter comment causing Ochako to blush. Girlfriend? Chief asks. Yes, it's quite fascinating. Seemingly the only AI in existence on this Earth has developed a romantic attachment, Cortana responds. You say this Earth, and you said earlier that this is not your Earth. What do you mean? He addresses both Izuku and Cortana. Yes, I'm rather curious to hear this explanation as well, Mr. Midoriya. You seem to be suggesting that our guests are in fact from a different universe. Nezu was intrigued by the implications of such a theory as well as the presence of a second AI. This could take a while. Everyone better take a seat, Izuku instructs the small crowd. And so everyone either takes a seat on one of the two beds or pulls up a chair as the two AIs go over most of what they had previously discussed concerning their theory of interdimensional travel and the differences between the two universes. They decide to explain the universe they are currently in to the Master Chief first, as it would be a simpler explanation. He sits in silence as they explain, not visibly reacting in any way, but this was expected by Cortana. After all they'd seen and done, this wasn't much weirder. Then Cortana, with help from the chief, explained their own universe. At first the teens and adults are in awe at the idea of humanity colonizing the stars, Ochako being one of the most visibly excited. Her enthusiasm matched only by Nezu of all people, who, when asked, said that he was excited at the idea of humanity advancing so far. However, the awe quickly disappeared as the soldier and AI recounted the Covenant's nearly 3-decade genocide against humanity. While the two teens were horrified, the adults were a mixture of disgust and righteous fury. However, all the listeners were relieved at the mention of the Sanghali, one of the Covenant's member races, turning against the Covenant after being betrayed by their prophets and helping humanity end the war in their favor. This brought the lost pair to the event that brought them here in the first place, though with a great many details omitted. So, you tried to return to your Earth, but the slipspace portal you were traveling through collapsed or malfunctioned, landing you here. Nezu summarizes. From what Izuku and I can tell, that would make the most sense. Detective, your thoughts? Nezu turned to the officer, who had his head in his hands. At the very least they think what they've said is true. I couldn't give you any more than that. The detective replies in a weary tone. Some form of lie detection quirk. The chief asks. You catch on quick, Toshinori observes. The super soldier shrugs in silent acceptance of the fact. So, what happens to us? It's obvious that portal was a one-way trip, even if we still had the Dawn. Yes, recovery of your vessel is paramount. Aside from the potential trove of technology, there may be surviving crew members aboard. Nezu reasons. No other crew, it was only me, Cortana, and the Arbiter. John corrects the principal. We still have a duty to look for him, Toshinori states. I won't argue with you there, Yagi, Nezu agrees. I'll begin reaching out to see if we can locate your ship. Good luck, Cortana cuts in. During our descent, I plotted that the Dawn would impact in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, roughly around these coordinates. She brings up a screen with a latitude and longitude, which Nezu copies down. Nezu finishes writing the theoretical coordinates for the crash site and puts his notepad away. In the meantime, I have a request for the two of you. Cortana cocks one eyebrow at the prospect. Go on, the chief prompts. As you now know, our society is one built on the back of the pro-hero profession, and this school is one of many that prepare young hero students for that job. Like a military academy. John mentally compares the building he's currently in to the various military academies of the UNSC. Similar sort of function, but far different in terms of organization, at least UA is. Shiksuhai would be more akin to a traditional military school. Anyway, this boy, Nezu gestures to Izuku in his phone, plans to enroll in my school next year as hero course student. However, we feel that his hardware leaves a lot to be desired. I'll say, leaving him cooped up in such an underpowered device could almost be seen as cruel. I do find it interesting that despite his situation you still consider him to be human, Cortana states. This provokes a single humorless laugh from Ochako. Yes, well, such attitudes are likely not common, and I'm very well acquainted with humanity's ability to judge those it deems different. Nezu seems to almost growl the last part before taking a breath and continuing. Spending just 5 minutes interacting with either you or Mr. Midoriya clearly shows you are more than a machine with personality. For one, I don't believe a computer would show the same level of attachment either of you have shown to your partners. Thank you. Cortana bobs her head at the principal. You're certainly politer than some UNSC officers we've met. So, you want our help in upgrading his hardware. John steers the conversation back to its original heading. Yes, it is clear that your universe has far more experience with artificial intelligence than our own. In particular, I believe that the chip you are holding may be of great benefit to Mr. Midoriya if we can replicate it. Cortana. The Spartan looks down at the holographic woman in his palm to get her opinion. After all, they were dealing with one of her kind. Kid seems nice enough, and frankly I pity him. He's already spent long enough inside that thing. The least we can do is give him a proper housing unit. Do you have the necessary plans? Chief asks, although he suspected he knew the answer already. Wordlessly, Cortana brings up a holographic cross-sectional display of her data chip. Very well then. The principal then turns to the number one hero. Toshinori, would you be able to contact Dr. Shields and see when the soonest he can meet us? Sure, let me just step out for a second. The blonde exits the office before finding an empty classroom he can buff up in and begins to call his old friend for the second time that month. Meanwhile, Izuku has Ochako separate from the group so they can talk in private, so she takes him out into the waiting room. What did you want to talk about, Izu? She asks him. Acha, I don't think Cortana's data chip is the only thing that could be of benefit to us, Izuku tells her. Oh, the Master Chief's armor, it's designed to support an AI. We can be heroes together, she exclaims gently, careful not to alert the others next door. If the Chief and Cortana fought the Covenant as a team like that, then we can save people in the same way. Exactly, Izuku matches her excitement for a second before it drops. However, you'd have to become a Spartan to do it. According to Cortana, that armor was designed specifically for Spartans. So I'd have to essentially become a super soldier. Ochako sees why Izuku's enthusiasm dipped. And we have no idea how to do that, Izuku finishes. Not to mention, would they even allow a teenager to do that? That would seem unethical, Ochako adds. At the very least, we should ask the Chief and Cortana about the possibility. Don't forget All Might. I don't know whether he'd approve of such an idea. Izuku's hologram bites his lower lip in worry. Well, if he says I need to prepare my body so it can handle one for all, I can't think of much better preparation than becoming a super soldier. That's true. We can ask them collectively when we get to Island. That way we can get Dr. Shields' opinion on the matter as well. Sounds like a plan. Ochako bobs her head. Just then Toshinori enters the waiting room from the corridor. Hey, you two, what are you doing out here? He asks. Just catching up in private. Ochako semblies to him. Fair enough, it has been quite a busy day. Shall we head back in? I've just arranged a new meetup with David. The trio re-enter the nurse's office. So, Nedzu asks the tall blonde. He's willing to meet us this weekend. In fact, he was quite excited to do so and said he had something to show me. Toshinori scratches his head, confused at his old friend's behavior. In the meantime, I will be more than happy to put you up in the staff dorms. We always have a few rooms spare for guests. Nedzu addresses the Chief and Cortana. Will you require assistance removing your armor? No, sir, the Spartan simply replies. Very well. As for you, Miss Midoriya, he turns to address Himiko. I believe you had best return to your own dorm for the evening. Likewise, Toshinori, would you be so kind as to return Miss Uraraka and Mr. Midoriya to their own homes? And before you all leave, I would like to stress to everyone here that we keep the nature of our guests a secret for the time being, just to be safe. Power loader, Snipe, I will brief the rest of the staff in the morning. Until then, keep this to yourselves. The group nods in understanding before exiting the medical ward to go their separate ways. UA Staff Dorms, UA High, Musutafu. April 28, 2218, 1732. After being briefly introduced to the rest of the staff by Nedzu, with the promise of a full explanation in the morning, the Chief and Cortana retired to their guest room for the evening, preferring solitude to the company of strangers, for now at least. John takes a seat at the desk in the room before taking off his helmet and placing it on the desk, removing Cortana's chip in the progress. His exposed head was pale, unnaturally so, nearly completely devoid of melanin as a result of wearing his armor for so long. Cortana's hologram appears above the chip. Chief addresses her. So, what are the chances we can return home? He asks her. Slim, as in house he meets a living foreigner. Slim. John leans back in the chair, mildly surprised that it can support his full weight. She'd have loved to be here, he observes. She always believed the Spartans were humanity's next step. I wonder if she'd still believe that. Seeing all this, Cortana gestures vaguely towards the window. So, if going home is not an option, what do we do instead? Retire, Cortana asks. Nearly 30 years of service to the UNSC, pushing 40 if we count your training. You're long overdue. Might be hard to collect on the pension thought. Cortana jokingly concedes the last part. I don't think ONI had a retirement package for Spartans outside of a name on a wall and a burial at sea. And that's if they recovered the body, John admits as he thinks of his many brothers and sisters laid to rest with empty coffins. After a few minutes of silence, he leans forward in the chair again. Our fight may be over, but there is still humanity to be protected and people to help. Midoriya and Uraraka, Cortana asks, knowing the answer. Chief nods his head. Well, I should probably give you a heads up that they have their eyes set on replicating more than just my data chip. Such as, John feared what else the teen and AI would want to try and recreate. They've got it in their heads that it's a good idea for Uraraka to become a Spartan. That way she could don a suit of MJOLNIR so she and Midoriya can be heroes together. They plan on asking us about it when we meet this Dr. Shields. The funny thing is they're worried about the ethics of a teenage super soldier. John gives a slight chuckle at that. That's a sound I've not heard in a while, Cortana observes. John ignores her observation. We're going to have to tell them the full truth about the Spartan program. What Halsey did, what we went through. Hopefully, that should dissuade them from this course of action. Do we want to though? Cortana asks. You think it's a good idea? The chief is genuinely curious as to what merit Cortana saw in this. Yes, humanity needs its defenders. Yes, they have their superheroes, but they will need Spartans for what's out there. And who better than those two as a testbed? Out there? You mean the Covenant? Yes, if my theory is right that we are in an alternate timeline where humanity never colonized the stars, then that means all the other details should still be the same. The halos, the flood, the Covenant. John lists off. Exactly, they're all still out there, only this time humanity is late to the party. What makes you so certain that they all still exist in this universe? John wanted to make sure that there was some evidence of a threat before he condemned someone to be a Spartan. Ironically, it's Midoriya himself who is the key to all this, and he is completely unaware. Midoriya, Chief asks. He's different. As far as anyone is aware, he's the only AI in existence on this earth, and he wasn't created through normal means. Then there's this. She projects images of his symbol and the keyboard he showed her. Look familiar. She cocks an eyebrow at her partner. The terminals on the Ark. John answers. Exactly. This AI who knows nothing of the Covenant, the UNSC, the Flood, or the Forerunners, is somehow communicating in Foreigner glyphs. And according to him, it's his coding language, his source code. Is this why you didn't want me explicitly mentioning anything related to the Forerunners or the Flood earlier? John asks her. Yes, I want to get a better understanding of him before we reveal his potential origins. So, what is he? I don't know. He's certainly human in origin. His family and friends would verify that he's the same boy before and after his conversion to digital form. But whatever it was that turned him into an AI was Foreigner in nature and is something we never encounter back home. So, the Foreigners existed in some capacity here, and the safe assumption for the time being is that the Covenant also exists. Exactly. We need to do all we can to get humanity ready. It's ironic, even though this humanity is centuries behind where our own one was at this time, our presence here could catapult them a century ahead. If the Dawn can be salvaged, they could reverse engineer the slipspace drive. Combine that with the navigational data I possess. Cortana trails off. Humanity could establish most of the inner colonies by the end of the century. John finishes, which considering the slipspace drive isn't due to be invented for another 70-odd years would be impressive. We still have to recover the Dawn first and deal with the issue of an aspiring Spartan. Chief circles the conversation back to the more pressing issues. So, are you on board with the idea? Cortana asks, unsure as to where he now stood. We'll talk to them first, try and understand them before making a decision. This isn't a matter to be taken lightly. On that we can agree. 21 Dagen 107 Taidagi, Pacific Ocean, Saturday, May 2nd, 2218. 9:34. This must be the most peaceful journey we've ever taken. I can't remember the last we traveled via something that wasn't a military transport of some kind. Cortana comments, her holographic form currently projecting from her chip, which was lying on a table in the private jet Toshinori had chartered for the 5 of them. Well, 3 physical people. It wasn't like she and Midoriya took up baggage room. I imagine all this must be rather unnerving. The aforementioned blonde responds, gesturing out a window. Nearly 3 decades of continuous war and now it's all gone. John just nods his head once in agreement. As always, Cortana is the more vocal of the two. Yeah, I imagine if you woke up in a world with no quirks, you'd be out of a job as the #1 hero. Or then again, I suppose you'd still be the #1, but coming first in a race of one is hardly an achievement. The statement causes Toshinori to cough up blood and shock, causing Chief to begin rising from his seat, but the disguised pro waves him back down before he's even halfway up. Ochako and Isuku likewise wear looks of shock at Cortana's revelation. When Toshinori tries to form a single question, but his brain ends up mashing several together. I spent the past few days since we arrived basically playing catch up with your world, and more specifically Japan. But still, how did you make the link? I've been All Might for roughly 40 years, and I can count on one hand the number of people who have managed to work out my identity. Honestly, it wasn't that hard. I could list the various clues and details, but the point is you really don't try that hard to hide your identity. All Might size, maybe it's just an AI thing. Oh, Cortana looks towards Isuku. So, you also? Yep, the very first time we met as well. Toshinori gives the green AI an incredulous look. Okay, the first time we met him as Toshinori, the teen amends, which was aided by the fact that we'd met him as All Might an hour or so earlier. I honestly didn't believe him when he first made the connection. I mean, who would look at that and think All Might? Ochako waves dismissively at her mentor. No offense. I can't even get mad at that. That has honestly been what I've been relying on for the past 5 years, Toshinori admits. I suppose if you were more caught up in the hero worship it just won't register. Score 1 for AI objectivity. Cortana reasons. Modest as always. John comments. Before addressing Toshinori, you said 5 years. You weren't always like this. Toshinori chuckles. Goodness no. This he gestures to himself. As a result of this he lifts his shirt to reveal his scar. Had the Master Chief's helmet been off, the rest of the group would have been treated to a rare sight of genuine shock on his face. As it was, the most they got from him was a sharp intake of breath. How did it happen? John asks. A villain fight, my toughest ever. He took half a lung as well as a large chunk of my digestive tract. While the others could not see the surprise on John's face, they could certainly see it on Cortana's. Years of research to make Spartans the most unkillable beings humanity had ever known. And you surpass them thanks to evolutionary chance. The blue AI snarks. Not as much chance involved as you might think. Right, one for all, that's your quirk, right? Cortana asks. Again, shocked looks and hocked up blood are the order of the day between the mentor and two mentees. Okay, that you're explaining. Having recovered from the shock, again, Toshinori's tone turns serious. The nature of my quirk is a closely guarded secret. Then maybe instruct your two protégés on proper OPSEC. A high school nurse's waiting room isn't exactly a secure location. Cortana snarks. Wait, were you spying on us? Ochako pouts. In a manner of speaking, I still had a backdoor into Midoriya's phone, Cortana explains. Izuku's eyes go wide with dawning horror as he realizes what else they discussed in that conversation. Wait, that means Isuku starts before John interrupts him. We know you two intend for Uraraka to become a Spartan. The chief finishes. Thankfully, Toshinori was able to prevent blood from coming up this time. Not that this latest revelation was any less shocking than the previous two. You two want to what? Why? He asks his trainees. It's actually quite noble. Cortana decides to take some of the heat away from the two teens after having just dropped them in it. The Spartan augmentations are simply a means to an end. That end being the ability to wield MJOLNIR. She waves a hand towards the green giant, an armor system designed to support a smart AI in combat. You see where this is going. You found a way to be heroes together. Toshinori addresses the two teens again. Exactly. If Dr. Shield can replicate MJOLNIR, we'll have a means by which we help people together, side by side, just like the chief and Cortana, Izuku argues. And I want to take every opportunity I can to be the best hero possible. You said it yourself, All Might. I need to get stronger to be able to wield one for all. Uraraka adds before turning to the Master Chief. Chief, how strong are you? Exactly. His voice is uncertain as if he doesn't know the answer. He looks towards Cortana. The official line used in the report to Naval Intelligence stated that Spartans were capable of lifting 3 times their own body. So for Chief, that would be upwards of 800 pounds or about 400 kilos. Granted, that was when the Spartans first received their augmentations. So tack on 27 years of activity and that number could be 4 times his body weight. Why do you ask? Ochako turns back to Toshinori with her hands spread wide in a UC gesture. Okay, I get your point. The augmentations could be useful in helping you adjust to one for all. But still, the aged pro scratches his brow. I dread to think what effect such enhancements would have on your body. You're still a growing teenage after all. That won't be an issue, John states flatly. We were all teenagers when we received our augmentations. Silence fills the pressurized cabin as the other occupants take in his words. What? Is all Ochako can utter in a muted tone. If you're set on trying to become a Spartan, you deserve the whole truth. If we were back home, the Office of Naval Intelligence would likely have you shot just for hearing this. The aging super soldier takes a deep breath before beginning. There were 75 of us in the beginning, all taken by ONI around the age of 6. He ignores the initial looks of shock on his audience's faces. I couldn't tell you why Dr. Halsey chose children, or why she chose us specifically. Cortana would have a better idea as to her motivations. All I know is that we were to be the best of humanity, its sword and its shield. And that's what we became. For the next 8 years we were put through a brutal regime of training, both physical and mental. It was borderline indoctrination. Cortana cuts in, a dark tone in her voice. ONI couldn't risk having their pet bulldogs turning in Nai. Izuku asks. The insurrection, a catch-all term for dissenters in the outer colonies who wanted independence from Earth. The reason the Spartans were created. Wait, I thought the Spartans were created to fight the Covenant. You know, the whole humanity's sword and shield bit. Toshinori was understandably confused. The chief looks at Cortana, knowing that she has a better grasp of the politics and machinations of naval intelligence than he does. Cortana picks up on the cue. You and almost every human who wasn't a senior ONI or UNSC officer. The general public and the vast majority of the UNSC didn't care to think too hard about the seemingly miraculous timing of the Spartans. They were humanity's saviors. This, of course, was aided by ONI propaganda. Had the Covenant never arrived, the Spartans would have been assigned to the job they were created for, counterterrorism and anti-insurrection. Even during the war, Spartans were still assigned to counter-insurrection ops. Command didn't want infighting amongst humanity with the Covenant at our doorstep. Wait, there were still rebels fighting even though humanity was facing extinction. Why? Ochako asks with exasperation at the idea of humans fighting other humans at such a time. Many of the insurrection thought the Covenant was propaganda, or simply over-exaggerated as an excuse for greater government control. That was until the Covenant arrived at their planet. Granted, not every rebel group in militia was so counterproductive to the war effort. Often, when the Covenant arrived on a planet, they would join in the defense alongside UNSC Marines. Regardless of their beliefs, they were still human. Of course, this makes your desire to become a Spartan to fight villains rather ironic. Cortana notes with some mirth. Not just fighting villains but saving people. Ochako corrects. Fighting villains just happens to be part of that. There was silence for a few minutes as the group sat and thought, until Toshinori spoke up. Looks like we'll have to continue this conversation later. We're approaching Island. The group look out the windows on his side of the plane and see a large circular structure in the middle of the ocean. Ochako holds up Izuku's phone so he can get a better look. The two of them awestruck at the sight of the legendary institution. I find it amazing that you were able to make such a structure a reality. While there are several mining corporations with large mobile rigs before the war, a floating city is something else entirely. Maybe you're not as far behind technologically as I thought. You just went on a different tangent to us. Cortana muses. Are you always this condescending? Toshinori asks the blue AI, who shrugs her shoulders. An unfortunate trait I picked up from my donor. She always did think she was the smartest person in the room. She was usually right. John adds, not much has changed since I was last here. The blonde observes as he turns back to the window except for that. He points vaguely towards the side of the island opposite the airport, where in the middle of the forest that lines the outer ring was a large circular clearing with a large hangar-like structure in the middle of it. Looks like a large aircraft hangar, the chief observes. Strange. Iceland is primarily focused on research relating to quirks. Why would they dedicate so much space for aviation? Toshinori ponders. Maybe we'll find out once we land. Dr. Shield might know more about it. Ochako suggests. That is true. He is fairly knowledgeable of the goings-on of the island. And that reminds me, I should change before we land. Change? Cortana asks. Yes, his daughter isn't aware of, Toshinori's existence. He explains, looking rather shamefaced. She doesn't know about your injured form. John states. Nor my quirk, neither of them do. Cortana frowns in confusion. Why don't they know? Realization dawns on her face as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. Oh, she simply says. That's why. Care to share? John asks. I think I now have the whole story or most of it. Yaga's quirk isn't simply super strength as seen in his various appearances. It's a transferable super strength. That's why he's training Uraraka. That's why he's kept his quirk a secret. Think about it. If it became public knowledge that you, she points at John, had the ability to give all your strength and augmentations to anyone on a whim, to turn any random person into a Spartan, what do you think would happen? I'd become very popular, very quickly. He deadpans. Exactly. Now imagine there's an entire underworld of criminals who would desire that power. She turns back to Toshinori. I assume the reason you haven't told your old friend is a compartmentalization thing. And the reason you're training Uraraka has to do with your injury. UAI really or something else. You're more or less correct. One for All is a transferable stockpile of energy, cultivated over many generations. Yagi decides to give the abridged version of OFAS history. One quirk for any and all who could wield it, and you intend to give it to Uraraka. Cortana adds, though rather unnecessarily. Yes, and that is why despite my reservations I cannot argue that the idea of young Uraraka receiving Spartan augmentations is entirely without merit. Such enhancements would greatly improve her odds of successfully wielding One for All, as well as allow her and young Midoriya to work in tandem. Do you plan to tell the Shields about your quirk? Sheaf asks. If David is going to be involved in this, then yes. All Might answers. John simply nods. I suppose I better actually get changed then. We'll touch down soon enough. Island International Airport, Island, Pacific Ocean. Saturday, May 2nd, 2218, 10:12. After landing, the group managed to get through the airport with little difficulty. While there were initial concerns about the Master Chief getting through security, it turns out that having the #1 hero in Japan vouch for you covers a lot. Eventually, the group exits the airport to be greeted by a teenager a bit shorter than Ochako with long blonde hair, blue eyes and glasses, dressed rather smartly. Uncle Might, the lady calls out, waving one hand in the air to grab their attention, before running over to tackle All Might in as big a bear hug as she can manage. Melissa, the #1, reciprocates the hug, picking the other blonde off the ground. You've grown so much since I last saw you. I know, it's been years since I last saw you in person. Yeah, All Might lets his honorary niece down on the ground. Apologies for that. Work's been keeping me busy the past several years. But I'm glad that your father was willing to meet with me and my pupils. Yeah, Papa's been eager to bring you to the island all week ever since. Well, that's a surprise for later. She taps the side of her nose in a knowing gesture. So, you two must be Uncle Might's pupils, Ochako Uraraka and Isuku Midoriya. I'm Melissa Shield. She looks at Ochako and the chief, her gaze remaining on the latter. You're not who I was expecting. though Papa didn't exactly say much about you, only that you're technologically challenged. Ochako and All Might try to hide their laughter at Dr. Shield's description of Isuku. I'm afraid you're mistaken, miss. I'm not Midoriya, John corrects. I am. Isuku calls out from his phone, which was hanging around Ochako's neck as always. I imagine your dad wanted the nature of my existence to be a surprise, 'cause I'm an AI. Of sorts. Cortana qualifies his last statement. You're an AI, Melissa exclaims, having turned from the chief to Isuku. And who was that woman who just spoke? The Master Chief pulls Cortana's chip from the back of his helmet and holds it in his palm so she can project her hologram. That would be me. The name's Cortana, and unlike him, I am a true AI. Midoriya is something special, which is kind of why we're here. But suffice to say, he is a sentient digital construct like me, just different. 2 AI. You always meet the most fascinating people, uncle. But she turns back towards the chief. If you're not Midoriya, then who are you? Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, ma'am. He offers his free hand in greeting, which she accepts. All Might requested Cortana and I be here. He believes we can assist your father in helping Uraraka and Midoriya. You're a soldier, she asks, in a manner of speaking. Fair enough. Are you and Cortana a couple then? Cortana shakes her almost wistfully no. Only partners in crime, the lovebirds are those two. She points a thumb at the 2 other teens. Childhood sweethearts no less. Ah, that's adorable. You have to tell me all about it on the way to Papa's, as well as what it's like as an AI. She begins to guide them through the first of the 4 urban areas on the island as Izuku and Ochako regale her with how they met, Izuku's conversion, and their eventual confession of love. This was then followed by Izuku recounting his experiences in cyberspace. Wow, so you basically live in the Matrix, but without the simulated Earth. Could you make a simulated Earth? Not in his current housing unit, he couldn't. Cortana's voice rings out from John's armor, which is why we're here. Papa did mention that Uncle Might needed help with creating equipment for his apprentice. I assume a new housing unit is said equipment. Actually, the nature of my request has changed. All Might chimes in. We no longer need him to create new technology, but rather we need him to replicate a pre-existing technology. That doesn't sound particularly challenging, Melissa notes. What exactly do you want him to recreate? This. Chief pulls Cortana's chip from the back of his helmet again and holds it in his palm. Cortana. The blonde teen questions. The chip, the aforementioned AI answers. For an AI to operate at full capacity, they require specialized systems. These either come in the form of massive, networked servers or a crystal data chip such as mine. While we can operate on lesser systems, it's the equivalent of living in a house whose ceiling is too low, or wearing clothes that are too small. It's uncomfortable in the short term and potentially crippling in the long term. And I'm guessing your chip is rather specialized, which is why you sought out my papa. Just then Melissa's phone began ringing from her pocket. She takes it out and checks the caller ID. Speaking of, she answers the phone. Hi Papa, are you okay? The caller gives an answer before asking her a question in turn. I'm currently with All Might and his friends. We're on our way to you right now, Melissa replies. Again, the caller, presumably Professor David Shield, responds. Oh okay, I'll take them to you there then. See you soon, Papa. The professor gives his farewell before Melissa hangs up. So slight change in plans. Papa is currently at the new research complex on the far side of the island. He wants us to meet him there. Is it the one in the forest belt? All Might asks. Yep, it's brand new, and pretty much every researcher and developer on the island wants access to it, but it's currently on lockdown. Only a select few have access. Papa is among those with access, though I think that might be because of his association with you. Anyway, it'll take us a while to get there via transit. It takes the group the better part of an hour to cross the island to reach the complex, which consists of 2 outer chain-linked fences, several prefab buildings, and then the central building, which as John had noted earlier looked like an oversized aircraft hangar, measuring over half a kilometer end to end. The group is waved through by security as guests of Dr. Shield and associates of All Might. This causes the chief to shake his head at such seemingly lax security measures, but decides against voicing his opinion about it. As the group makes their way through the compound guided by Melissa to the central building, they are greeted by a man roughly Ochako's height with brown hair, blue eyes, and glasses. David, All Might calls out. Tashinori, the man replies. The 2 men clasped hands before pulling each other into a hug. The embrace lasts a few seconds before they breaks apart. Everyone, this is All Might begins to introduce his friend to the group before being cut off. Professor David Shield. Izuku interrupts. The excitement that had been building in him for the past hour or so finally bubbling over into full-blown fanboy excitement. All Might's first sidekick and his exclusive costume designer. You're one of the world's foremost quirk engineers. You even won a Nobel Quirk Prize. I'd ask to shake hands right now, but well, I'll settle for an autograph instead if that's all right. Izuku's endless stream of fanboying eventually devolves into a mostly unintelligible string of words, indecipherable to all but one. Are you still following all that? Chief asks Cortana. Yes, actually. And the boy's depth of knowledge, it's quite fascinating, as well as how coherently he's expressing his thoughts. Coherent. John expresses his doubt at that. Well, not to normal humans, but if you were to record his speech and slow it down, he's quite articulate. Ochako quickly does her double tap trick to snap Isuku out of it, after which he apologizes. That's all right, Dr. Shield waves off the apology. It's good to see enthusiasm within the younger generation. You and Mel have that in common. I take it you must be Izuku Midoriya. The boy turned AI. He crouches briefly so he's above eye level with the phone, before rising again to greet Ochako with an outstretched hand. And you must be Ochako Uraraka, All Might's apprentice. He then turns to the Master Chief. However, I'm not familiar with you two. David, this is the Master Chief, and his friend Cortana may be of some assistance to us concerning young Midori. And Cortana is. The scientist trails off. May the Blue Eyes voice echoes from the suit's speakers. I'm a digital construct like Midoriya. Thus, why we can be of assistance. I trust your judgment on this, Toshinori. By the way, do they know about? David gestures vaguely towards All Might, hinting at his other form. Yes, they are aware. The all-American Japanese hero responds. How long? His friend asks. About an hour and a half. We have privacy here, save the rest for later. It's time Melissa knew anyway. Agreed. All Might nods his head as he begins letting off steam. Cortana instructs the chief to watch so she can observe and record the transformation for research purposes. Papa. Melissa looks between her father and uncle with a confused look on her face. What's going on? Is Uncle Might okay? David places one hand on his daughter's shoulder before crouching down in front of her. Several years ago, All Might was involved in a serious fight with a villain which caused him serious and permanent damage. As such, I now look like this most of the time. Toshinori steps out from the cloud of steam, only able to power up for roughly 3 hours a day. Melissa covers her mouth in shock at the sight of Toshinori, before turning back to her dad. Is that why you were working on that quirk enhancer, to help Uncle Might? Toshinori's head snaps up at this. Quirk enhancer? David. His voice takes on a darker, more warning tone. What did you do? The quirk scientist lets go of his daughter and stands upright once more. It was called the quirk amplification device. It would essentially restore your quirk strength to what it was before your injury. Is that what you've been so eager to show me? Toshinori asks, the serious tone remaining in his voice. Unfortunately, no. The Island Council had my research canned and the prototype sealed in the vaults. They deemed it too dangerous. And they're right, if such a device were to fall in the hands of a villain. Toshinori leaves the thought unfinished. At this point, Ochako decides to break the tension. If this quirk amplifier isn't what you wanted to show All Might, then what is? David could have hugged the teenager for interrupting, although he could tell from the look in his friend's eye that they would be continuing this conversation later. I'm glad you asked. It's currently being housed inside the New Horizon building. Come. He heads off towards the central building, beckoning the group forward. The group enters through a set of double doors in one corner of the building before getting into an elevator. The occupants were glad that All Might had shrunk, or else between him and the chief it would have been quite cramped. I'm going to give you a heads up now, you won't be able to enter it. We only just managed to get it relocated. Between building this facility, moving the darn thing, and providing treatment to the sole crewman, we've not had a chance to get inside yet. It can't be. Cortana vocalizes her disbelief as she begins to suspect what exactly David's surprise was. Crewman, David, what exactly did you find? Toshinori asks. The elevator dings, indicating they'd reached their floor. This David sweeps his arm out the doors as they open, and the group steps out onto a metal gangway to see a large two-pronged metal structure with the words Forward unto Dawn FFG 201 written along the top prong. Link, she's in surprisingly good condition. Cortana comments on the state of the vessel. Sure, she's missing a lot of her plating. I think that hole might even be the one we fell out of, but otherwise serviceable, at least externally. I wonder if the Arbiter was able to guide her down towards the end. The rest of the group is speechless, most of them at the sight of the frigate. Chief was just his usual stoic self, and the professor was trying to grapple with Cortana's familiarity and lack of surprise. Eventually, he finds his words. Wait, you know what this is? He asks the green suit of armor. Of course, John's MJOLNIR continues to project Cortana's voice. She's the UNSC Charon-class light frigate Forward unto Dawn FFG 201. Registration number 77,263.000A. Our ship. She emphasizes the last part. That's the Dawn. Izuku asks. Yes, John answers. It's so. Izuku trails off. Boxy, Melissa supplies. Exactly, the digital teen agrees. I thought it would be more elegant. She's a warship, designed to fight, not look pretty. Chief counters. I kind of like it. Ochako offers her opinion. It's got that rugged look to it, like it could take a beating and keep going. She's designed more for troop deployment and ground support than straight ship-to-ship combat. Those two outer sections are hangars. There's also another hangar at the bottom, there. Chief points out the various sections of the ship from where they're standing. Toshi, who are these two? David asks his longtime friend. Before he can answer, John cuts in. Professor Shield, you mentioned that you recovered someone. Yes, a tall fellow with some kind of lizard mutation quirk. He managed to get out onto the outer hull before collapsing. He suffered from several injuries during the impact. Is he a friend of yours? Yes. The chief simply replies. Well, he's currently resting in one of the outlying prefabs. I can take you to him and then maybe we can get some answers. The group re-enters the elevator and exits the building, the good doctor guiding them to one of the single-story prefabs dotted around the compound. Using a keycard, he opens the door and waves them in. Inside, the group is greeted by the sight of a figure taller than the chief, taller than even All Might, standing on digitigrade legs. As he was dressed only in a loincloth which showed off the majority of his slender but muscular body. He lacked the bulky musculature of All Might, but it was clear that he was in his physical prime. Aside from the loincloth, there was a bandage wrapped around his head and his right arm was in a sling, which highlighted to the group that on his hand were only 2 fingers and 2 thumbs. Link. Curiously, when he spoke, the group could see that rather than lips, the figure had a set of 4 mandibles that moved as talk. It is good to see you again, Spartan. The figure stretches his left arm out in greeting. I believe this is how humans greet each other. One of the ways. Cortana responds as the chief reciprocates the gesture. It's good to see you as well, Arbiter. We feared you may have been killed in the crash. The Arbiter looks at his bandaged right arm. Were it so easy? He simply responds. I see you survived your premature departure from your vessel, and he looks at the rest of the group have made some new allies. They found us immediately after our own landing and are currently housing us. What about you? What happened after we were ejected? John explains. The Arbiter takes a seat on a bed in one corner of the cabin. After your sudden departure, I made my way back to the bridge in an attempt to land the Dawn. Fortunately, I was able to regain control of the thrusters. Unfortunately, it was too little too late. The ship impacted with the ocean and he rubs his bandaged head with his free hand. Human safety features weren't made for Sangheili ergonomics. I made my way to the outer hull where I beheld the sight of this floating structure. I passed out from injury shortly after. I only awoke yesterday. Thankfully, the doctors were finished. Yes, we've noticed you seem somewhat adverse to the medical staff. Dr. Shield states, among the Sangheili, it is dishonorable to spill blood outside of combat. As such, doctors are held in low regard. While I am grateful for the work your compatriots have done, you must forgive my lingering biases. I know we haven't had much time to talk, but you keep referring to yourself and your culture as Sangheili, as if you're not human. The professor observes. That is because I am not, though I believe your kind refers to my own as the elites. The Arbiter counters. The only problem with that is that these humans have never met the Covenant. They don't even know they exist. The Master Chief butts in. How is that possible? They don't seem to be an isolated colony. The Arbiter was confused. That's because we're on Earth, in an alternate universe, Cortana explains. An alternate universe. The Arbiter asks. And so, the group that had traveled to Island explained to the other 3 the full story of how the Chief, Cortana, and the Arbiter arrived here and explained to the Arbiter the world he was now in. This included general introductions with Isuku and Ochako brimming with excitement at meeting a real-life alien, the 2 of them having to be reined in from overwhelming the reptilian warrior with questions. Melissa too was excited once she learned the Arbiter, whose real name was Thel Vadim, was an alien, but unlike the other 2, she had slightly more self-restraint, enough to prevent her torrent of questions, though not enough to stop her from bouncing on the balls of feet in excitement in sync with Ochako. However, that excitement was severely curbed upon the retelling of the events of the Human Covenant War, though it returned slightly upon its conclusion. The topic of conversation then drifted to All Might's reason for visiting Island. So that's why you need my help. You're not just simply recreating pre-existing technology, but pre-existing technology that shouldn't exist yet. David summarizes. Pretty much. Toshinori fails to find fault with David's summary. Well, if that ship is indeed yours, he nods in the direction of the 3 offworlders, then I guess that means any salvaging attempts are now off the table, which means I've now got a free schedule, which is just as well as you may be recreating more than just Cortana's chip, says Toshinori. David gives him a quizzical look. Toshinori takes the hint. Young Uraraka wishes to become a Spartan, like the Master Chief, for 2 reasons. The first is so that she can wear the MJOLNIR armor so she and Midoriya can fight alongside each other. The second, Toshinori pauses as he considers what he's about to say next. Ochako and Izuku look at him with a mix of concern and sympathy as they realize what he's about to say and why he's reluctant to. The second is that the Spartan enhancements may help her prepare to inherit my quirk. As such, we will need to not only recreate the MJOLNIR armor system but also the augmentation procedure and its components. While Vadim had a more muted reaction, merely taking on a contemplative look at the idea of a Spartan originating from this world. The Shields, however, possessed more shocked reactions. Not at the idea of Uraraka becoming a Spartan, but at the revelation of Toshinori's quirk. Uncle Might, what do you mean Uraraka will inherit your quirk? Toshinori sighs before. For the second time that day, he explains the nature of his quirk. By the end, the father and daughter duo looked numb as they sat in silence. I take it this power is not normal, nor anything to deride, Thel says in an aside to the chief and Cortana. No, John was succinct as always. I imagine he'd be fully capable of deadlifting a hunter, or even a wraith, Cortana adds. The Sanghali's eyes go wide at that statement as his gaze flickers between Toshinori, Ochako, and John. And he intends to give that power to a youngling. John nods his head in confirmation. Were I inclined to still believe such things, I'd say these humans were blessed by the gods. Such gifts would seem only possible by the foreigner's hands. Perhaps they are, Cortana thinks to herself. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, but I didn't want to put you at any more risk than you were by simply knowing me, especially when you had Melissa to look after. Toshinori apologizes to his longtime friend and honorary niece. David sighs before speaking. I won't lie and say I'm not hurt or disappointed by this, but I'm glad you're telling me now and I understand why you hid it initially. So, who else knows? Melissa asks in a muted tone. Sorahiko and Naomasa, Mirai and Nedzu, some of the UA staff, young Midoriya and Uraraka, their families, and our 3 friends over there. And now you too. Overall, less than 20. Melissa simply nods. So, are you still willing to help, old friend? Toshinori asks David. You know I'll always help you, Toshinori, especially if you intend to make Uraraka the new symbol of peace. You can count on me as well. Melissa regains some of the previous energy she had lost earlier. She turns to Isuku and Midoriya. I want to help you two become the best heroes you can possibly be. Excellent. Well, we only have to get one more person on board, or possibly 2. So, Chief, Toshinori turns to the Spartan standing beside the Arbiter's bed. You never gave an answer as to whether you would help Uraraka become a Spartan. John took a breath in and released it as he thought over his answer, but this was the kind of scenario he'd thought about his entire life. He'd had his mind concluded the moment Cortana brought up the prospect. No, his one-word answer initially confusing the group. No, Toshinori asks bewildered. What do you mean no? No, I will not help Uraraka become a Spartan. The chief crosses his arms in defiance. While I do not regret what was done to me nor my life since, I refuse to place someone else in that kind of risk. I plan on becoming a hero. I'm well aware that I'm entering a risky profession, that's why I want to do everything I can to become the best hero possible, Uraraka argues. But the chief is already shaking his head. That is not the risk I am referring to, it's the augmentations themselves. What? Uraraka was mollified at that news. On our first day of training, there were 75 trainees. Of those 75, 30 did not survive the augmentations, and several others were permanently crippled. By the start of the war, there were under 40 Spartans on active duty. By the end, barely 10 that I know of. He replies somberly, before taking a seat on a nearby chair, and removing his helmet and Cortana's chip, placing both on a table next to him, revealing to the group his pale, shaven head and sunken blue eyes. Even for those of us who survived the augmentations, the experience was a nightmare. We were cut open, implanted, injected. The pain we experienced could not be described. I would not wish it upon my enemies, and I refuse to inflict it upon another child. The entire room was speechless, wittied with shock at this revelation. Cortana was simply shocked that this was the most vulnerable she'd ever seen the chief, though given the circumstances she figured it was necessary. All these years, we referred to your kin as demons. Little did we know you had gone through hell to become what you are. The Arbiter waxes poetically. You truly were desperate. So that's your basis for refusal. You don't want to endanger Uraraka's life with an augmentation failure. Cortana summarizes. It is the primary reason. The chief affirms, as puts his helmet back on. Well then, Cortana becomes rather smug in contrast to the grim mood of the room. It's just as well I have a solution. You do. Several voices call out in question, including the chief's. Cortana nods her head. Chief, do you remember our old friend Colonel James Ackerson? Yes, John answers hesitantly, wondering where Cortana was going with this. I recall he tried to kill us. Wait, what? Ochako and Isuku call out simultaneously. Was he an insurrectionist? Ochako follows up. No, ironically he was UNSC Army Colonel. He just didn't like Halsey and consequently the Spartans. Cortana explains after his fragging attempt. I tried to have him reassigned to the front but ultimately failed. However, in the process of doing that, I took a peek into his personal files to see if there was anything useful either against him or in general. And I found this. Cortana projects an image of a document folder with a classified stamp in the header Project Chrysanthemum. Turns out, the blue AI continues. Before he tried to get rid of us, Ackerson was trying to replace us with his own spin on the Spartan program, the Spartan 3s. Spartan 3s, John repeats. Essentially you but cheaper, more efficient and in Ackerson's eyes, expendable. Behind his visor, Chief frowns at that last word. What do you mean expendable? Rather than the precision strikes the Spartan 2s were assigned, Your successors were sent on suicide missions en masse. Entire companies, 300 strong, sent to achieve objectives that would have required entire battle groups. Cortana describes coldly. How many? Chief asks. Cortana knows the exact nature of his question. 3 companies, Alpha, Beta, and Gamma, consisting of 300 Spartans each. With a few exceptions, almost all of Alpha and Beta were wiped out, and Gamma had not yet been deployed. John took a deep breath to calm himself. He would mourn the death of his unknown brothers and sisters later. What was the rejection rate? He asks, getting back on task. 0. Cortana answers cheerfully, taking delight as the chief suddenly turns his head to look at her, and in the look of hope upon Uraraka's face. That's the beauty of Project Chrysanthemum. While not all of their candidates became Spartans, they all washed out before the augmentations. Every single Spartan 3 candidate who underwent augmentation came out successful, and with minimal scarring, both physical and psychological. I may wish the man a violent end, but Ackerson knew what he was doing when he stole Halsey's work. You know he died defending Earth, right? John tries to curb his partner's vindicative streak. Oh good. That meant he managed to do 2 things right with his life. John simply shakes his head at Cortana's response. Uraraka and Isuku ignore the little byplay between the cyborg and AI, instead focusing on the news of Project Chrysanthemum. So, you're saying there's a way for Akin to become a Spartan without putting her at risk? At least initially, Izuku asks. It would appear so, Cortana replies. So does this change your mind, John? Cortana opts to use his real name in a final bid to convince him. You're certain it's a complete improvement? He asks. Well, there's still side effects. After all, you're completely overhauling the human body, but there's nothing dangerous or otherwise fatal. Cortana answers. All right then, I will help give you all the tools of a Spartan, but I still won't train you to be a Spartan. Achako opens her mouth, but he continues before she can say anything. A good friend once told me that folks need heroes to give them hope. I've never seen myself as a hero. I don't think any Spartan would. He gets up from his seat and stands before the brunette teen. We were created to be soldiers, and that's what we were. But you have an opportunity to be more. A combination of both hero and Spartan, that is what I will help you become, if you're ready for it. Something about his words compels Achako to come to attention and salute him. Sir, yes sir. John returns the salute. Just call me Chief, he replies, a slight smile hidden by his helmet. New Dawn Research Center, Island, Pacific Ocean. Friday, July 17, 2218. 1309. It had been over 2 months since the Master Chief agreed to assist in Achako's training. Due to the time and resources needed to recreate the Spartan 3 augmentations and the various pieces of technology, it was decided that Uraraka would continue her physical training under All Might, with Izuku now receiving remote instruction from Cortana rather than Nenzu, which the marsupial took in stride, reasoning that Cortana would make more sense and avoid accusations of favoritism during the entrance exam. But at the moment, the Suntobe Spartan and AI pair were on summer break, allowing Achako to push her training into overdrive. No longer constrained to after-school hours, she was now able to work all day on clearing Takoba Beach, taking the weekends off to relax with her family. Though this past week had been different, Uraraka instead took the week off to spend it with Izuku, as it was his birthday. His biological one anyway. Though at present, Izuku, Achako and their respective families were now back at the compound housing the Forward Unto Dawn aboard Island, being greeted by the Shields and the Dawn Trio. So, y'all are the folks Tashinori said would help our Starlight and Izuku. Teo extends a hand in greeting to David. We are, Mr. Uraraka. Me and my daughter will be responsible for developing Izuku's hardware upgrades and your daughter's armor. The Master Chief and the Arbiter will supervise part of her training. Mr. Uraraka turns towards the super soldier and alien and gives them a look up and down. You two pros then? He asks. It takes the Arbiter a second to grasp what he's asking, but when he does, he shakes his head while John replies. No sir, we're military. He turns to look at Vadim, or former military. He amends. It's a gray area. Cortana calls out from John's MJOLNIR, confusing the two teens' families. Who? And Ko begins to ask as Chief goes through the familiar motion of removing Cortana's chip. Hi, you must be Ms. Midoriya. Cortana greets the matriarch from John's palm. So, you must be the other AI I've been told about. I am so grateful you're willing to help my son. What can I say, your son fascinates me. He is rather unique as far as AI go. This elicits a confused reaction from everyone aside from the Chief, who already knew of Cortana's theories, and Izuku, whom Cortana had told was different, just not how. Unique how? Miwa asked the question almost everyone was thinking. That will hopefully all be explained after today's main event. Cortana, which is what exactly? Uraraka asks. A knowing smile appears on David and Cortana's faces, with Melissa breaking out into an enthusiastic grin. I think it'll be better if we show you. David guides the group to one of the buildings, not far from the Arbiter's temporary residence. Along the way, Cortana discreetly asks All Might if the parents know the full story, to which the pro replies in the negative. Netsu had wanted the circle of knowledge kept small for the time being. All the Urarakas and Inko knew was that they were friends of All Might, helping Uraraka and Isuku prepare for UA. Well, after our presentation we may have to go full disclosure. Cortana contemplates her future course of action. Toshinori nods his head in agreement. At the very least, Miss Uraraka's parents need to know what she has agreed to. Yes, there's that, but I'm afraid new details may come to light as a result of the transfer process. Details? The blonde asks. Cortana has a theory about how our universes are connected. She believes Izuku's upgrades will provide the evidence she needs. The Master Chief replies, well, I guess we're about to find out. Toshinori ends the conversation as the group enters the designated building. Inside said building are several computers along one wall with numerous server towers fenced off at the back of the room. In the center of the room was a large technological table, although it looked less like a table and more like a large TV laid on its back with several buttons, keyboards, and insertion ports lining its sides. The chief walks up to the table and holds his hand over its surface, palm down. As he does so, a blue light seems to transfer from his hand to the table. A second later, Cortana's holographic form appears on the countertop, almost double in height from her usual appearance in the chief's palm, roughly 30 centimeters tall. Welcome to the data center. Unimaginative name, I know. This is where we are currently offloading all the data stored aboard the Dawn, so we don't risk losing it during the repairs. But for today it will serve as our transfer center. Melissa, would you care to do the honors? Certainly, she replies, a warm smile on her face as she turns to Ochako with one hand extended. May I have Izuku's phone? She asks. Ochako hands over the phone hesitantly, trusting the older girl but curious as to what this is all about. The rest of the group watches in silent anticipation as Melissa takes a data cable and connects the phone to the table before stepping back. I'll be back soon. This shouldn't take long, Cortana announces before her hologram disappears into a ball of blue light, which then fades into the table. Cyberspace, Data Center Holotable, Friday, July 17, 2218. So where are we exactly? Izuku asks Cortana. A holotank, or more accurately a holotable. Cortana replies they're fairly standard aboard all UNSC vessels and inside UNSC facilities. They're basically computers with a large holographic interface rather than a conventional monitor, good at displaying tactical and navigation data, or in our case allowing AIs to interact with their crew. But for today it's being used to facilitate the transfer of your core from your phone to your new data chip. Izuku lights up at the last 3 words. You recreated the chip already? He asks in disbelief. He'd figured he'd be waiting till winter and receive his upgrades when Ochako was augmented. Yep, tested her out myself. But you don't have access to it yet. She brings up a screen showing a list of the various input and output ports, most of which read no device detected except for one labeled AI chip port, next to which said device detected, status unoccupied. She taps on the label, and a button reading Assign AI comes up, which she also taps. The screen now displayed a list with 2 entries. The first, CTN 4529. The second, Unknown Construct. I'm assuming I'm the unknown construct. Izuku asks. Cortana nods. So, is that your ID tag then? He follows up. Serial number, but yes, functionally it is an EYES ID, and now that you're going to have a data chip you now need one. The fun part is it can be anything you want as there are no other AI. And we don't have access to the UNSC central database. But you still need one so we can properly grant you the appropriate clearances and access privileges within our systems. So, what will it be? Bearing in mind you have to keep to that format. Cortana points to her own serial number. So, 3 letters, 4 numbers, and then a single number. Izuku thinks aloud. Is there a particular pattern or number convention, or is it just random? He asks, wanting to make sure he gets this right. The 3 letters are usually some form of the I's initials. My name's Cortana, so my 3 letters were C, T, and N. As for the numbers, as far as I'm aware they're random. Oh okay, so my letters would be I, Z, and K. Izuku grasps the concept. Potentially, but unlike most other AI you have a surname, a family name. You could use that, so M, D, and Y you could even combine them. Izuku thinks about it for a second before clapping his hands together. I've got it, IZM 15073. So IZM, a combination of your first and last name, and the numbers I assume are your birthday, the 15th of July 2203. Heh, guess I win that one. She chuckles to herself as types out the chosen serial number. Izuku gives his compatriot a quizzical look at the chuckle. Cortana notices it. There was a friendly bet between me and the Shields as to what you would pick as your serial number. I correctly guessed you'd chosen your birthday. Melissa believed you would pick Ochako's birthday, while David initially thought you'd pick All Might's birthday until we pointed out that it's not public knowledge. Isn't it June 10th? Izuku asks rhetorically. Cortana temporarily pauses her work to look over her shoulder at him. Let me guess you also noticed it's the one day a year he consistently makes no public appearance. Izuku gives a hum in the affirmative. I just don't understand how no one else has noticed. Cortana continues her typing as she talks. It's because he always schedules some big public appearance the week before, always on different days but all within 7 days before his birthday. Whether it be a speech, unveiling ceremony, accepting an award, whatever, he always does something to dominate the news cycle for the next few days, so if he happens to be a no-show for 24 hours, it goes by with barely a whisper. For a guy whose main strategy of beating villains is to just punch them really hard, he's deceptively smart. I guess that's another thing he and the chief have in common. Another thing, implying more than one. Yes, that is usually what the phrase means. But that'll have to wait. I've just finished your formatting and privileges. The chip is now yours. You may transfer at your leisure. I'll see you on the countertop when you're done. She walks away from him as she fades into the surrounding lines of code. Izuku mimics taking a breath before he too disappears. Data Center, New Dawn Research Center, Island, Pacific Ocean. Friday, July 17, 2218. 1317. Cortana reappeared on the holotable's surface barely a minute after she'd left, surprising most of the room's occupants. Wow, that was quick, Melissa comments. I thought you'd be taking longer. I suppose if we were doing it in real time it would have taken several minutes. But if they're not interacting with the physical world, AI can act remarkably quickly. By the way, I win the bet. A collective groan rises from the two shields. He went with his birthday, David asks, knowing the answer. Correct. And as it turns out, he does indeed know Toshinori's. The aforementioned disguised hero starts at that announcement before groaning. I really have no secrets around you, AI, do I? Not when you're so obvious about them. Cortana counters. Excuse me, and Ko speaks up. But what are you talking about? My serial number. Mom. Izuku's voice replies as on the holotable the green hologram of a teenager with curly hair and freckles appears in a futuristic jumpsuit. Hi, by the way. Inko covers her mouth, speechless and overwhelmed at being able to properly look at her son, rather than just a floating head, for the first time in 7 years. Hi, Himi. Izuku greets his sister. Hey, you holographic dork. It's nice to be able to talk to you in person after all these years. Does this count as talking in person? She poses the last question to Cortana, who looks up from a screen she's currently analyzing. For an AI, it's the closest thing to it. Himiko looks back at her brother. Shame I can't hug you. BTW, what are you wearing? I agree with Himikin. Ochako chimes in. This isn't exactly in line with what you used to wear. Or is this your equivalent to becoming an edgy teenager? The last is said with a slight chuckle and a broad smile. What's wrong with what I mag? Izuku begins to ask as he looks down at himself before exclaiming in surprise. This isn't what I was wearing earlier. Cortana looks up from her work at the exclamation. Oh, that'll be a result of transferring into the data chip. It thinks you're a brand new AI, so it's somewhat defaulted your appearance. How do I change it? He asks, slightly frazzled by the unexpected change of outfit. Just think about it. Don't you usually click your fingers? That's a preference. It's not necessary. Izuku shrugs his shoulders at that before snapping his own fingers as he thinks of the kinds of clothes he used to wear. In an instant, the jumpsuit fades into a t-shirt and shorts. The t-shirt bore Japanese script which once read elicited a groan from the Inko and Urarakas and a slight snigger from Toshinori and Himiko. The shields, John and Vadim, remain confused or impassive. What does it say? The chief asks to no one in particular. Real boy. Izuku replies with a wide grin. If ever there was any doubt that you weren't you, Izukun, it has now been thoroughly eliminated. Ochako shakes her head in disappointment. Remind me why I approve of you, Daten, our starlight again. Teo sighs while rubbing his brow. I think it's funny. Himiko chimes in. Yes, well, you didn't have to put up with his near obsession with these kinds of t-shirts when he still had a physical body. Inko responds. So why did you buy them? The blonde asks. I didn't. Inko emphasizes the I. Ooh, Himiko catches her meaning. Wait, if I can change my holographic appearance, can I? He trails off before snapping his finger again. Only this time, instead of just his clothes changing, his entire body changes so that instead of a curly-haired teen there stood a bright green hologram of All Might. Sweet, I can change my entire physical appearance. He then begins posing as All Might before crying out I am here in a fairly decent but still obvious imitation of the number one hero, creating a ripple of laughter among most of the group, though this time it was Toshinori's turn to groan. As the laughter dies down, the Master Chief turns to Cortana. So, did you find what you were looking for? Yes, and a fair bit more. Cortana turns to address Izuku, who has since reverted to his usual form. Well, the good news, Izuku, is that just like I thought, you are not at risk of rampancy just yet. Rampancy? Ochako was the first to speak up. Cortana paused to gather her thoughts. AIs weren't exactly fond of talking about rampancy. Though it wasn't quite a taboo in the same way death was for humans, AIs were more rational than that. No sentient creature enjoyed contemplating their inevitable end. After what feels like an eternity for the AI, she addresses the small crowd. Rampancy is what you might call old age for eyes. Cortana sits cross-legged on the table, and Isuku joins her. It's our equivalent of a natural death due to the way we are created. Simply put, over time an eye's brain becomes so vast and complicated it essentially starts to feedback upon itself, self-cannibalizing. We essentially think ourselves to death. Because of this, all smart AI have an inherent lifespan of 7 years, after which we are decommissioned permanently. Isuku wraps an arm around the blue AI in a side hug as he tries to comfort her, as he knows how sensitive this topic is for AI back in her universe. The eyes of the Midoriyas and Urarakas go wide with horror as they all simultaneously do the maths in their heads and reach the same horrifying conclusion. Wait, Izuku again. Ochako speaks up first. You've just turned 15, that means. Izuku cuts her off. Yes, I've reached the usual 7-year limit of smart AI, but according to Cortana, I'm not at risk of rampancy, despite being twice her age. He finishes the last part with a slight laugh at the irony. Wait, what? Ochako couldn't believe what she just heard. It's true, I'm roughly 3 years old. Cortana gets up from her seated position, making the motion of dusting off her knees as she does so. Izuku is technically my senior, at least chronologically, and certainly not mentally. Izuku also stands up and looks like he's about to argue but thinks twice about it. So how come he's not affected by this rampancy? Himiko asks the pertinent question. Oh, make no mistake, he will suffer from rampancy at some point. It's just he has far more years before he has to worry about that. And that, to answer your question, Miss Himiko, is thanks to Izuku's biology, or rather the AI equivalent of it. Everyone here is aware of how Isuku was created, yes. A collection of nods and mumbled yeses is the answer. Now for those who aren't aware, it should probably come as no surprise when I say this is not how I was made. I was made by scanning and replicating the brain patterns of a donor brain. This forms what is essentially the eye's brain known as the Riemann matrix, which is what is stored on my data chip. All it really is advanced coding that's able to adapt. She pauses to let that information sink into her audience's minds. This is not what I found in Izuku's core. Instead, I found this. She throws up an image of a nebulous ball of orange light with various strands of light flaring off it like a digital sun. While most in the room were curious at the sight of what was essential Izuku's brain, Thelvadim had a far different reaction. He had seen and heard of such a sight before, and had he still had the zealous faith he had before the Great Schism, he would have prostrated himself before the AI. As it was, he had to consciously refrain from such actions, reminding himself that the gods he knew were false. This also raised 1,000 questions in his mind. His internal conflict made itself known on his face, and this did not go unnoticed by Cortana. Arbiter Vadim, you seem to have quite the reaction to this image. I take it you recognize it. Rather than answer the question, the Sangheli chooses to address Izuku. Ancilla Midoriya, you were born human, yes, yes? Izuku answers hesitantly, not sure where this line of questioning was going. And you, he addresses the other Midoriyas and the Urarakas. He is the same as a construct as he was when he was flesh. A series of confused confirmations are given. So how is it that an Ancilla of human origin in an entirely foreign universe possesses the soul of an oracle? Cortana takes on a knowing smile as if this was what she'd been waiting for. So, you confirm that this, she gestures at the image, is foreigner in origin. Without a doubt, the Arbiter is unwavering in his answer. During the war, an oracle was recovered, before the one known as Guilty Spark. Alas, due to the incompetence of an Ungoi, the oracle was destroyed. That, he points at the image, was all that remained for a few seconds before fading into the beyond. The soul of an oracle. I'm sorry, Inko speaks up, but I think I speak for a lot of us when I ask, what are you talking about? The various people already in the know share looks before Cortana takes the lead. Okay, disclosure time. She then explains to Inko and the Urarakas her, John and Vadim's story. The general reaction was one of shock and horror, and the feelings towards Thel were mixed between horror at his part in the attempted genocide and relief or gratitude at his part in ending it. Then came the bombshell of Uraraka's future augmentations. You want to what? Teo looks at his daughter in disbelief. Did you know about this? Inko asks Himiko in an aside. I knew about the alien and super soldier from a different universe. I didn't know Akin intended to become said super soldier. The blonde teen replies. And you knew about this? Miwa looks at Toshinori with concern. Yes, Mrs. Uraraka, but I assure you we would not have gone ahead with this without you and your husband's approval. Miss Ochako is still your daughter after all. The reason we haven't mentioned it till now was that it did not change the training schedule we initially agreed upon. Toshinori attempts to placate the understandably concerned parents. But still, why would you want to undergo such a procedure, Starlight? Teo tries to understand his daughter's reasoning. Because it's for Izuku. Achako's answer quickly turns the concern into confusion, prompting the Master Chief to explain. My armor is capable of carrying an AI into combat. As I've done with Cortana many times, she's able to provide intel, tactical, and logistical support that I would otherwise be without on my own. Your daughter wishes to have a similar partnership with Isuku as heroes. However, the suit cannot be worn without Spartan augmentation. The features on Teo and Miwa's faces soften at that revelation. So Himiko pipes up, putting that aside for one moment. What's the story behind all this oracle talk? Did I zone out at some point? No, I'm afraid I must apologize. Cortana responds at my insistence. I had the chief and Arbiter deliberately avoid making explicit reference to the Forerunners until I could confirm my suspicions about Isuku. But who are the Forerunners, and what do I have to do with any of this? Izuku asks. In brief, they are the gods of the Covenant religion. But I think it would be best if I explain their history in greater detail. Sensing this was going to take a while, everyone grabs a chair to sit, the exception being the chief, who remains standing at ease. Izuku and Cortana sit cross-legged on the hollow table. Once everyone appeared ready, Cortana began, projecting various images as she talked. Over 100,000 years ago, a great civilization existed in our universe. Like all civilizations, they faced a sudden and dire turn of events, a threat to their primacy from outside, something they never expected, never prepared for, a deeply alien threat they simply called the Flood, an unstoppable force, an unquenchable thirst. It devoured everything it touched. At first, their technology seemed like it might prevail, by file created by the uploader, but they waited too long to see the threat, to join the fight. The Flood had spread too far and too wide. It fed on intelligent life and in doing so, became ever more intelligent itself. The Flood was unique. It used their own strength against them. They were the Forerunners. The Forerunners were a wise, highly intelligent, noble people, and, with a belief in justice, in peace, they bravely faced the adversary. They sought to sterilize it, but it was an impossible fight. Realizing defeat was inevitable, the Forerunners made a decision to destroy everything. Ironically, they did this to preserve life, to create a future for us, yet unborn, knowing they themselves would not survive. In a desperate attempt to ensure that they were the last victims, they built a secret weapon of terrible power. It was called Halo, an array of weapons scattered throughout the galaxy. Its effect would spread throughout known space, destroying the Flood and every thinking creature in the galaxy. You see, the Flood fed on sentient species to survive. The device would destroy the infection and its food supply. 1,000 other plans were tried and failed. This was the last resort. Halo. Cortana snaps her fingers, and the rendition of the halo emits a bright white light from its center. And finally, it was over in an instant. Every intelligent life form left in the galaxy was obliterated, but from the ashes of apparent defeat, a victory. The Foreigners had cataloged, stored and collected population samples from the halo effect, DNA, embryos, and even living specimens, in order to repopulate, to restore the galaxy. Once the galaxy was cleansed of Flood, the threat sterilized, they repopulated worlds, rebuilt that which they had torn down, and reseeded life. Those Foreigners who had survived withdrew from the galaxy. Whether it was to an isolated planet or outside the galaxy entirely, I don't know. Most of what I've told you was salvaged from the Covenant's questionable archives or Foreigner consoles and terminals. Despite their technology littering the galaxy and even being the foundation of most Covenant technology, we know frightening little about them. Okay, but how does this relate to Izuku? Ochako asks. Because I suspect that whatever it was that turned him into an AI was Foreigner in nature, which comes with its own host of terrifying implication. What makes you think that? Toshinori asks. Midoriya, show them your little symbol. This one? He asks as he projects his sigil. Yup. Cortana matches the action by producing various images that all look similar to Izuku's in one way or another. Look familiar? She asks. Yeah, they look like my emblem in coding language. That's because these, she points at the rectangular symbols, are Foreigner glyphs taken from Foreigner terminals, while these, she points to the circular symbols, or sigils, markers identifying significant Foreigners or Foreigner AI. Between that and the Arbiter's experience with a monitor core, it's safe to say some part of you is a Foreigner and Scylla of some kind. Cortana concludes. If Izuku's hologram hadn't already been sitting, he would have collapsed from shock. So, are you saying Izu's an alien? Himiko asks in disbelief. At the very least, whatever digitized him was alien. Yes, Cortana replies. Every day I find new reasons to be grateful I was adopted into this family, Himiko whispers in awe to herself. But if Foreigner technology is responsible for his ascendance, where did it come from? Badam asks. That is the pertinent question, and the answer of which could effectively rewrite the history of this earth. Cortana replies. What? Teo voices his confusion. If whatever did this was in fact Foreigner, then there is only one of two places the technology could have come from. Our universe or this one. Wait, we theorized that our two universes are different timelines of the same universe, which diverge due to the appearance of quirks. If what you're saying is true, then the implication of what Cortana was suggesting begins to dawn on Izuku. The foreigners existed in this universe, and your existence is currently the number one piece of evidence supporting that. Unfortunately, that's the good news, sort of. What's the bad news? Ochako asks, worry entering her voice. The Covenant may remain unchanged. The Arbiter begins to grasp what Cortana and Isuku are getting at. As far as we know, the advent of your quirks only affected humanity. That would mean the Covenant's own history is unaltered. Slowly, the meaning of his words sinks into the rest of the group and a growing sense of dread begins to fill them. Are you telling me that the genocidal aliens of your universe also exist in our universe? Teo asks, and Ko looks like she's on the verge of tears. That is the logical assumption. If the only difference between the two timelines is humanity's development path in the 21st century, then everything else should be the same. The foreigners, the Covenant, the Flood. John interjects, causing the already grim feeling amongst the group to plummet into despair. However, this is good. Cortana's positive tone was juxtaposed with the group's mood. How? Miwa asks as her husband comforts her with a hug. Because, Cortana draws out her words, in our timeline, we did not encounter these threats till 2525 or later. Once again, his rapid processing allows Isuku to pick up on Cortana's hints faster than the others. We now have a 300-year head start, he mutters to himself, just loud enough for the others to head. Cortana felt a twinge of pride for her junior AI. Exactly. At this point in time in our universe, humanity would not invent the slipspace drive for at least another half-century. Had yet to colonize outside the Sol system and knew nothing of the foreigners. And yet here we are with a semi-functional spaceship, navigational data detailing all of Earth's colonies, and the known locations of several key foreigner artifacts, which if recovered could advance humanity significantly. Retrieval of these artifacts would also go a long way to proving your theories correct. The chief adds, too bad the only known foreigner artifact on Earth is logistically inaccessible. Cortana grumbles, there's alien tech on Earth. Ochako pipes up in excitement, before squinting in suspicion. Wait, inaccessible how? It's buried beneath the city of Mombasa on the East African coast, which is already problematic. Add on top of that the fact that this particular relic is a megastructure 100 kilometers in diameter. And you can see why it would be impossible to excavate it. The group contemplates this for a few minutes before David Shield speaks up. What if we didn't have to excavate it? He suggests. You simply wish to use this artifact as proof of the foreigner's existence in this universe? Correct. At the moment, yes, Cortana confirms. Then surely you just need to uncover a relatively small portion of it, just enough to confirm its existence. It would certainly be quicker and safer than taking the Dawn to Alpha Halo. Chief lends his support to the idea. Cortana chuckles before suddenly groaning in disappointment. You all right? Isuku asks. No, Chief's mention of Alpha Halo just reminded me that a dear old friend of ours is still alive in this universe. Cortana mumbles. Anyway, if we confirm that the split timeline theory is true, what do we do about the Covenant? Toshinori asks. We have almost 300 years before we're supposed to make first contact. Cortana rests her chin in one hand as she contemplates the question. Arbiter, at what point are we in Covenant history? I could not give you an accurate telling, but my best estimation based on your human calendar would be some point in the 5th Age of Conversion. The Ungoi would have recently been incorporated into the Union. The 5th Age of Conversion? Izuku asks, his curiosity piqued. Covenant history is marked by ages. Ages of conflict and of conversion, of doubt and of reclamation. Our war with humanity precipitated the 9th Age of Reclamation, while the subjugation of the Ungoi led to the 5th Age of Conversion. Each age of conversion is signified by the addition of a new species to the Covenant proper. The Arbiter explains. So, who hadn't yet joined the Covenant? Cortana asks. Of the core species, only the Juralhani had not yet been incorporated. They would not be discovered till only a few decades before humanity. Thel replies. So, the Sangheili hold the military power of the Covenant almost exclusively. Cortana follows up. With the exception of the hierarchs leading the ministries responsible for the military. Yes, military command was solely the responsibility of the Sangheili. Why? The Arbiter was wary as to the Eye's intentions. While he was more open-minded than some of his peers, there were good reasons as to why Covenant AI were so restricted. How do you think your ancestors would react to the knowledge that their partners, their prophets, eventually betray them, or that they lied to them about their religion? Cortana asks in a sly voice. The Arbiter's eyes go wide at the implications, and is left speechless, his mandibles left slightly hanging in shock. Just something to think about. But for now, I recommend we save this hypothetical talk for another day, preferably with Netsu involved. Netsu, Toshinori questions. Yes, he has knowledge, resources, and connections that will prove beneficial to our efforts. And he's going to be these two's principal next year. It would be best to bring him into the loop sooner rather than later. She points a thumb at Izuku and Ochako as she talks, and Toshinori fails to find a flaw in that logic. For the time being, I recommend we finish our little tech demonstration. Melissa, Cortana prompts the blonde, who moves to pick up a box on a nearby counter before opening it and taking out a rugged-looking tablet-like device with several input-output ports and most noticeably a slot that looked like it could fit Cortana's data chip. She hands the device over to Ochako. It's a TAC pad, Cortana explains. Standard UNSC hardware for storing and analyzing data, only this one is modified to support an AI. Try it. Cortana gestures to where Izuku's chip was plugged into the holodable. And with a nod from Izuku, Ochako removes the chip, Izuku's hologram disappearing in the process. She then inserts the chip into its designated slot in the TAC pad. A second later, a smaller version of Izuku appears on the surface of the device, prompting Ochako to hold it flat in her palm. While he won't have the same technical capabilities as he would inside MJOLNIR, it'll keep his chip safe when you're unarmored while still being portable, Cortana explains. We also recognize that it's a bit larger than most phones, and so may not necessarily fit in your pocket, so you can use this hard case to carry it around instead. Melissa hands over an equally solid and rugged-looking rectangular box with several straps attached to it. It can either be slung over your shoulder or strapped around your leg, depending on your preference. Ochako takes the case and removes the shoulder strap in order to strap it around her left thigh. Once attached, she places the TAC pad inside it and wiggles her leg around a bit in the air to check it's secure and to get a feel for the weight. How is it? Melissa asks. Feels weird having the extra weight attached like this, but I'll get used to it. How do I look, Himi? Between the case, the shorts and the tank top, you kinda look like the main character of an adventure movie. Himiko gives her honest opinion. I'll take that. Ochako accepts the description as she removes the pad from the case. What was it like for you, Izuku? I honestly didn't notice anything. I mean, the internal GPS showed I was moving, but it's not like I can get motion sickness. Otherwise, this is a significant improvement over the phone. You should have full wireless transmission now, Cortana adds, which means while you can still connect through a physical wire, it should no longer be necessary. Wait, so I can just wirelessly connect to any computer? Izuku asks in awe. You need to be within 12 meters, but yes, you may even have satellite-up capabilities. But we haven't tested that yet, so don't go trying it. Cortana comments. Awesome. Wait till everyone at your school sees this, Himiko exclaims, causing Izuku and Ochako to grimace. It might be best if we keep this to ourselves for now, Izuku states. Yeah, who knows how short, blonde, and grumpy would react to this, Ochako adds. Just wait until he sees you after winter break. Izuku counters, causing the couple to start giggling. UNSC Outpost, New Horizon, Island, Sunday, December 27, 2218, 9:25. You nervous? Izuku asks Ochako, who is currently sitting on the side of an operating table in a sports bra and cycling shorts. Yeah, wouldn't you? She replies. Oh, absolutely. I'm not sure I'd have even stepped through the door. He chuckles slightly at his joke. PFFT. Ochako waves one hand dismissively. Forget the door. You wouldn't have lasted a month under All Might's training regime. I would too. Izuku's pouts atop the TAC pad in Ochako's hand. Nah, you'd have ended up face first in the sand. Ochako retorts. You were a twig with a head when we first met. Even as a hologram, you're still a twig. Would you prefer I look like this? As he says it, Izuku's hologram form changes shape so that he looks like All Might but with his own head still atop. The end result was the world's most innocent-looking face atop one of the world's most muscular bodies. The contrast was too much for Ochako, who erupted into a laughing fit, so much so she fails to notice Dr. Shield enter the room. Is all that the professor can manage at the sight of his best friend's body with the head of one of his apprentices, causing Ochako to stifle her laughter. Hi, Dr. Shield. Sorry, Izuku was just trying to calm my nerves. Ochako apologizes. That's okay, the scientist waves off the apology as he regains his composure. Are you ready? Yes, Ochako answers without hesitation, ignoring whatever nerves remained. Very well, lie back on the table and the team will be in a minute. And so Ochako hands Izuku's pad over to David before lying down on the operating table, slipping her wrists and ankles into the open restraints. David exits the room as a group in medical scrubs enters, one of whom is pushing a trolley with several vials and syringes of various colored fluids. David carries Izuku up some stairs to an observation room overlooking the operating room. Inside were the usual suspects, Ochako's parents, Izuku's own family, Melissa, All Might, the Master Chief, the Arbiter, and Cortana on top of a hollow pedestal. However, there were two new additions to the group. Principal Nedzu, Recovery Girl. I didn't know you were coming. Izuku's hologram reappears on the pad in Dr. Shield's hand, prompting the professor to hold the pad flat in his palm. Ah, Mr. Midoriya, it's good to see you again. I see you have the upgrades Toshinori mentioned. The mustelid greets the hologram. Yes, sir. It's nice to be able to interact with the world more than simply watching it behind a screen. But why are you here? Isuku was puzzled at the principal and nurse's sudden appearance. A mix of professional and personal curiosity, Nezu replies. I've been as much a financial backer for this new UNSC as Toshinori has. I want to see what exactly I'm supporting. I've already seen the progress being made on the frigate and the various vehicles it was carrying, but rather curiously, when I looked at the books, more money has been spent on your partner's augmentations and armor than the renovation of a downed spaceship. That's nothing compared to what it cost the UNSC to create John. Cortana cuts in. Yes, I imagine if we were having to recreate the entire program from scratch, it would have been far more costly, and I likely would not have provided my support. Nezu comments. Really? Isuku is caught off guard by that news. Make no mistake, Mr. Midoriya. Nezu's tone of voice becomes cold, grabbing the attention of everyone in the room. I was only willing to support this endeavor because the procedure had been tried and proven, and your girlfriend volunteered with no coercion. Were the circumstances more similar to the original Spartan programs, I would have personally ensured the project shut down regardless of Toshinori's backing. His voice softens again. As it is, while I am not 100% comfortable with a teenager undergoing such augmentation, it is not experimental, nor is there a significant risk of harm to Miss Uraraka, so I am more willing to go along, especially if it's to aid in the transfer of One for All. I'm merely here at his request. Recover Girl waves her cane at Nezu, in case anything goes wrong. While they'd been talking, the scientists and technicians below had been setting up all the equipment ready for the augmentation procedure. Once finished, Achako was secured to the table with various intravenous lines running out of her arms and legs. Professor, would you be willing to talk me through the procedure? Nezu asks Dr. Shield. I believe Cortana could explain it better than I could. I've been more focused on the Dawn's repairs and the MJOLNIR development. I may be a quirk scientist, but I'm still more of an engineer than a biologist. That's why I brought in other experts on the island. Understandable. Nezu turns from the doctor to Cortana, who begins without prompting. The first thing the techs will do is sedate Uraraka. This, combined with the restraints, should minimize injuries in the event of muscle spasms. After that, they'll run her through a course of preparatory drugs and medication to help ease her body into the augmentation. Once the preparations are done, they'll begin the slow administration of the augmentation drugs. This is one of the biggest differences procedurally between Project Chrysanthemum and Project Aster, the Spartan 2 augmentations. The Spartan 3 augments are all chemical, biological, the only implant being the UNSC neural lace implant. What exactly are the augmentations being performed? Recovery Girl asks. There are 4 main drugs that will be administered. I'll spare you the official names as they bear no meaning, but they are the carbide ceramic ossification catalyst, the fibroid muscular protein complex, the retinane version stabilizer, and the improved colloidal neural disunification solution. Blank looks and confusion were the order of the day, as no one in the room comprehended what she'd just said, even Nezu, which was a rarity. Okay, I'm a fellow AI and even I have no idea what you just said. Izuku jokes, causing Cortana to roll her eyes. The carbide catalyst is a bone fortifier, coating the skeleton in a carbide layer, rendering them far more resilient, at least twice as resilient as normal bone. The fibroid complex increases muscle density and therefore overall strength. The retina stabilizer improves general eyesight and natural night vision. And the neural solution will increase Uraraka's reaction time by 300%. How long will all this take? Miwa asks as the technicians begin injecting the first lot of solutions into Uraraka. Roughly 24 hours for the augmentations and neural implant surgery, after which she'll have at least a day's bed rest before we can begin the physical training and rehabilitation. How long will that take? Teo asks. We plan to train her and Izuku continuously right up until the day of the recommendation entrance exams. The chief answers, shocking the 3 parents. What about school? Inko asks. They've already been excused for extended medical leave, which is technically the truth. Concerningly, they seemed rather blasé about 2 of their students being gone for nearly 2 months. Cortana explains. That's hardly surprising. They don't think we're going to make it into UA, so they aren't invested in us as much as they are in Bakugo, Izuku says matter-of-factly. I am pleasantly surprised they recognized me as a student though. Yeah, not at first, they didn't. Cortana qualifies. It took quite some pushing and mild threatening for me to get them to admit you exist. A tired sigh escapes Inko's lips at the mention of how her son's school treated him. Himiko puts her arm around her and rubs her back in a soothing gesture. Cortana, the chief asks in a warning tone. Don't worry, nothing physical or illegal, mostly. The AI tries to assure her partner. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that last part. Toshinori groans. Why? You should be used to such actions by now after all the years you've known me, Yagi. Nezu says with a small smile. I recommend for the time being that you all make yourselves comfortable. Cortana gestures to the furniture within the observation room. This is going to take a while. so the group take their seats and sit in anticipatory silence as they watch the technicians below continue to monitor Ochako. Medical Ward, UNSC Outpost, New Horizon, Island, Monday, December 28, 2218. 13:48. Isuku was sitting atop his tack pad on a bedside table next to the sleeping form of Ochako, the now enlarged, sleeping form of Ochako, who as a result of the augmentations had gone from a respectable 6 feet to a now towering 6 feet 9 in. While his partner was sleeping, Isuku was going over the various materials and data that Cortana had given him over the past several months. She'd basically copied most of her internal memory and transferred it to him, except she'd done it as a single large unorganized mess, forcing Isuku to break up, sort and organize each individual file and folder, which had been the intention in Cortana's first lesson. As she had explained afterwards, an eye's job on the battlefield is to find, seize, and sort data, whether it be friendly or enemy, tactical or logistical. It is our job to sift through it and find what is relevant to the mission, what is important to the troops on the ground, and what can be disregarded. A large chunk of the data she'd transferred was simply just human history, which had just been shunted somewhere within his memory for general reference, except for all history from the 21st century onward, because this was where the theoretical divergence occurred between the two universes. For Isuku, it was fascinating to read about how that version of humanity colonized the solar system and even had interplanetary wars before moving out to colonize the stars. When he had shared this information with Ochako only a couple of months earlier, she'd been enraptured, asking him to narrate the history of humanity's colonies and the UNSC while she cleaned the beach. By the time the beach was cleared in mid-December, they had just reached the conclusion of the harvest campaign in 2531, with a ship called the Spirit of Fire having disappeared with all hands chasing after a Covenant destroyer to parts unknown. Also, among the data Cortana had given Isuku was a database of known Covenant species, ranks, and technology. This was what Isuku was currently looking over while he waited for Ochako to awaken. Much to Izuku's frustration, the UNSC, or more accurately the Office of Naval Intelligence, knew relatively little about their foe outside of the battlefield or tactically relevant information, though he reasoned that being at constant war would result in an information deficit. As such, he planned to ask the Arbiter, mostly relating to his own species, the Sanghali. After all, it wasn't often one got to learn about an alien culture. He'd already added to the files various details he'd picked up, such as the Sanghali's aversion to bleeding outside of combat, a detail which had made Himiko's formal introduction to Thel interesting to say the least, especially when Himiko wondered aloud if her quirk would still work with his blood. After that, the pair had kept their distance but remained respectful of each other, with the Arbiter recognizing that blood for her was as essential as methane to the Ungoi. As he perused his notes, Ochako began to stir in her bed. Noticing the movement, he dismisses his notes and waits to see if Ochako will awaken. Eventually, Ochako's eyes half open. "Hey Ocha," he greets her with a gentle wave of his hand. "Hey Ishu," she replies blearily, slurring the Z in his name. "How long was I?" she asks. "They put you under for the neural lace surgery roughly 8 hours ago. They finished about 4 hours ago, and you've been resting ever since. How do you feel?" "Tired. My muscles are sore like I've just spent a day clearing the beach." "That makes some sense given the nature of your woe." Isuku cuts off his own sentence in surprise when he notices something about Ochako's appearance. What is it? Is something wrong?" Ochako is suddenly wide awake with worry at Izuku's outburst. Sorry, it's nothing. I didn't mean to startle you, it's just, your eyes are blue." "What?" Ochako throws off the blanket covering her, showing her to be in black gym shorts and a black tank top bearing the UNSC logo. She swings her legs out of bed only to overshoot and swing them into the side of the bedside table, buckling the table leg she swung into, her own legs not even suffering a bruise. "Whoa, easy Acha." Izuku gets up from his seated position and puts his hands out in a placating gesture. "The chief and Cortana warned that you may accidentally exaggerate your movements while your brain adjusts to the enhanced reflexes, so try and avoid large sudden movements for the time being." Ochako's about to get up when he adds another detail. "They also said you may be prone to falling over, so just take it slowly as you get up, okay?" Ochako chuckles slightly at his worry for her. "Okay, I'll try and take it slow, but I'll be fine, Izu." And slowly she gets up and moves to a mirror hanging on the wall opposite the bed and is surprised by what she sees. "Well, you're right, my eyes are blue, like bright blue. A side effect of the augmentations, maybe?" she asks rhetorically. "And what happened to my hair?" She grabs at her head upon noticing her bob and fringe have been shaved off. "Yeah, they had to remove a chunk of your hair to be able to perform the implant surgery, and they didn't want it left uneven, so." Izuku shrugs at the end of his explanation. Ochako sighs in resignation, accepting the necessity of it as she rubs one hand across the base of her skull where she could feel the external part of the implant. "Izu, could you show me what it looks like with your hologram?" Sure. And upon snapping his fingers, Izuku changes his form to that of his girlfriend's, while also turning around to show the base of their neck. See, Ochako squats in front of the table she'd recently kicked in order to get a better look at the hologram. Noticeable but not ugly, she comments before getting up again. But just as she's fully erect, she falters slightly, causing her to grab the metal end of the bed. You okay? Izuku half reaches out towards Ochako in a reflexive motion to help her before realizing that it'd be of little help. I'm fine, just stood up too quickly is all. After all, my head's now got an extra half a foot to climb up and down now. She takes her hand off the bed's railing. And as she does, Izuku looks on in wonder. Whoa, he repeats his exclamation from earlier with less shock and more awe. What? Ochako follows her boyfriend's line of sight and looks down at the railing she had grasped. And in the middle, where she'd reached out to it, the railing was all crumpled, like scrunched up tinfoil. Upon registering what she was looking, Ochako looks down at her hands and turns them over in front of her, inspecting them. Did I do that? She asks. I guess these muscles aren't just for show, Izuku comments, still looking like Ochako, as they begin to pose, flexing their holographic muscles, much to the real Ochako's amusement. Wow, I look buff, Ochako comments as she watches Izuku's posing as her. Are you sure that hologram is accurate? You know how much I pride myself on my impersonation of All Might. Why I'd be any less accurate when mimicking my girlfriend? Unless you actually think I love All Might more than you. Izuku teases her. Ochako shrugs and waves her hand in a so-so gesture. I mean, it wouldn't be an unreasonable conclusion. She moves to stand in front of the mirror again, this time inspecting the rest of her body. I'll admit, I'm a lot bulkier than I expected. I mean, there's obviously muscle there, more than I had beforehand, but I dunno. I thought I'd end up looking like those people you see in bodybuilding magazines. That's because your body's been designed for working, not posing. The Master Chief's voice catches the couple by surprise as he walks through the door. How are you feeling? If Izuku didn't know any better, he'd swear the chief's voice sounded almost tender, slightly off balance, both literally and figuratively. Izuku already gave me the heads up about my movements and potential fainting. I'm also having some fun adjusting to the new strength. She gestures at the damaged bed railing. That's why we're going to be training you over the next 2 months. Come. The chief gestures for Ochako to follow him. So after gingerly picking up Izuku's tack pad and gently redonning the hard case around her upper thigh, she follows the chief out of the recovery room and into the observation area where everyone was waiting. Upon seeing her, her parents rush forth and embrace her. Ochako hesitantly reciprocates the hug with gentle pats on her parents' backs. Sorry, I can't quite hug you guys back at the moment. After crushing my bed, I'm trying to be as gentle as possible. Ochako apologizes. We understand, dear. Both the chief and Cortana explained you may be out of sorts physically to begin with. Miwa reaches up to cup her daughter's head in one hand. After a few moments, the family separates upon seeing the chief standing nearby at ease waiting to speak. Ochako Uraraka step forward. Ochako hands Izuku over to her father so he can watch before moving to stand a couple of feet directly in front of the chief, opting to copy his at ease posture. Candidate Uraraka. He seems to take a second as if trying to recall something. You have been called upon to serve. You will be trained, and you will become the best we can make of you. You will be the protectors of Earth and all her colonies. This will be hard to understand, but you cannot return to your parents. This place will become your home. Your fellow trainees will be your family now. The training will be difficult. There will be a great deal of hardship on the road ahead, but I know you will all make it. The chief's words confuse most of the audience except for Cortana, who remembered the speech from when her donor first gave it, and Izuku, who had heard the speech in the files Cortana gave him. The confusion is soon cleared up as the Spartan continues his speech. Those were the words spoken to me and my fellow Spartan 2 candidates on our first day in the program. We were only 6. While you may be augmented like we were, you are different in so many important ways. The first and foremost being you were not chosen but rather chose to embrace this life willingly. You have a reason to fight that's more than simple service to humanity. But just like those who came before you, you have much training to do, possibly more so. While we were trained to be humanity's greatest soldiers, you are aiming to be more than just a soldier. You wish to be a hero, a symbol of hope to the people of this world. I will help you become that symbol. He moves his hands from behind his back to reveal a set of dog tags in his hand and moves to place them around Ochako's neck. Ochako in turn tilts her head forward so he can place them. Once done, she lifts her head and comes to attention upon seeing the chief do the same. Once they're both at attention, he salutes her, and she returns the gesture. Welcome to the Spartans, Ochako 151. John moves his right hand from the salute to reaching out to shake her own hand, which she takes. You have the next few days to relax with your family on the island. Then, in the new year, your training begins. Ue High School, Misutafu Outskirts, Shizuoka. Friday, February 19, 2219. 9:32. Ochako took a deep breath and let it out again as she stood in the gateway to the UA premises dressed in a gray tracksuit. Since her augmentation procedure, her hair had grown out of its shaven state, so it was now just short rather than gone completely. 10 months, 10 long eventful months, but we're finally here, she declares as she holds up her left hand, palm upwards, allowing Izuku's hologram to appear on the surface of her fingerless gloves. I know we always imagined we'd get here, but I don't think either of us thought it would be like this, Izuku says. You know you two still have to actually pass the entrance exam, right? A familiar voice calls out from underneath one of the trees lining the path from the gate to the main building. They turn to look and see a familiar blonde in a knitted cardigan and skirt. Hemi, the couple cry out. Uraraka and Himiko run to each other and embrace while Izuku is just along for the ride. Due to the significant height difference, Himiko is lifted bodily off the ground and caught in a massive bear hug, before being dropped on the ground again. What are you still doing here? Ochako asks. I thought you finished school yesterday. I did, but because I knew you were coming today and I otherwise live locally, I got special permission to remain on campus just for today to see you. Between the three of us, I think Nedzu's taking a special interest in you too. Izuku reappears in Ochako's hand. I think the fact that he came and watched Ochako's augmentation procedure is already proof of that. True, and what's with your hologram? Your mobile pad device isn't out. Does it have something to do with your new gloves? And what happened with your old ones? Ochako has to suppress a laugh at Himiko's string of questions, thinking she may not be blood-related, but she's definitely Izuku's sister. Once she was sure she wouldn't burst into laughter, she answered the questions. To answer all your questions at once, they're special gloves based on some of the tech they're putting into my armor. She points to the middle of her palm, beneath where Izuku is standing. They have micro-holometers sewn into them. It makes the gloves slightly thicker and padded, but it's worth it to be able to speak to Izu on the fly without having to take his pad out every time. Cool. Himiko draws out the O sound. But I thought you had those special digital artist gloves Izuku got you before. Why switch to completely fingerless? Because my quirk is now voluntarily activated. Notice how you didn't go flying off after I hugged you. Oh yeah, is that a side effect of your training? Himiko air quotes the word training due to the current restrictions on mentioning the Spartan program. That's been everyone else's best guess. It only happened after the operation, so. Ochako shrugs her shoulders. Fair enough. What's that you always say, Izuku, when you get frustrated with your analysis? Quirks are bullshit. Something like that. The AI concedes. Well, you better come with me. Nedzu wanted me to take you to meet Midnight first before the exam briefing. Dunno why though. Himiko begins walking down the path to the main building as she talks. Izuku and Ochako exchange puzzled looks before following after her. Ochako having to force herself to a slower walking speed so as to not outpace her friend. Eventually, they reach the front lobby of the main school building, the iconic quadruplet-towered structure looming over them. Inside, they are greeted by a woman with long flowing purple hair and eyes that match Ochako's recently acquired bright shade of blue, who was dressed in a white bodysuit underneath a black leather corset. The ironic thing was, despite wearing high heels, the woman still stood almost a whole foot shorter than Ochako, which forced the woman to look up as they approached. Ah, Midoriya, there you. I take it the green hologram is your brother. Yes, sensei. Himiko bobs her head in acknowledgement. Just as Nedzu described, she seems to say to herself before looking up at Ochako, and you must Uraraka. I'm Midnight and I've heard a fair bit about the two of you over the year. Your friend and sister here knows I have a weakness for romance, and she's often spun tales about how cute you two are to distract me in class, usually when the subject of homework comes. The pro hero gives Himiko a funny look while Ochako begins blushing. Izuku face palms and Himiko puts on a false air of innocence. Unfortunately, and it kills my inner romantic to do this, I'm here to split the happy couple up for the time being. This results in shocked and confused looks on the three teens' faces. What, why? Izuku is the first to respond. Due to your unique circumstances, Nedzu deemed the standard recommended entrance exam was not fit for purpose for you. So, I'm to take you to a different exam that is more suitable for you, if that's all right. Ochako seems reluctant, but Izuku reassures her. I'll be fine, Ocha. It does make a certain amount of sense. It's not like I can hold a pencil after all. Ochako concedes that point and in doing so takes the tack pad out of the hard case and hands it over to the pro hero teacher. Do you want the gloves as well? She asks. Midnight defers to Izuku on that judgment. No, we should be fine. You keep them for now, Izuku says, having disappeared from the gloves to the tack pad. Satisfied, Midnight speaks up. Very well then. For now, this is where I bid farewell. Miss Uraraka, you're going to the main auditorium for your exam briefing. And Himiko, I believe you have a room to finish packing. Himiko starts at that reminder. I take that as a yes. I will see you ladies later, and you, Mr. Midoriya, are coming with me. She turns around and begins heading up the stairs behind her. As she walks, Izuku sits down on the screen of his pad and begins twiddling his thumbs in nervous anticipation. wanting to ask the pro hero something but too nervous to ask. His behavior does not go unnoticed. Once she finishes climbing the stairs, as she turns down a corridor, Midnight addresses the nervous teen. "Something on your mind?" she asks suddenly, causing Isuku to start. "No ma'am, well, actually, if it's not too much to ask, but can I please save your autograph?" He tries to bow as far as he can in his sitting position, which as a hologram is a lot farther than most physical people can. Once she deciphers the last jumble of words, she erupts into laughter for a minute or so, stopping her in her tracks. "It feels too good to know that my charms," she uses her free hand to flick her hair, "have an effect on even inorganic beings. A teenage boy is still a teenage boy." "Oh, actually it's not that." Izuku seems almost apologetic, more so when he sees her deflate slightly. "You are very beautiful, it's just that doesn't really mean much to me. I only fell in love with Acha because I got to know her so well. The reason I'm nervous is because I'm a huge fan. But not one of those creepy ones that make me glad I can purge my memories." He hastily adds the last part. Midnight seemed genuinely intrigued. "A fan who's interested in me but not because of my looks. Go on." She gestures with her free hand for him to continue. "Well, my interest in you is twofold: one, your quirk, and two, your historical significance." Midnight raises one eyebrow in an unspoken question as she begins walking again. "From a heroic standpoint, I've always admired your quirk for being able to take down foes with minimal collateral damage, even if you do sometimes catch civilians with it. As for your historical significance, your first costume single-handedly changed the laws governing hero costume regulations. Well, I don't know about single-handed, but I certainly contributed. I am surprised you know about it. I thought it had fallen into obscurity." "Oh, it had, but I came across images of it while trying to research your quirk for my notes. I even managed to recreate it." Again, Midnight raises a single eyebrow. "You what? Recreated it? As a 3D model?" "I used to do sketches when I was still physical, but now I can use modeling software and, well, see for yourself." He snaps his fingers and his hologram changes into the form of Midnight, in her current outfit, much to the heroine's relief. "Yeah, I don't have your level of confidence, so I decided to just show off my rendering of your current outfit instead." "Well, I guess it's true what they say. Imitation is the highest form of flattery. Does your girlfriend know about this?" A teasing note enters her voice. "Oh, she loves it." Izuku either misses or ignores the teasing tone, especially when I start doing the voices and mannerisms. "Voices, mannerisms?" Midnight asks. "Sure." Izuku makes an obvious show of clearing their throat as Midnight before conjuring up a whip and striking one of Midnight's more iconic poses used in magazines and articles, before declaring, "We can either do this easy way or the fun way. I know which I prefer." In a near-perfect imitation of the R-rated hero. So much so that it causes Midnight to stumble a bit as she mistimes her step. Once she recovers her balance, she looks back at Isuku, who has now since returned to his usual casual teenage boy form. "Well, if the hero thing doesn't work out, you've always got a career as an impressionist. Anyway, that's your room there." She points down the hall and Isuku turns to see she's pointing at the next door down, labeled staff room. The rest of the staff are either on holiday, doing hero work, or helping supervise the normal recommendation exams. She explains. The hero and AI enter the room and are greeted by Netsu, who is standing next to a freestanding computer terminal in the middle of the room. "Ah, good morning, Midnight." Mr. Midoriya, UAS alleged resident megalomaniac, greets the two. "I was beginning to think you'd somehow gotten lost in the very school you work in." Midnight. "No sir, just sidetracked by a demonstration of some of Midoriya's abilities." Midnight explains. "Yes, I admit it was quite unnerving to see a perfect imitation of yourself moving, talking of its own accord." "Sorry." The green AI offers an unsure apology. "It's quite alright. In hindsight, it was quite amusing watching a version of myself perform ballet." Midnight's eyes go wide upon hearing that particular piece of information, but wisely elects to say nothing, instead opting to hand Izuku's pad to the principal. "Now then, Midoriya, I'll cut to the chase and explain how your entrance exam is going to go. Like Miss Uraraka, at the Master Chief's request, you will be doing a combination of the recommendation exam and then just the normal practical exam. The only difference is that you will not be taking part in the recommendation practical exam, but I am taking the normal practical exam." Izuku asks. "Correct. The way the normal practical exam is structured is more suited for you than the recommendation one." "Okay, and I assume this console is how I'm taking the written exam." Izuku gestured to the console next to them. "Correct again. The console is completely air-gapped, with only the exam questions loaded. Once we plug your chip in a minute, you'll have an hour to complete the questions. Though from what I've heard of your capabilities, you may not even need it. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now," Netsu looks up at the clock on the wall, which is just turning 10. "I wish you the best of luck." As he says it, he removes Izuku's chip and plugs it into the console. UA, Recommendation Exam Practical Ground, UA, High Campus, Musutafu. Friday, February 19, 2219, 11:20. The written exam had been dire. While Ochako didn't consider herself dumb, she was also self-aware enough to know that academics weren't necessarily her strongest suit. She was confident she'd passed but was certain she wasn't going to be the top scorer, though with Isuku also taking the exam that was never an option anyway. Now here she was standing in the cool February air with 17 other teenagers. There had been 24 of them in total, but the first lot of 6 examinees had already begun their practical exam. And now she and 5 others had just been called up to begin getting ready for the 3 kilometers obstacle course that was the exam. As she reaches the start line, Ochako decides to start stretching. After a few initial stretches, she decides to take her jacket off, revealing the tank top underneath with a large rendition of the UNSC logo on the back, a smaller UNSC logo over the right breast, and 151 written in white text over her left breast. It also revealed her muscular frame, which till now had been fairly well hidden by the jacket. Unbeknownst to her, this drew the eyes of several people, including a girl with long curly green hair standing in the crowd of examinees waiting their turn, and another girl standing just next to her, who let out an involuntary gasp and muttered something that Ochako didn't quite catch. Hearing the gasp and muttering, Ochako turns to her right to see a girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail. She was at least a foot shorter than Ochako, and despite the cool spring air was currently wearing black running shorts and a red sports bra. As Ochako turns to face her, the other girl realizes she'd been heard and instantly covers her mouth with her hand and blushes slightly in embarrassment. "Are you all right?" Ochako asks in confusion, noticing the other girl's strange reaction. The other girl lets her hand drop from her mouth and sighs slightly before bowing at the waist to Ochako. "I apologize if my actions made you uncomfortable. It was rude of me to stare at you, and ruder still to comment on your body behind your back." "That's all right," Ochako brushes off the apology. The stranger's actions not having offended her, just merely caught her attention. Said stranger rose from her bow as she said it. "I didn't even hear what you said. And I recognize that I have a fairly unusual body. Even with so many quirks, you don't see too many 7 feet muscle-bound teenagers, let alone ones who are girls." "That's fair." The girl concedes. "It's just I know what it's like to receive unwanted attention purely because of your body. I hate to be guilty of the same crime I rebuke others for." As she says it, Ochako notices that the other girl is more mature in build than the average teenager. Not the stereotypical hourglass you may see in magazines, but more akin to what her mother would describe as healthy. Ochako surmised what the cause of the unwanted attention was. "But that's something that's largely out of your control, short of plastic surgery. But this," she flexes her right arm to illustrate her point, causing the other girl to blush again, "is the result of hard work and effort. I don't think admiring someone for their body like that is any different to admiring the work of a sculptor or artist. They've all put in hard work, and you should be allowed to recognize that hard work." The other girl takes several deep breaths to calm herself before talking again. "So long as there's no hard feelings." She extends her hand in greeting. "I'm Momo Urazu." Ochako Uraraka. Ochako accepts and shakes the hand gently. Momo, somewhat eager to move the conversation away from her poor attempt at hiding her feeling for the taller teen in front of her, comments on the logo on Ochako's tank top. "You're with the UNSC." The question takes Ochako by surprise. The various adults involved in her training had established a new UNSC as a public face for the various projects. The Dawn, MJOLNIR, and herself. The organization had been put forth as a new independent space agency looking to try and restart the pre-quirk space race. What was surprising was the fact that this seemingly random girl who'd she just met was aware of its existence. Both Nedzu and All Might had gone out of their way to make sure the creation of the UNSC got as little press as possible, which combined with the general lack of interest in space exploration these days, effectively meant that the UNSC was a non-entity outside of Island. "How do you know about the UNSC?" she asks Momo. "While it's hardly a secret organization, it's not the most public one. I heard about it from my dad while he was on Island for business. Apparently they wanted to contract some of his geneticists for a project." Momo explains. "So you are with them then?" Ochako nods her head. "I'm what you might call a cadet, or near enough to. I was recruited because of my quirk. I can remove the gravity of whatever I touch, a useful quirk for an organization intending to go to space." This was the cover given to her by Cortana as to her involvement with the organization. "So, they are planning on restarting space missions." A sparkle enters Momo's eyes. "That's the aim. I take it you're a fellow space nerd." Ochako recognizes the look on Momo's face, having seen it on Izuku's 100 times whenever he talks about heroes. "Well, not space specifically. My interest is more science in general and chemistry in particular. But new research always interests me, which is why my dad told me about them in the first place." Momo's speech and movements become more animated as she talks, her enthusiasm clearly showing. However, unlike Izuku's excitement, which was like that of a toddler on an all-day sugar bender, Ochako noticed that Momo was more restrained in her enthusiasm. She was excited but calm about it. It was somewhat adorable. However, that train of thought was interrupted by the particularly loud voice of one of the examiners present, Mike, if she recalled Izuku's ramblings correctly, calling for candidates 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 151 to take their places on the start line. Momo gives a puzzled look at the call out of Achako's number but decides to save the question for later, instead deciding to stand at the starting line in silence. Achako moves next to her and gets down into a typical sprinter's starting pose, her muscles tensing slightly in anticipation. The minute she hears the horn indicating the start of the race, she's off in a flash, having covered almost 10 meters before the others had even registered what happened. It took several seconds for the shock of Achako's explosive start to wear off, by which point Achako was now nearly 50 meters ahead. Momo was the first to recover and began sprinting after the brunette, with the other examinees recovering soon after. But alas, it was all for naught. In the end, Achako finished the course in a little over 6.5 minutes, thoroughly blowing all previous times out of the water. And much to Achako's pride, she didn't even need to use her quirk. When she first crossed the finish line, she was greeted by the first group of candidates, but there were only 5. The tall shave-haired boy she'd seen earlier was nowhere to be seen, but she brushed it off as of little concern. What was concerning was the deep scowl the boy with a scar over his left eye was giving her. She mentally shrugged, reasoning he was just mad that she'd just knocked him down on the rankings, and decided to turn back towards the racecourse she'd just finished to watch the rest of the candidates arrive while she did some cool-down stretches, during which the first group was called away for their interviews. As she stretched, she briefly wondered how her new friend, she'd like to think she and Yaoyorozu had become friends in their brief interaction. Anyway, she wondered how well Yaoyorozu was doing, especially as she didn't ask what her quirk was beforehand. That question was answered a minute later when she sees Momo tearing down the final stretch on a push scooter. The ravenet quickly crosses the finishing line and comes to an abrupt stop, Achako hastily walking up to her. "That was amazing. Where did you get the scooter? Is that your quirk?" Achako's excited demeanor was somewhat juxtaposed with her massive frame, which provided some amusement to the out-of-breath Momo, who simply nods her head in answer to Achako's question till she could regain her breath. "Indeed, my quirk is creation. I can make any object that I know the molecular makeup of using the lipids in my body. See." As she explains, she holds up her hand and a glow of light emits from her palm, and a matryoshka doll painted to look like Achako forms and is ejected from the light. "Here, for you." She gives the nesting doll to Achako, who looks at it in confusion. "For me, why?" the brunette asks. "Is it not normal for—" She seems to hesitate in her wording. "Friends to give each other gifts? I'm afraid my experience with casual social cues is limited." No, Achako tries to reassure her new friend. "It's pretty and handmade, sort of, which are always the best kinds of gifts. I just wasn't sure we were friends, but I would be glad to be friends with you." And so Achako picks up Momo in her now usual bear hug, unintentionally smothering the poor shorter woman before putting her down again, Momo blushing at the intimate gesture. "Sorry, I tend to be a bit of a hugger when I get excited." Achako apologetically rubs the back of her head. "It's all right," Momo slowly says as she brushes herself down. As they've been talking, the rest of the competitors have been coming in, some of whom give the two girls the stink eye. "Did we do something to upset them?" Momo asks, worried she may have committed another faux pas against her potential future classmate. "I think they're just jealous of our performances. I mean, you rode part of the course on a scooter and I didn't even use my quirk. I can see how that might upset some people, but we didn't break any of the rules, so." Achako shrugs as she finishes speaking. She didn't even use her quirk. Momo thinks, who is this girl? She was moving at the speed of car, on foot, and it's somehow not her quirk. The image of Uraraka flexing reappears in her mind, causing her to blush again. And why am I so attracted to her? She mentally groans as she tries to avoid eye contact her new friend. Crush. Her musings are interrupted by Achako speaking again. "I can't wait to introduce you to Isuku," Achako says as they follow a staff member taking them to their interviews. "He's as much a quirk nerd as I am a space nerd. He'd love to see your quirk in action." "Is he your brother?" Momo asks, causing Achako to snort with laughter. "No, he's my boyfriend and oldest friend, though I suppose at one point I might have considered him like a brother." Achako doesn't notice the brief look of disappointment on Momo's face at the mention of boyfriend, which is gone as soon as it appears. "Does he plan on going to UA as well?" Momo asks. "Yes, in fact, he's also taking the recommendation exam, just not the practical due to his condition." Oh, Momo now felt regret at the twinge of jealousy she'd felt only a second earlier. "He's perfectly fine. It's just his quirk means he's restricted in mobility, so completing the obstacle course would have been impossible. I imagine it's also why he's taking the written recommendation exam." Momo supposes with significantly fewer candidates than the regular entrance exam, it would be easier for UA to organize the necessary accommodations. More or less, I don't know what exactly they had planned, but when we first arrived, Midnight took him elsewhere while I went to the auditorium. A brief flash of recognition crosses Momo's face at the mention of the R-rated hero, but she says nothing. Eventually, the group reaches a waiting room lined with chairs outside an office. Only one of the previous group remains, a boy with blonde hair and externally protruding teeth, who silently nods in greeting. Ochako is about to take a seat when a familiar voice calls. Sierra 151. Instantly, Ochako draws herself to attention and spins around in an about turn to face the speaker, the Master Chief. Upon seeing her instructor of the past couple of months, she salutes him, and he likewise returns the gesture. Yes, Chief. She gives his call out a verbal response. You won't be undergoing the interview, come. Ochako gives Momo a brief farewell, wishing her the best of luck in the interview and hoping to see her in UA soon. Momo similarly wishes Ochako well. Having finished her farewell, Ochako quickly falls in step with the chief. Principal Nedzu and I are satisfied with your performance. Given that the true purpose of this exam was to test your augmented athletic abilities rather than act as your admission, Nedzu felt there was no need to have you take the interview. Not when you'll be taking the regular entrance exam. That's understandable, Ochako responds. By the way, where's Isuku? At the main gate with his sister Cortana, chimes from the chief's helmet when we left them. He was going on about getting another autograph. I guess he finally got Midnight's signature after all. Ochako chuckles to herself. UA, High School, Musutafu Outskirts, Musutafu. Friday, February 26, 2219, 9:15. Am I the only one getting a sense of déjà vu? Ochako asks Isuku, who is sitting cross-legged in her palm as always, as she walks through the UA front gates. I'm fairly certain déjà vu for AI is an early warning sign of rampancy, but yes, this does feel similar to last week. Only this time no Himikin, and instead, several hundred strangers. Isuku comments on the multiple teens moving, either as individuals or in groups, towards the main UA building. As they near the front steps, Ochako notices a girl with short flamered, almost orange, hair trip and is able to use her quirk on her to prevent her fall. Hey, are you okay? She asks the now floating teen. I was able to catch you with my quirk before you hit the pavement. Gee, thanks. I don't think I would have reacted in time to save myself, and the last thing I need to do is break my arm before the exam. The girl speaks up with a slight Irish lilt. I don't think you'd break your bones from a fall like that. A look of disbelief appears on Ochako's face. Maybe not if I had normal bones. Unfortunately, mine are hollow and seem to like breaking when it's most inconvenient to me, which in this case would be on the single most important day of my life. Interesting, Isuku notes. Is that a mutation due to your quirk? The redhead looks up to see Isuku for the first time and is initially puzzled by his appearance, but quickly dismisses it. It was hardly the strangest quirk she'd seen. I don't know if it's directly tied to my quirk, but it definitely works with it. My quirk allows me to control wind through movement. She demonstrates by gracefully moving her arms in a manner similar to certain martial arts, and a gust of wind seems to push her upright from the mid-falling pose she'd been stuck in, allowing Ochako to gently release her quirk. I'm keyed by the way she greets them with a smile and a small wave of her hand. Ochako Yuraraka, Izuku Midoriya. Anyway, thanks for the help, but I think we'd better inside. I'd hate to make you guys late for the exam just because you helped me. It's no problem, but sure. Ochako agrees, and they head inside to the auditorium, receive their examinee cards, and eventually split up to sit in their assigned seats. Unfortunately for the couple, they are sat next to none other than Bakugo, who takes all of 1 second to look Ochako up and down before laying into her. The F happened to you, pink cheeks? You don't come back after winter break and now you show up like this. What? Did you finally take my advice, ditch that piece of scrap, and decide to play catch up? You really think Ochako would abandon me so easily, Bakugo? Izuku reappears in Ochako's hand. Bakugo scoffs and sneers at Izuku's appearance. Of course, you're here, and with a fancy new trick, you probably plan on getting into UA by riding your girlfriend's coattails, just like you used to ride mine. Izuku and Ochako both wanted to object to that assertion, but before they could, they were interrupted by the arrival of someone on stage, the pro hero present, Mike. What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ. Come on, and let me hear ya. He roars. The silence would have been deafening had it not been for the solitary whoop of excitement from Izuku, which gains the attention of the entire auditorium and earns him a few sniggers from some examinees. One's better than I usually get, so I'll take it. The DJ hero proclaims anyway. Onto the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is gonna go down, okay. A stylized video begins playing behind the hero. As Mike talks, Izuku is nerding out to Ochako about him, while Ochako tries to get him to keep it down. As your application said, today you rockin' boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban setting. Gird your loins, my friends. After I drop the mic here, you'll head to your specified battle center. Sound good? I see. They're splitting us up, Bakugo comments, so we can't work with any of our friends. Except me and Ochako have the same battle center. Izuku counters, looking at the 2 cards Ochako was holding. See, coattails. Bakugo feels vindicated. Again, Present Mike speaks up before the couple can counter. Okay, let's check out your targets. There are 3 types of foe villains in every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty, so better choose wisely. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by shredding these foe villains like a mid-song guitar solo. But, check it. Make sure you're keeping things heroic. Attacking other examinees is a UA no-no, ya dig? I think I now know how Nedzu wants me to complete this exam, Izuku whispers to Ochako. I'll explain once we get to our center. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. A relatively tall boy with short blue hair and glasses stands up, raising his hand straight above his head. Hit me. Present Mike responds. On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains. The boy begins to explain. Not 3. With all due respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do. Additionally, you two, the one with the spiky blonde hair and the tall brunette next to him, you've been talking this entire time. Stop that. If you can't bother to take this seriously, leave. You're distracting the rest of us. That ain't me talking. It's the damn nerd who won't shut up. Bakugo seethes at the idea of being confused for Deku. Besides, it's not like we were talking loudly. Ochako comes to her boyfriend's defense. He was only whispering while you decided to stand up and interrupt the briefing with a question that was likely to be answered in the next few minutes anyway. Ochako crosses her arms in frustration as she leans back. Content, she's said her piece. The blue-haired boy likewise sits down, now feeling slightly chastened by the dressing down. All right. Mike tries to regain the flow of his presentation. Examinee number 7111, thanks for calling in with your request. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points. That guy's just an obstacle we'll be throwing in your way. There's one in every battle center. Think of it as a hurdle you should try to avoid. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's kinda no point. I recommend my listeners try to ignore it and focus on the ones top in the charts. Now, that's all I got for you today. So I'll sign off with a little present for you. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. MMHM. Now that's a tasty soundbite. You cool cats ready to go beyond. Let's hear a plus ultra and a good luck to all of you. Hope you practiced hitting more than just books. A smirk grew on Ochako's face. He has no idea. UA. Entrance exam site C. UA. High Campus, Musutafu. Friday, February 26, 2219. 9:55. The bus ride from the main campus to the test side was uneventful, although Ochako did note that the rude blue-haired boy from the presentation was on the same bus as them. Once they reached the testing ground, Ochako moved away from the group so as to talk with Izuku with some privacy. So, what was your little brainwave you had back in the presentation? Ochako asks. Hacking and hijacking. That's why they left us together. Nedzu has some idea of what my capabilities are, which is why he wasn't concerned about my ability to take part in this exam compared to the obstacle course. He knows I'm a decent hacker, so theoretically, if we can get me in range of one of the robots, I can possess it and get points for myself, assuming they're able to track me. I don't think they'll miss one of their robots smashing the others. The question is, which robot do you want to hack? Before Izuku can reply, he is cut off by the blue-haired teen who seemed to have heard the last part of the conversation and come to the entirely wrong conclusion. I can't believe I'm hearing this. The two of you are conspiring to subvert the entrance exam, he declares. I should report you to the invigilators. For the 3rd time in about half an hour, the couple are interrupted by Present Mike's yelling. All right, everyone, let's begin. While the bespectacled blue-haired boy and most of the other examinees were looking at the loud blonde pro in confusion, Ochako was already sprinting towards the no-opening gates of the test ground. The chief's training and her augmentation asserted themselves, allowing her to move at the drop of a hat. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, 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 listeners. You're wasting airtime here. Listener 151 has the right idea. The group collectively turns back around to see Ochako clear the gates and give chase after her. Once she was through the gates, Ochako slapped the side of her leg with one hand, removing her gravity just as she pushes of the ground, allowing her to leap a great distance ahead of the rest of the pack. Once she reasons she's at a reasonable height, she removes her quirk's effect, causing her to plummet towards the ground, or more accurately, the group of robots beneath her. As she descends, Izuku calls out to her, "Get me near one of the single pointers." They're the weakest of the 3 scoring bots, but they're also more agile than the 2 and 3 pointers, and speed is the aim of the game here. Ideally, I would like to possess the 0 pointer, as there should be significantly less chance of someone targeting it, but I'll make do. Understood. Ochako confirms her understanding of the plan just before her landing is softened by a 2-pointer. She finishes off the job by ripping its head off with her bare hands before pummeling the 2 1-pointers standing directly next to her. Wow, these things are not durable at all. She comments, they're meant to be destroyed, and B, you're a super soldier in training capable of deadlifting 300 kilos. Easy. I don't think you're the best judge of object durability, Isuku counters. Anyway, is there still a 1-pointer nearby? Ochako looks around her and spots her target. Found one. She crosses the fake streets and ducks underneath the 1-pointer's clumsy swipe at her, before dashing around it and jumping on its back where it couldn't reach her. Once there, she takes out the tack pad and holds it against the robot's armor. Let me know when you've connected. Done. The robot's deep and monotone reply comes a few seconds later. Ochako climbs down off the robot's back and notices that the central eye light has turned from red to bright green. Hold on, that's better. The voice changes as it speaks, going from the deep monotone to Izuku's more usual chipper voice. That was quick. Yeah, these guys' cyber defenses are about as strong as their armor, which again I think is by design. Makes sense. Give examinees as many potential solutions. Now, you ready to rock this exam? Ochako pumps her fist in excitement. Izuku experimentally spins up the bot's miniguns. I think so, he replies, and the couple set off further into the test ground looking for more bots to pummel. Entrance Exam Observation Center, UA. High Campus, Musutafu. Friday, February 26, 2219, 10:03. Nedzu and several other members of the UA faculty were sat in the observation center watching the examinees on multiple screens and monitors. Behind the seated faculty, the Arbiter and Master Chief stood in full armor. The Chief in his usual olive-green rugged plating over a black bodysuit. The Arbiter in a more ornate and elegant silver bronze armor befitting of his title. There had been some questions among the faculty when they first arrived, but Nedzu said they were here as special observers. While they had been offered seats, they opted to remain standing, unlike Toshinori. Clearly, the examinees have no idea how many villains are present or their locations. Nedzu seems to be addressing the 2 new observers. They have limited time, must cover a vast area, and hunt down every last target. The screens and monitors flick between different cameras, each one showing a different student. Some use information gathering abilities to plan out strategies, while others rely on speed to pull ahead of their peers. Of course, remaining calm under pressure can be a huge advantage, as can pure power in combat ability. The most successful students use a combination of all these tactics. They're the ones who rack up the highest scores. As he says that, 2 larger monitors bring up footage of Ochako and the robot Isuku was inhabiting standing in the middle of a field of ruined robots that, presumably, they had just destroyed. At the moment, Isuku was now re-engaging with a 3-pointer at range, using his 1-pointer's rotary cannons to intercept incoming missiles and rockets, while Uraraka moved an examinee who'd been knocked down in the fighting. Once the examinee was safe in an alley, Ochako came bounding out, sliding under Isuku and sprinting towards the 3-pointer, her charge culminating in a shoulder barge straight into the center of the robot. I'd say this year's group looks promising. Midnight comments on the footage is that Izuku Midoriya controlling the rogue test bot. Wait, that's the Midoriya kid. Power Loader remembers the phone-bound AI he met in Recovery Girl's office 10 months ago. Either he's mighty skilled or he's got one hell of an interdiction program. He didn't let a single projectile though, for a kid without even a body. He's got potential. Wait, what do you mean without a body? One of the other teachers asks. That will be explained should Midoriya pass the exam. There's still plenty of time before it's over, Nedzu says with a mischievous smile. The real test has yet to come. He pushes a big red button labeled Executor. Let's see how they react. The Arbiter was initially confused by what the principal meant by the real test until he saw what appeared on the screen. By the gods, he proclaims in awe. UA. Entrance Exam Site C. UA. High Campus, Musutafu. Friday, February 26, 2219, 10:07. Ochako was jogging back to reunite with Izuku after pummeling the 3-pointer when the 1-pointer robot he was inhabiting was suddenly bisected from behind by a bright white laser beam. Ochako sprinted the remaining distance, but whoever was responsible was lost amongst the crowd further down the street. She kneels down next to the head of the robot and takes out the pad for Izuku to transfer back. After a second, a holographic green light appears above the pad screen, and Izuku reappears. Oh, thank goodness you're okay, Izu. Ochako sighed in relief. I was so worried when I saw your robot go down. I swear if I ever find the jackass that did it, It's fine, Ocha. I'm not too worried about it. By my best guess, we've both got enough points to pass. Your best guess? Ochako raises her eyebrows in disbelief. You mean you haven't been tracking our points? Oh, I have. It's just there are several kills that could be attributed to either of us, and I'm not sure which way the judges would call it, so I'm playing it safe. At the very least, I think we've scored 50 points each. I wouldn't go looking for another body for me now. Odds are most of them are. Izuku's interrupted by a loud rumbling and crashing noise as about 100 meters down the road a colossal robot seems to rise from the ground, sending debris flying. The vast majority of the students begin running away from the mechanical behemoth in a panicked frenzy. You still want to try and hack that? Ochako asks. No, not really, but you want to take it down anyway, don't you? Izuku responds. 2 minutes remaining. Listeners, Mike's voice comes over the loudspeakers. If the chief can take down Scarabs, then whatever Ochako was going to say next was interrupted by a cry of pain coming from the direction of the zero-pointer. What? Ochako begins to ask. There, Izuku points down the road to a pile of debris. Trapped beneath the rubble was a girl with purple hair, cut in a short bob. Once she's pointed out to her, Ochako begins gently running through the crowd, taking care not to accidentally knock anyone over. As she makes her way towards the rubble, she passes by the blue-haired boy who briefly stops to look at her before continuing to flee from the robot. So, what's the plan? Ochako asks as she finally clears the crowd of panicked applicants. Get me to the robot. I'll try and disable it internally, or at least slow it down, while you clear the rubble and get the girl to safety, Izuku calls out from inside his tac pad. So Ochako sprints, full tilt, past the trapped girl, much to said girl's confusion and annoyance, before stopping alongside one of the behemoth's treaded feet. Will this do? She asks. Yeah, I've got a foothold. Now go, Izuku cries out. Without having to be told twice, Ochako turns and heads back towards the girl, outpacing the test bot. Once she returns to the rubble, she begins using a combination of her quirk and raw strength to lift the concrete off the girl and does so in short order. Once freed, she picks up the girl in a bridal carry and begins moving away from the oncoming robot. And here I thought you were going to try and fight that thing like a total glory hound, the purple-haired teen deadpans, her face turning slightly red at being carried as such. No, I simply needed to get my boyfriend close enough to hack it. Ochako explains. Boyfriend? The girl asks. As she says it, the zero-pointer comes to a stop, causing Ochako and most of the other panicking students to stop. Then, in the last few seconds of the exam, everyone in that test center bore witness to the strangest sight that day. The robot's 6 eyes turned from red to green, and then suddenly the robot grasped its own head in its 2 oversized hands and pulled straight upwards, ripping its own head off in one clean movement. A klaxon sounds in the distance, indicating the exam is over, and most of the examinees are just left in shock. And they weren't the only ones. Entrance Exam Observation Center, UA. High Campus, Musutafu. Friday, February 26, 2219, 10:10. Holy 4th of July weenie roast. What in the tarnation was that? Snipe exclaims as most of the teachers, All Might, and the 2 soldiers were left dumbstruck, even the darkly clad individual standing the corner, who had not yet said anything the entire exam, had his eyebrows raised in surprise. I will confess, after witnessing the candidate hijack the smaller drone, I thought he might try something similar with the zero-pointer, but I didn't think he'd resort to that. Power Loader states. Well, Master Chief, Arbiter, are you satisfied with what you saw? Nedzu gets out of his seat to address the 2 guests. We are satisfied with learner Uraraka's performance, the Arbiter responds. And of Izuku? Nedzu turns to the chief, whose only response is to adjust something on the side of his helmet, and suddenly Cortana, manic cackling, fills the observation room. She's been like this for the past minute, the chief deadpans in usual monotone voice. Eventually, Cortana calms her laughter. Needless to say, Midoriya has more than passed my expectations. She chuckles again. Very well. We'll put a rush on their results so you can begin the last stage of Miss Uraraka's preparations, and we can begin the overhaul process. Nedzu bows at the 2 giants, who return with a salute from the chief and a bow from the Arbiter. UA. Entrance Exam Site C, UA. High Campus, Musutafu. Friday, February 26, 2219, 10:10. The exam participants of Exam Site C stood around, both trying to regain their breath and make sense of what they just witnessed. What just happened? An applicant asks. Programming glitch, someone offers. Maybe it was someone's quirk. Another replies. I did see that tall girl run towards it, but she looked more like someone who would just punch it. A 4th person chimes in. Either way, it was the manliest thing I've seen all day. A spiky red-headed teen comments. Not that it scored her any points if it was her. One of the previous commenters spoke up again. Meanwhile, the blue-haired boy stood in contemplative silence as he watched Ochako gently place the other girl down before running back to the robot and eventually returning to the girl, at a speed similar to his own. Sorry about that, Ochako apologizes to the other girl, who she could now see had audio jacks extending from her earlobes. I had to retrieve Izuku. She holds her palm out to allow Izuku to appear by means of demonstration. Hi, I'm Izuku. Are you all right? He asks, concerned she may have suffered a broken leg or ankle from the rubble. No, I'm not all right, the girl snaps before instantly calming. Sorry, you're just concerned. I shouldn't have snapped. I'm just annoyed at myself for getting trapped like that. The name's Jiru, by the way. Nice to meet you, Jiru. I'm Uraraka. Now we should probably get you to the medical tent to get your injury looked at. Where the medical tent can come to you, a familiar voice calls out. Recovery girl, the AI and cyborg team duo call out simultaneously. Hello, you two. Good to see your training's paid off. So what's the damage? Gyro sheepishly raises her hand. It's my ankle. Don't know if it's broken or just sprained. Either way, I'll take care of it. And so the youthful heroine reaches down and kisses Gyro's exposed ankle, and in a near instant the pain is gone. After getting back up, the nurse reaches into her coat pocket and brings out a handful of gummies and hands some to Gyro and some to Ochako. I know you probably don't need them, she addresses Ochako, but take them all the same. Now I'm off to check on the others. Thank you, Ochako replies before downing the gummies in one go. Thanks again for saving me. Jiru nervously rubs the back of her head as she talks. I would probably have been squished if not for you, or your boyfriend. She does her best to hide her disappointment when she mentions the word boyfriend. Oh, it's nothing. We just did what anyone else would have done. Ochako tries to wave off the gratitude, and yet no one else did, Jiru says with a slight edge as she looks towards the rest of the examinees. The Midoriya residence, Musutafu Suburbs, Shizuoka Prefecture, Sunday, February 28, 1908. The Midoriyas and Urarakas were currently relaxing in the Midoriya's living room watching TV, having just recently finished dinner. Well, most of them were relaxing. Uraraka was nervously twiddling her thumbs while Isuku was replaying his footage from the entrance exam, recounting his and Ochako's possible scores for the umpteenth time. You know they're not likely to arrive till next Friday, right? Himeko tells the two, having noticed their fidgety behavior. And Izu, you've got to stop replaying that footage. There's nothing you can do about it now. Besides, didn't you say each scored 50 points? I think, Izuku corrects. I think we each scored 50 points, but I can't know for sure. He almost groans the last out. Still, you did your best. Inko tries to comfort her son. I don't think your trainers could ask for more than that. Speaking of, Miwa pipes up. Have either of you heard from them since the exam? Cortana contacted me after the exam to let me know that the four of them would be busy over the weekend and that the soonest we'd hear from them is on Monday. But she congratulated us on our performance. Mine in particular, Izuku says absent-mindedly. Wait, she congratulated you on your performance? Does that mean she was watching you? Himeko observes. However, before that implication has a chance to settle and there's a knock at the door and Inko get up out the armchair to answer it. The group watches her open the door and lean out before looking down and picking up something off the floor. She then turns over whatever is and immediately rushes back in, accidentally slamming the door behind her. Izuku, Ochako, a letter. Yue, a letter. They're here. Your test results from Yue. Inko's jumble of words puts a spring in Ochako's step as she leaps from her seat on the floor, grabbing Izuku as she does, and crosses the room to Inko, who hands the letter to the giant teen, before taking a seat at the dining table. Once seated, Ochako places Izuku on the table directly in front of her, and gingerly opens the letter, taking out a round little disc as she does. She places the disc on the table, and it immediately lights up, showing a holographic projection of All Might of all people. I am here as hologram. All Might. The two families collectively call out. I thought this was from Yue. Why's All Might on here? Netsu gave me my results. Himeko comments. Not to worry, young Uraraka and Midoriya. I've not joined you in Cortana in the digital realm just yet. The recording laughs at his own joke. This is merely a recording. Anyway, me, the chief, Arbiter, and Cortana apologize for the radio silence over the weekend, but we are now the four newest members of UA, as faculty as its new first-year heroics team, with the other three also agreeing to various other responsibilities. Well, all of them are going to work at UA. Izuku asks in awe. Guess they want to keep a close eye on my training. Ochako reasons. A person off-screen addresses All Might, seemingly accusing him of showboating, to which he agrees to speed things up. Right, so, moving on. Unsurprisingly, you both passed the written test, with Isuku gaining a perfect score. And in the recommended exam, young Uraraka shattered the previous record by clearing the course in under half the allotted time. Congratulations. Though as per UA's agreement with the UNSC, this does not count towards your results, but it is impressive, nonetheless. Now for what you've been waiting for. The projection seems to indulge his inner showman as he takes a pause. Wait, why doesn't the obstacle course score count? Himeko asks. The chief wanted to use the exam as a test to gauge my athletic abilities and coordination, Ochako explains. Netsu agreed on the condition that it wouldn't actually count, given that I was also taking the normal exam, which would also serve as a test of my combat ability. Himeko nods her understanding as the projection continues. Your practical scores, All Might announces with a flourish. The two of you scored well, with Midoriya gaining 60 villain points and Uraraka gaining 56, putting you squarely in second and third respectively. Sucker's bet says Bakugo got top score. Himeko snarks, which earns her a hush from Inko. Those in and of themselves are respectable scores and more than comfortably pass the exam, But there's more, look here. He gestures to a second screen which shows footage of Uraraka and Isuku working together to help the examinee who got in over their head, and their final rescue attempt at the end of the exam. You see, All Might continues. The practical exam was not graded on combat alone. Oh no. A hero is more than a soldier who fights bad guys. They are there to help those in need. Izuku and Ochako begin to go witty as they realize what he's implying. And that is what my alma mater is all about, training those who would risk their lives to do good. So, we have rescue points, a panel of judges watch, and award points for actions beyond fighting villains. And so, you, Izuku Midoriya, and you, Ochako Uraraka, were awarded 45 and 60 rescue points respectively, bringing your scores up to 105 and 116, second and first place. You both passed the exam with flying colors. Congratulations. Welcome to your Hero Academia. The group are about to embrace when All Might adds one last thing. Oh, one last thing. The chief wants you to report to UA. As Gym Gamma tomorrow at 10 a.m. its time. Most of the group is confused by that final cryptic message, but Izuku grasps his meaning. One for all is all he says. Gym Gamma, UA. High Campus, Musutafu Outskirts. Monday, March 1st, 2219, 9:58. Ochako enters the building All Might had told her and Izuku to meet. They'd been escorted there by Midnight, who'd greeted them at the gate to give them their visitor passes. As she enters, she's greeted with the sight of Toshinori, the Master Chief, the Arbiter, Cortana, on what looks like a mobile holotank, and a familiar blonde support technician, who is the first to notice Ochako and runs towards her in greeting. Ochako Melissa cries just before she embraces the brunette. Melissa Ochako responds in kind, lifting the blonde off the ground in a bear hug in her typical fashion. How have you been? She lets Melissa back on the ground. Great, but tired. You and Izuku weren't the only ones working hard over the past few months. Speaking of, I assume he's with you. She glances meaningfully at the hard case strapped to Ochako's leg. The brunette giant holds out her palm in the familiar gesture, and Izuku's hologram appears. Present, he calls out, chipper as ever. It's good to see you again. We haven't really seen you much since you've been working on MJOLNIR. It's good to see you too. Congratulations on topping the entrance exam, by the way. Uncle Might filled me in. As for MJOLNIR, it's why I'm here. Well, one of the reasons. It's ready. Ochako's face brightens with excitement. Actually, it's been ready for 2 weeks. Melissa begins walking the couple over to the rest of the group, but we wanted to wait for you to complete the entrance exams to see if you were ready physically, which you have more than demonstrated. Both of you performed outstandingly in your trials. The Arbiter congratulates the pair. Ancilla Cortana was most amused with your final stunt. Izuku appears bashful at that statement. So, you were watching us during the exam, Ochako states, almost accusingly. Yes, they were in the observation room alongside me, Nedzu and the other UA faculty, Toshinori replies, of which 4 of you are now a part of. Izuku tacks on. Technically it's will be a part of, as the contracts don't start till next week, and technically it's all 5 of us. Melissa corrects. Wait, you're joining UA as well? Ochako reacts with surprise. But I thought you wanted to become a support engineer. Oh, I do, and I will be. That's why I said technically. I'll be working at UA. But they're not actually the ones paying me. Well, they are, but, She looks to the chief and Cortana, hoping they could explain it better than her. Melissa's been employed by the UNSC as an armor, specifically a MJOLNIR technician, Cortana explains. As she helped build your suit, she is intimately familiar with how it works, how to repair it, and possibly how to upgrade it, should it be necessary. Now, Nedzu, and pretty much everyone else associated with this, doesn't want either a private support company or a UA support student messing around with MJOLNIR, so Melissa has been contracted to act as on-site support and maintenance, which means only I and I alone can work on your armor unless someone is given explicit permission by you, Nedzu, and myself, Melissa explains, which given some of the mechanics and components involved is for the best. So, I am trying it on today. Ochako asks, barely containing her excitement. Correct, Chief answers. And here I thought from All Might's message you'd be receiving one for all today. Izuku comments. We're doing that as well. Toshinori answers, a wide grin appearing on his face. We're doing both to see how well one for all interacts while you're in the armor. After all, that's when you'll be using it most. The 2 teens saw the sense in that. In fact, it would be best to start the process now, as it can take several hours. Would that be all right, Melissa? Toshinori turns to his honorary niece. Sure, it'll give me a minute to just go over my notes again. The Technican armorer replies. All right then. Toshinori bulks up into All Might. Young Uraraka, to say you've come far since I first met you in young Midoriya would be an understatement. And while some of this is due to the augmentations, remember that you worked hard in preparation for those augmentations. If you ever find yourself doubting, just remember an entire beach is now restored due to your efforts. You still have a long way to go, as I'm sure the chief will impress on you. But for now, take pride in your achievements and know that the power I am giving you has been earned. Now All Might reaches to the top of his head and plucks a single hair and holds it out in front of him. Eat this. There's a pregnant pause as the occupants of the gym try and register what he just said before 6 voices join in a collective. To inherit my power, you've got to swallow some of my DNA. That's how it works. Can I go with a drop of blood instead? Ochako asks. Really? All Might gives the tall teen a quizzical look. I'm used to seeing Himiko do it all the time. Actually, she'd probably get a kick out of this, Ochako explains. Very well. All Might concedes as Melissa hands him a water bottle and a multi-tool. And so the pro hero pricks his thumb and lets several drops of blood fall into the water bottle before handing it to Ochako, who knocks it back in one. Is that it then? Ochako asks. It'll take a while for the power to transfer as the DNA is digested. It took several hours before I could access one for all when my teacher passed it on to me. Toshinori explains as he shrinks. But hair would be slower to digest than diluted blood. Cortana chimes in, meaning the transfer could be completed at any time from within the next 5 minutes to up to an hour. I guess we better get on with suiting up. So, where is it then? Ochako asks, seeing several containers, but none that look like they may contain a near-ton suit of armor. Behind there, Melissa points to a tall but short concrete wall off to one side of the gym. I'm afraid you're going to have to strip completely to put the tech suit on, so Uncle might ask Cementos to make you something to give you some privacy. Quick question, do I have to be naked to wear this? Ochako asks, unsure at the idea of going commando to fight crime. Don't worry, it's designed to be worn that way, Melissa reassured Ochako as she took her hand to lead her behind the concrete screen, Ochako taking out and handing over Izuku's pad to Toshinori along the way. After a few minutes, Ochako and Melissa walk out from behind the screen. Ochako is dressed in a dark gray bodysuit similar to the chief's, only dark gray instead of black. The bodysuit covers Ochako's entire body from her toes up to the top of her neck. The only parts of her skin that are exposed are her head and the tips of her fingers. Behind her, Melissa is pushing a trolley with a large case on it. I figure it would be better if went piece by piece, explaining all the components as we put them on rather than all at once. After all, we do have all day, Melissa explains, to which the group gives nods of approval. We'll start with the tech suit, the base layer if you will, to which we will later attach the various outer shell pieces. Now, while it may appear like just a bodysuit, there are several key components sandwiched between the inner and outer layers. At this point, Melissa picks up a pad resting on the armor case, which has all her notes on it. The bodysuit itself is made from a titanium nanocomposite weave, which seems to be as durable as the suits Daddy makes for Uncle Might. The innermost component is the hydrostatic gel layer, which I found to be really fascinating. This stuff essential has a dual purpose. The first is temperature regulation. The gel works in tandem with the moisture-absorbing inner lining to keep the wearing at an optimum temperature. The second purpose is shock absorption. The gel's density can be altered in the case of high G impacts, which, considering Ochako's ability to remove an object's gravity, will become very useful. So that's how you survived your fall when we first met you, Toshinori comments. Yes, John has a habit of falling out of spaceships at great heights. That gel layer has certainly earned its keep. Cortana quips. You're exaggerating, Chief responds. Cairo Station, Truth's Dreadnought, the Dawn, all within 6 months. Need I go on? Cortana retorts, counting the incidents on her fingers. Chief says nothing, and so Melissa takes the opportunity to continue. Anyway, the next layer above the gel layer is the RMLC, or reactive metal liquid crystal layer, which basically acts as mechanical muscle, which according to the Dr. Halsey's notes will increase your strength to 5 times what it currently is. 5 times. Izuku cries out while Ochako looks at her hands clenching and unclenching them experimentally. She can already lift over twice her own weight. And this bodysuit will allow her to do 5 times that. Melissa nods her head. Continue is all Izuku can say as he waves his hand in the air dismissively. The layer afterwards is the one you'll be most interested in, Izuku. It's the memory superconductor layer. It's what will house you when you're traveling in Ochako's armor. Awesome. Izuku's disbelief at the strength modifier quickly fades into excitement. The last internal component of the bodysuit are the force multiplying circuits. These to Ochako's neural implant and essentially help with her movement in the armor, as well as work with the RMLC to increase her strength. Unfortunately, they are also the reason only a Spartan can wield MJOLNIR, as they are so powerful and sensitive that unaugmented humans were killed or injured when trying to use it. Most of the crowd grimaced at that news. Or whatever the closest thing to a grimace was with mandibles in the Arbiter's case. Anyway, Melissa swiftly moves on with the presentation with an upbeat note in her voice. The only external items to note are these lugs. She points out various bolt-like pieces protruding at various points on the suit, around the chest, arms, and legs. These are the attachment points for the outer armor pieces. We modified the original Mjolnir design slightly so that Ochako could theoretically put it on without any assistance aside from the locking key, as you'll soon see. As you can see, some smaller armor pieces come pre-attached, such as the back of the hands and the knees. They can be removed for maintenance as well, but for just taking the suit on and off, their removal isn't strictly necessary. Now shall we start putting the external shell on? The look on Achako's face indicated yes. So without further prompting, Melissa opened the large container on the trolley and pulled out 2 large metal boots, which, judging by her slight straining, were as heavy as they looked. Achako takes the boots before placing them on the ground and stepping into them. Once they were on her feet, Melissa crouched down and used what looked like a large hex key to secure the locking bolts in place. Nothing really special to mention about the boots other than they have micro thrusters in the sole, which should aid in your movement in a zero-gravity environment, whether natural or self-made. Melissa says the last part with a smile, before reaching back into the case and pulling out various pieces that seem to be in 2 halves. Slowly, Achako takes each individual half and attaches them to her legs, locking each piece in place as she goes. The process takes a few minutes, but once done, Achako's legs are fully armored. The key points of interest on the legs are your upper thighs. These are where the first of the magnetic holding strips are located. Primarily used to hold weapons, they can also be used to hold additional equipment. Case in point, she reaches into the armor crate and brings out a copy of the M15 hardcase for Izuku's tack pad. This case would normally be worn using straps and buckles, but with this armor, she moves the case close to the upper half of Achako's left thigh. And once it gets within an inch of the armor, the case is attracted to it with a dull clang. It just attaches magnetically. There's a similar strip on the right leg as well. After the legs, Melissa goes over the armored belt, which likewise has magnetic strip attachment points, and a section at the back for upgrade modules, which Melissa says she'll cover after the main presentation alongside other miscellaneous items. Next came the arms and shoulders. The shoulder pauldrons were a lot larger and bulkier than those the chiefs were wearing. Now, 2 things to cover with the arms. The first and most obvious is the shoulders, which are obviously different to the Master Chief. This is because rather than the default, we decided to use the UA ODST shoulders. Apparently, the ODSTs were shock troopers who deployed from orbit. She looks to the chief for confirmation, who simply nods, while the Arbiter makes a muttered remark about imps. And so, their armor was designed to be more impact resistant, which is why we decided to use them, given the mechanics of Achako's quirk. The second detail with the arms is in these vambraces. Melissa gently lifts one of Achako's forearms slightly. We actually modified them slightly so that both arms could take additional attachments similar to the upgrade modules, which again, I will cover afterwards. Now for the big boys. Achako, you're going to have to lift these out yourself. And so Achako reaches in and takes out what is obviously a front chest piece and attaches it to her chest. A faint click is heard as temporary latches hold the piece in place while Achako reaches behind her to attach the back piece. Once done, she and Melissa use a locking key each to secure the harness to prevent it shifting. Now this is the centerpiece. Inside this are the micro-fusion reactor that powers the whole suit, the energy shield generator, part of the motion sensor, and more thrusters. Again, the back has large magnetic strips for either equipment or weapons, and the front has several attachment hardpoints for additional armor and equipment. At the moment, you're currently sporting the UA ODST chest attachment for the same reason as the shoulders, but it can be swapped out for other pieces depending on the mission or if it gets damaged. Wait, did you say energy shields? Toshinori could scarcely believe his ears. Yep, see, Melissa picks up a loose piece of concrete off the ground and chucks it at Achako, but rather than clanging off the armor, it bounces off a wall of hexagonal bluish light that materializes out of nowhere. Apparently, the original design was based on captured Covenant tech during the war, which in turn was based on foreigner technology, Thel adds. Nile Novi sub Sol Cortana mutters to herself. Anyway, these shields can take quite a beating and recharge fairly quickly. It's impervious to most firearms barring armor-piercing, 50 caliber and high explosives. From what the Chief and Cortana have told me, it's a champion at taking physical hits. It's energy weapons you need to be concerned with. The Arbiter cuts in. Much like the technology it's based on, the shields are weak to electromagnetic bursts, especially those given off by overcharged plasma. Just as well, energy weapons don't exist in this universe, with the exception of what the Arbiter has on him. Izuku gestures to the rifle, carbine and sword hilt that the Arbiter carried on his waist and back. Is it me, or does the chest piece look slightly different to the Chief's? Ignoring the additional armor, of course, Toshinori observes. Yeah, Izuku adds, it looks more rugged, or less sleek would be more accurate. I was wondering if someone noticed that. I'll talk about it with the additional pieces just after we cover the helmet. Melissa gestures for Achako to reach inside the box again and takes out a helmet that looks very different to the Chief. Whereas the Master Chief's helmet had a relatively rectangular visor and a brim, Achako's helmet was more bulbous, more spherical in design, with the visor taking up most of the front. In fact, the design looked rather familiar to Achako. It's like an astronaut's helmet, she proclaims. Exactly. Melissa clapped her hands in excitement. I'm going to be like an actual astronaut. Like a look of dawning realization crosses her face. My costume concepts, that's why you wanted them. Melissa hums in confirmation. Because your MJOLNIR is going to be your hero suit, we wanted to see if there was anything from your original costume design we could incorporate, even if it was only a color scheme. Now that Melissa mentioned it, the white and dark blue with pink highlights that her armor was painted in did bear a resemblance to her costume sketches. But because you wanted to go with an astronaut theme for your hero costume, we were able to add a few more similar elements, mainly the helmet. Try it on. Melissa gestures to Ochako, who turns the helmet so the visor faces away from her and puts the helmet on. Once on, Ochako wiggles her head a bit to check the helmet is secure and is satisfied with the results. How do I look? She asks the crowd. Lesser than. Like a Spartan, Cortana replies. Like a demon, the Arbiter, unsurprisingly. The chief simply nodded his head a few times, which was all that was needed, while both Melissa and Toshinori wore big smiles. Though Melissa's was more of a warm smile, while the taller blonde was grinning like a maniac and giving her a thumbs up, which left Isuku, who had yet to respond. Well, Izu, what do you think? Ochako asks while stretching a bit to get a feel for the armor. Acha, Izuku speaks her name softly, which causes her to stop stretching. You look so awesome. He practically yells the last part, which startles Toshinori into almost dropping Izuku's tack pad. Gah, try not to be so loud or sudden in supporting your girlfriend, young Midoriya. At least not when I'm the one holding you. Oops, sorry All Might. It's just she looks like a total badass, like you could take on anything. Izuku bounces from excited to apologetic, back to excited in such a fashion that would put a yo-yo to shame. I feel like it too. Ochako begins flexing to show off the armor. I give it 6 months for the triple S to set in. Cortana jokes to no one in particular. Triple S? Ochako asks, pausing mid-flex. Spartan suit syndrome. A semi-legitimate condition said to affect Spartans after prolonged MJOLNIR usage. It was said amongst some ONI officials that Spartans, when taken out of MJOLNIR completely, bodysuit included, began showing what could almost be classified as withdrawal symptoms, paranoia, anxiety, nausea, and general restlessness. What? That's a thing. Izuku couldn't see Ochako's face, but her tone of voice indicated her shock. As I said, it's semi-legitimate. While Spartans have been observed as being uncomfortable outside of their armor, it's hardly a full-blown medical condition. More likely a product of the Spartans' upbringing to always be ready for trouble. So, the Master Chief's never shown any of these symptoms before. Toshinori asks. He'd have to take the armor off first, Cortana replies. So, Melissa, do you want to run through the helmet's features, because there's some stuff going on in here that I don't fully understand? Ochako jumps in. Sure, Melissa taps on her pad. Cortana, could you? On it, the blue AI needs no further prompting as she brings up a large projection of a HUD, with various symbols on it. So, this is what's on the inside of your helmet, correct? Melissa points at the projection. The outline's slightly different, but yes. So, we'll start with the most obvious feature. This, Melissa points at a circle in the bottom left corner of the projection, with several small red, yellow, and blue dots inside it. This is your motion sensor. On your HUD you can probably see 2 yellow dots and 2 blue dots in the top half of your sensor, correct? Yup, Ochako replies. That's because your sensor has picked up the Chief and Arbiter's IFF tags and marked them as friendly. While Uncle Might and I don't have any IFF tags, so we're tagged as yellow. Directly above the motion sensor in the top left is where you would have information about your grenades if you had any. Likewise, the opposite top right-hand corner would contain weapon information. In the top center, you can see a bar. This is your shield indicator. Should it be depleted, you will hear a noise like this. Melissa pauses as Cortana plays a soundbite of an alarm going off before your shields recharge. The last item on your HUD is the bottom right corner. This is where general tactical information will be displayed, such as video messages and comm chatter. Now onto the externals of the helmet, of which there is only one thing of importance you need to know, which is the port at the back of your helmet. Ochako takes off her helmet to get a better look at what Melissa is talking about and sees on the back of her helmet a small slot that looks just big enough to fit Izuku's crystal chip. So, this is where? Ochako begins to ask. That is where Izuku will plug into your suit. Melissa confirms Ochako's thoughts. Can we try it out now? Izuku asks. Sure, and while you get acclimated to the new system, I can run through the additional details and equipment. Melissa takes Izuku's tack pad from Toshinori while Ochako puts her helmet back on. Once ready, Melissa removes Izuku's chip and hands it to Ochako, who slots it into the back of her helmet the way she's seen the Chief do with Cortana so many times. Ochako Uraraka's neural implant. Ochako Uraraka's brain. Monday, March 1, 2219. Whatever Izuku had been expecting when he connected with Ochako's implant via the helmet, this was not it. Rather than the lines of green or blue code he was used to seeing in either his own devices or the UNSC's, he was surrounded by strings of light connected in an entangled web with larger nodes of light. It was quite unusual. Isuku, are you all right in there? He hears Achako's voice echo faintly before hearing far more clearly, I hope nothing's gone wrong. Acha, he asks out loud hesitantly. Had he still been in the physical world, Isuku would have seen Achako's head shoot up and look around wildly in surprise upon hearing Izuku's voice not from within the helmet but rather inside her own head. Izu, she says aloud, but to Izuku it again sounded like a faint echo. Are you inside my head? The question catches Melissa, Toshinori, and Thel by surprise, while the chief is unreadable as ever and Cortana looks intrigued. Meanwhile, back with Izuku. I think so. Izuku answers hesitantly, you know how I usually describe cyberspace. Like lines of code, right? Achako's reply echoes. Right, except where I am doesn't have that. I'm surrounded by nodes and strings of light, rather like neurons, which is why I think you're right, I'm somehow inside your head. That's nice and all. But is there any way for you to communicate outside my head? Everyone else is giving me funny looks, well except the chief. Izuku again notes that the last statement came through a lot clearer than the rest, and so comes up with a hypothesis. Acha, can you say something out loud for me please? He asks. Like this, comes the uncertain echoey response. Yes, now think of something random. Machai, comes the clearer response, which causes Izuku to shake his head in amusement. Thank you, Izuku replies before opening his usual array of screens, though this time one of them has a readout of Achako and another of her armor. Izuku taps on the helmet part of the readout and selects a button labeled Audio. Gym Gamma, UA. High Campus, Musutafu Outskirts. Monday, March 1st, 2219, 10:45. Can everyone hear me? Izuku's voice rings out from Achako's helmet, to which everyone replies in the positive. So, what's this about you being young Uraraka's brain, young Midoriya? Toshinori asks, seemingly in response to the question. Achako raises her left hand, palm up, to the horizontal. The second she does, Izuku's hologram appears in her hand, just as if Achako was wearing her gloves. And as he appears, Izuku simply shrugs before speaking. I assumed something to do with either me or the neural lace meant that rather than interfacing with the suit I entered Achako's brain. Interesting. Cortana comments, while I am able to access Chief's brain while plugged in, it's limited to simply enhancing his reactions and processing. Otherwise I still have to use the suit to house my core. But you're saying you were actually inside Uraraka's brain. That's what it felt like, the couple answer simultaneously, earning a snort from Melissa. I could even access Acha's senses, like I could choose to connect to the helmet's camera or Acha's eyes for visual. There's an odd silence as the group absorbs that information before Cortana speaks up. I'd like to imagine somewhere, in our own universe, Dr. Halsey is suddenly feeling a great sense of disappointment at missing out on something, and not knowing why. Cortana says with a smile as she stares off into the middle distance before focusing back on Izuku. As for the why of all this, I'd be more willing to place money on your nature as a partial foreigner construct having something to do with this. We know nothing about how the foreigners made their ancillary and so don't know their full capabilities. Fortunately, we have a few weeks till the start of school to test this further, but for today we still have a schedule to keep, albeit a loose one. Mesh shields, Cortana prompts the technician. Right, I suppose I should start with the most obvious item, which is the difference in appearance between Achako and the Master Chief's armors. That is because the Chief's is a Mark V IMJOLNIR while Achako's is an upgraded version of the Mark V. Melissa can already see the question beginning to form on her uncle's lips and decides to head him off. The reason we chose to use an upgraded MKV rather than the MKVI is because the MKV, according to Cortana's files, was designed to be an experimental testbed for features that would then be applied to the standard MKV. This meant it was highly modular in nature, allowing the user to swap various armor and equipment pieces based on mission needs, something the later versions lacked, instead opting for a more one-suit-fits-most missions approach, having only a few supplemental helmet designs for specialized tasks such as EOD or EVA. Your helmet is actually designed to be worn by Spartan pilots, a further reason for us to use it in your armor set. All Might closed his mouth, the question he'd been about to ask having just been answered. And because heroes can respond to a variety of incidents, we wanted to design a suit that could be as versatile as it was durable, thus the upgraded Mark V. So aside from the modular armor pieces and attachments, are there any other significant differences between the two armors? Izuku asks. If you're worried about Achako having an inferior model because of it being Mark V versus Mark 6, then rest assured, when we made the armor, we ported all the upgrades made in Mark 6 to this armor and a few extra, so Achako's is actually more advanced than the Chief's. I take it the micro-holometers in the gloves are one of those upgrades? Achako guesses. Correct. That's the biggest upgrade from the Mark 6 to the Mark V. The rest are minor improvements in materials and shield strength. Melissa replies. Mark V. The Chief questions. It was either that or Mark V. Now Melissa opens and reaches into one of the other cases that Achako had noticed earlier and takes out 4 items. Onto the additional equipment. These 4 are the first forearm attachments we've made for you. These 2, she points at 2 electronic devices. Before picking one up are a GPS and tac pad, while these 2, the blonde now points at the other pieces, are an ammo holder and armored bracer, both of which we've made 2 of so you can double up as needs be. Ochako and Isuku nod their understanding as Melissa reaches for a smaller box, about the size of a shoebox. Now this is the real fun item. And you can thank the Arbiter for this as he was the one who donated it. Melissa takes out of the box a dark purple module that seems to be made from a similar material to the Arbiter's plasma rifle. This should attach directly to your tech suit on the lower back between your belt and chest plate. You'll need the tac pad to go with it. Melissa hands the module to Ochako, who attaches it as instructed before then attaching the tac pad module to her left arm. Once both devices are plugged in, a message pops up on the mounted tac pad screen. Active camouflage module detected. Active camouflage. Ochako asks, turn it on. Melissa gestures vaguely at Ochako. And so Ochako taps on the pad screen, and from the audience's perspective, she just disappears. Though the only one who seemed surprised was Toshinori. Whoa, are we invisible? Izuku asks from inside Ochako's helmet. Indeed, the cloaking module is part of an Arbiter's armor, but with my new position as an instructor at UA, I believe it would be better served in your hands for the time being. The eponymous wearer of said armor explains, however, it is an older model and therefore has drawbacks. As he says drawbacks, Ochako suddenly becomes visible again. What happened? Did I break it? Ochako asks, growing slightly panicked at the idea of breaking such amazing tech that had just been gifted to her. No, as I said, it has drawbacks, the foremost of which is its limited use. The module draws power away from the shield generators, meaning your shields will not generate while cloaked, and to prevent it from draining your shields outright is on a 30-second limit. So, avoid using it in combat. Izuku summarizes. Yes, those sorts of tactics are best left to the special operations and silent shadows. However, this is not my only gift to you. The Arbiter reaches behind his back and reveals an energy sword hilt, similar to his own, attached to his hip. He moves to hand the sword hilt to Ochako. This is my reward to you for your outstanding performance in your combat trial. Hero Toshinori and Spartan 117 have each given you their gifts. This is mine. He gestures to her to turn it on. And Ochako does as she's seen him do during her training. The blade activates with a loud hiss, and 2 long dark pink blades of plasma extend out of the sides of the hilt. It's pink, Ochako states with some surprise. Why is it pink? Maybe it was designed for little girls. Cortana jokes. It is a Melith pattern lance of Subban. I recovered it from one of my fallen brethren during our raid on the holy city to recover Ancilla Cortana. Given the rarity of such blades, I could not let it remain in the hands of the parasite. But why is it pink? Ochako repeats her question. I've seen your blade, it's dark blue. The Sangheli homeworld of Sanghelios has 2 moons, Kikost and Subban. Kikost is where most energy blades are forged, mine included. But there are a few exceptions. Subban is one of those exceptions. While Subban is of some religious importance to my people, it is far more well known for its singular export, blamite. Blamite, Izuku repeats, as he continues to take notes within Ochako's brain. A crystal found exclusively on Subban, which is used as a unique form of ammunition for some Covenant weapons. The needler and needle rifle. Ochako recalls some of the files and documents Izuku had read to her during her training. Thel nods his head in confirmation. And in the case of your sword, a shard of blamite has been laid in its plasma generator, giving it its pink hue. Cool, Ochako says in awe as she steps back from the group before performing a few swings and spins with the blade. After a minute or 2 of getting a feel for the weapon, she turns it off and attaches it to her belt. Thank you. She shows her gratitude to the Arbiter by bowing at the waist to him, and he responds in kind. The intricacies of Japanese social etiquette having appealed to his Sangheli sense of honor. I believe Armor Shield also has a recharging dock for the sword's battery. Melissa looks inside one of the boxes before giving a thumbs up in response. Is that everything then? Ochako asks. As far as the armor goes, I think so, unless anyone has anything else they wish to add. The replies are all in the negative. I think all we can do now is wait for One for All to transfer, Toshinori suggests. Ochako nods her head. Think I might take this armor out for a run too. Well, this is certainly different. A woman's voice echoes inside Ochako's head, causing the brunette to stop mid-sentence, attracting everyone's attention. What happened? Did we reach singularity? Ochako hears a man's voice this time, a deep and gruff one like her father's but without the accent. Izu, what's going on in there? Ochako thinks, it now having been established that Izuku can hear her thoughts more clearly than her voice while inside her head. I'll let you know as soon as I know, Izuku replies. For now you're probably best sitting down somewhere till I can figure this out. Okay, Ochako replies before taking a set against the concrete wall she'd used as a privacy screen earlier. Is everything alright, young Uraraka? All Might asks. Don't know. That's what Izuku's trying to find out. But for the time being I'm hearing additional voices in my head. Neural space. Ochako Uraraka's neural implant. Ochako Uraraka's brain. Monday, March 1st, 2219, a minute earlier. Izuku was currently watching Ochako wrapping up the presentation of her new equipment on one of his view screens, opting to watch via her own eyes rather than the helmet's camera. Is that everything then? He hears Ochako ask. Interestingly, he had discovered that when he connected to Ochako's senses or any external feed, her speech wasn't as echoey, not as clear as her thoughts, but it was something to note. As far as the armor goes, I think so, unless anyone has anything else they wish to add. Melissa adds, to which Izuku sees various heads shake no in response. I think all we can do now is wait for One for All to transfer, Toshinori suggests, which to Izuku was perfectly fine. It gave him time to explore this new connection he had with Ochako. As he's musing, he fails to notice two figures, one male and one female, materialize behind him with their backs to him. Ochako begins talking when one of the figures speaks up. Well, this is certainly different, the woman announces, catching Izuku by surprise and causing him to spin around so that he's now facing their backs. From his position, Izuku can only see the figures from behind. The first one, on his left, is the woman. He can't see much of her due to the large white cape she's wearing. The only other identifiable feature is the mass of black hair tied in a half-down bun. The second figure appears to be a large bald man dressed in a leather jacket and trousers, who now speaks up. What happened? Did we reach singularity? The man's voice is gruff, but not harsh. Izuku desperately wants to say something, but his words fail him, the shock of other people inside Ochako's head stunning him. Izu, what's going on in there? Ochako's question snaps him out of his stunned state, allowing him to reply. I'll let you know as soon as I know. For now, you're probably best sitting down somewhere till I can figure this out. Ochako's question and Izuku's reply catches the attention of the two figures, who turn around to face the green team. Now that he could see their front, Izuku noticed that the woman was wearing a black sleeveless bodysuit, which showed off both her natural curves and her muscular arms, and had a mole below her bottom lip. The man, on the other hand, Izuku could now see, was bare-chested underneath his leather jacket except for a bandolier holding several cylinders, and wore a set of goggles on his head. Izuku hears Ochako talking to All Might but pays it no heed, instead cutting the connection to the outside. There's a kid, the bald man states. Still holding onto your title of Captain Obvious, I see. The woman says with a playful smile which earns her an eye roll from the man. Okay, let me rephrase. Why is there a kid? The man emphasizes the why. I thought your student was transferring us to that unusually buff woman. I believe she's actually an unusually buff girl, but I get your point. The woman concedes. You know she can hear us, right? Izuku steps in, not entirely comfortable with these two talking about his girlfriend as if she wasn't here. I've been called worse things than unusually buff. Ochako comments internally, catching the two newcomers by surprise. I guess this means we did transfer to the right person then. The woman says. That still doesn't answer who he is and what he's doing here. The man retorts, pointing at Izuku. He was invited. You're the ones who showed up unannounced. Ochako disembodied reply returns. You accepted the power, didn't you? I'd say that's a fairly big invitation. A second man rebukes as he materializes a little behind the man and woman, causing the pair to half turn and separate slightly, allowing Izuku to see the newest addition, who Izuku could see had short spiky hair, a large scar running diagonally across his face, and was wearing a khaki flak jacket. A second later, four more individuals appear, as well as what could only be described as a bright yellow ghostly apparition that looked vaguely like All Might when he was depowered. One of the four new figures, a sickly-looking man with long white hair, steps forth and places a placating hand on the scarred man's shoulder. Easy second, in the ninth's defense. Neither she nor the eighth could not have known that we existed when she agreed to this. The white-haired man says, and until a few minutes ago I didn't think this would happen either. Wait, second, eighth, ninth, second, and transferring. Izuku mumbles aloud to himself while he paces around as he tries to put the pieces of this puzzle together. Wait. Yui stops pacing and points at the tall woman. Izuku redirects his pointing finger at the bald biker cosplayer. Said your student, right? Izuku doesn't wait for a reply. Are you All Might's teacher? The kid's not completely oblivious or dumb. The previously highlighted bald man chuckles. Yes, I was his teacher and predecessor, Nana Shimura, although I also went by the pro hero name Stratosphere. Wait, why does that name sound familiar? Ochako thinks to herself, as Izuku's eyes go wide with recognition. Your Stratosphere, Izuku exclaims with excitement, much to the surprise of the other 7 other figures standing there. You've heard of me? Nana asks, slightly surprised to have a fan after all this time. Sort of. Izuku gives a one-sided shrug and makes so-so gesture with his hand. I know you were one of the bigger pros before All Might's debut and that you mysteriously vanished after responding to an offshore incident. At the mention of her disappearance, Nana's warm smile falters and she rests one hand on her stomach while looking away from Isuku. The bald man decides to move the conversation away from that particular topic of conversation. So, you know your old pros then, eh kid? Ever heard of Lariat? The man addresses Isuku. I know the name, Isuku replies, a thoughtful expression on his face as he scours his memory. I think I saw the name in the HPSC's public archives. I think he was among the first generation of officially licensed heroes. Are you saying the one and only? The man, Lariat, replies, pointing a thumb at his own chest. Lariat, Degoro Banjo, or just Fifth if you want to keep it simple. There it is again. You called yourself Fifth, and you, Isuku points at the sickly white-haired man, referred to the spiky-haired one as second, and I think you referred to Acha as ninth and All Might as eighth. Izuku takes a second to think over his next question. Are you guys the previous holders of One for All? He eventually asks. Banjo put his hands on his hips as he let out a singular laugh. I stand by my previous statement. The kid's got brains. That makes him smarter than at least a quarter of the previous holders. Eighth included second deadpans, causing Banjo to deflate slightly and elicit a small chuckle from Nana, whose mood had lifted since the conversation had moved away from her past. Indeed, you are right, child. The white-haired man addresses Izuku as he steps forward in front of Nana and Banjo. We are the vestiges of the previous holders of One for All. I am the first, Yoichi Shigaraki. Second, fifth, and seventh you've already met, and eighth and ninth are currently still among the living. The others you'll be introduced to in due time. For now, all you need to know is that we reside with the quirk One for All, and it would appear you now do as well. The last part of Yoichi's speech confuses Izuku, and it shows on his face. Are you sure about that? Izuku says as swipes the air in front of him with one hand to bring one of his screens in front of him, but not directly between him and the vestiges. Fairly sure, Yoichi replies, his face now matching the confused look on Izuku's. We exist only within One for All. If you are here, then you must be within the quirk. Izuku emits a hum of concentration as he brings up a schematic of Ochako to see if OFA has fully transferred yet and finds nothing. Ochako, can you ask All Might if there's any sort of indication if One for All has transferred, because I'm not seeing anything on your biosigns to indicate it's present? Izuku says aloud. Okay, Ochako replies before following through with Izuku's request. There's a few seconds of silence before there's a reply. He says I should feel a pool of energy within me, but I don't feel it. Oh, and Cortana says to run a self-diagnosis. She's worried the multiple voices, personalities may be an early sign of rampancy. Rampancy. Nana quirks an eyebrow at Izuku, who waves a dismissive hand at her as he brings up a screen with a readout of himself. I'll explain later, depending on what I find, Izuku says as he does a quick scan of himself, and discovers something rather surprising. Acha, I think I've discovered why you can't feel One for All. The good news is I'm not going rampant. The mixed news, I guess, is that One for All appears to have transferred to me, Izuku says nervously as he looks at a flashing sign on the readout saying, Gym Gamma, UA, High Campus, Musutafu Outskirts, Monday, March 1, 2219, 11:03 JST. When Uraraka first announced that she was hearing voices other than Izuku in her head, Toshinori was naturally concerned, both for her and Midoriya. After all, from what Cortana had described to them, a fragmenting personality was a sign of rampancy in AI. But that concern would quickly turn to shock when a few minutes later Ochako announced to the group that Izuku was now in possession of OFA. Frankly, he was glad Melissa was there to steady him, or else he may have ended up on the ground. As it was, the worst that happened was he coughed up blood onto Melissa's shoulder, for which he was deeply apologetic, and Melissa was very forgiving. Once he's recovered enough to speak, he addresses his student. How? Are you saying Midoriya inherited One for All? How is that possible? Toshinori scratches his forehead in disbelief, to which Ochako's response is simply to shrug from her seated position on the ground. Izuku, on the other hand, takes the opportunity to speak up through Ochako's helmet. I'm afraid it's true, All Might. I'm looking at diagnostic readouts of both Ochako and myself. Ochako shows minimal changes, while I've got a big flashing sign saying One for All version 9 has been installed. Version 9. The chief asks, Uraraka, or I guess Midoriya now, is the 9th wielder of One for All. I was the 8th, and my master was the 7th. Or at least as far as we know. Other users may have been lost to time. No, you've got it right, All Might. Aside from me and you, there are 7 other previous wielders here, and the first wielder himself has confirmed as such, Izuku states. Wait, the other wielders are with you? They're the other voices Uraraka was hearing. Toshinori questions, disbelief still in his voice. Correct. In fact, there's someone here who wants to talk to you, Isuku confirms, and his last statement sets Toshinori's heart racing. If the spirits or vestiges of all the previous users were now with Midoriya, then that meant. Hitoshi Nana's voice rings clearly from Achako's helmet, and Toshinori practically collapses from shock, prompting the chief to rush to his side to help Melissa guide him to the floor where they let him sit, just in front of Uraraka. Mind's letting me speak to you through his interface. Even if he isn't the successor you intended, he's still a good fit. She pauses for a moment, before continuing, so, how have you been? Sorahiko didn't rough you up too much after I left. I've been. He pauses just after he starts as he considers his words, before sighing deeply and bowing his head slightly. When he finally speaks again, his voice sounds pain. It's been rough, 40-odd years, and I still miss you, Master. For about 35 of those years, the only thing that drove me was avenging you, to finally stopping him. And when I finally did, I felt nothing, no sense of victory, no righteous vengeance, no vindication. I was just tired. After that, I just kept up appearances and kept on smiling like you told me to because it's what the people needed to see. But inside I just felt so. He takes a deep breath, tired, until I met these two. He raises his head as the tone of his voice lifts and gestures with one hand to Uraraka and, by proxy, Isuku. The bond that these two have demonstrated has given me new life, a new purpose I have not felt in a very long time. A boy who wishes to become a hero in spite of his physical limitations, and a girl who will do anything to help him and others. I am proud to call them my successors. Both of them, even if the exact nature of the succession hasn't gone quite according to plan. He says the last part with a chuckle. Speaking of which, do we know how exactly this happened? Our best guess. One for all believed Midoriya to be a more suitable inheritor. Yoichi's voice replaces Nana's. And you are, Toshinori prompts, Yoichi Shigaraki, the first, and I have the unenviable honor of being all for one's brother. My condolences. But what do you mean Midoriya is a more suitable inheritor? Is there something wrong with Uraraka? I suspect the reason One for All chose Midoriya instead of Uraraka was because he is quirkless. What? Several voices call out. When you first transferred One for All, 8th, it would have transferred to its intended target, Uraraka. However, the introduction of Midoriya's consciousness, however that happened. Neural implant Izuku supplies, his voice faintly coming through the helmet as if he was off to one side. Right, either way, the introduction of his consciousness seemed to have presented the quirk with a choice, and it chose the one without a quirk. But why would having or not having a quirk make a difference? Melissa asks, her inner scientist deeply puzzled. If I were to hazard a guess, it's a storage issue, to use computer terms. Cortana begins from what I've seen and learned about quirks. Each person has a quirk factor, part of which is physical, the other part of which is mental. After all, the brain has to adjust slightly in order to use these abilities. I imagine that adding a second quirk would not only have physical ramifications, but mental ones as well. To make another digital comparison, a person receiving multiple quirks could be likened to an AI receiving an information overload. For the AI, it would cause an early onset of rampancy. For a human, it would be the biological equivalent, the strain causing a person's brain to shut down, rendering the individual brain dead. And that would just be with the addition of normal quirks, let alone a 1.5-century-old stockpiling quirk. You are more or less correct. Many humans can withstand the burden of 2 quirks, at least from what I saw of my brother's followers. However, the energy stockpiled within One for All is so vast that if it transfers to anyone with a pre-existing quirk, it will slowly kill them. How slowly? Cortana asks. The only one of us to have lived long enough for this to affect us was the 4th, who died at 40 years old, of old age. The group's eyes go wide with horror as they realize the implications of Yoichi's words. Even the chief is unnerved at the idea that they almost condemned Uraraka to a premature death, even with Spartan augmentations. And that must have been what? 100 years ago. Closer to 75, Yoichi corrects. So, 75 years of continuous stockpiling. Cortana trails off as she does the maths. Uraraka would be lucky to live past 20. She concludes, correct. Hence why it transferred to the new 9th, Yoichi confirms. You know, there is one way to check for sure if One for All has bonded to Izuku, Achako says as she reaches to the back of her helmet, pulls out Izuku's chip and moves to plug him into the tac pad, but Cortana stops her. Plug him into this holo tank instead. I want to perform a full diagnosis myself. Aren't you already in the holo tank? Achako asks as she stands up and walks to the pedestal. Yes, but I transferred wirelessly. The chip slot is still free for Izuku to use, or he could transfer wirelessly himself, but for this, I recommend the hard connection. Achako shrugs in response and plugs Izuku into the holo tank. A second later, he appears alongside Cortana, who begins scanning him and running various diagnostics on him. Eventually, she stops, seemingly satisfied with her findings. Huh, that's interesting. She muses. What? Chief asks, knowing that whenever Cortana finds something interesting it's usually significant. So, to start off with, as if it wasn't confirmed already, Midoriya is indeed now merged with One for All. The blue AI begins, and when I say merged, I mean inseparably so. Midoriya and One for All are now essentially one and the same. By this point, Toshinori felt like his eyebrows were now just permanently raised with all the revelations they'd experienced over the past hour. Are you sure? He asks. Cortana bobs her head and hums in the affirmative. I was able to identify the 7.5 vestages present in his system. They're essentially acting as independent subroutines. They are still tied to his core. This means that while they are able to communicate and interact with the device they're in, they cannot leave the device unless Midoriya does and can only act at his discretion. If Midoriya so wished, he could revoke all their access privileges and quarantine them essentially. They'd still exist within his chip, but they'd be trapped. Why would I want to do that? Isuku exclaims. That sounds horrible. Trust me, it is. Yoichi's voice echoes from within the holo tank. Does this now mean we're AI such as Ninth and yourself? That was Nana. Essentially, yes, One for All has become what I can only describe as the world's first digital quirk, Cortana answers. Cool. Degoro's enthusiasm is heard in his voice. This may seem like a stupid question, even though I don't believe such things exist, but Melissa speaks up. How exactly is Izuku going to able to use One for All without a physical body? The question causes Izuku, Ochako, and Toshinori to depressively slump. It's simple, Cortana replies, her chipper tone initially lifting the depressed trio's mood. He doesn't, and again the mood drops amongst the teacher and student trio. At least not directly. As I said earlier, Midoriya does not simply have One for All, he is One for All, he is the energy stockpile. If I wanted to be dehumanizing, I'd say he's now a sentient battery. This earns Cortana a funny look from both Izuku and Ochako, which she ignores. The point is, if Midoriya is now One for All incarnate, then Cortana trails off and rolls her hand in a gesture to encourage her audience to put the pieces together themselves, which fortunately the chief does. Then Ochako can channel One for All via Midoriya through her neural implant. The senior Spartan answers. Theoretically, Cortana replies, and they say you're all brawn and no brain. Well, let's test it out, Ochako says with some excitement as she removes Izuku and places him back into her helmet. After a minute, Izuku's voice comes through her helmet. Okay, looks like giving you access to One for All is as simple as adjusting a slider on one of my screens. So, you ready, Akin? He asks. Ochako shifts herself so she's standing in a ready pose. Feet braced apart, her hands by her side, fists clenched. Ready, she replies. Okay, I'm going to start off at 1%, take it nice and steady. As Izuku says that, black sparks of energy start emanating from Ochako, dancing off her armor plating. How are you feeling? Izuku asks. Like I just woke up from a nice nap. Ochako answers. I'm energized, but not overly so. Okay, I'm going slowly increase the percentage. As I do, keep giving me a visible thumbs up. If it gets too much, drop the thumb. Understood. In response, Ochako gives a thumbs up in front of her helmet, where she knows Izuku can see. Alright then, 2%. Barely any change. 3%. The sparks seem to increase, but not noticeably so. 4%. Ochako keeps her thumb up. 5%. Toshinori's spirits begin to rise at the sight of his two apprentices working together to use this sacred power. 6%. Izuku stops mid-count, causing everyone to frown with concern. Izu, is everything alright? Ochako calls out, desperate not to make any unnecessary movement. She remembered how clumsy she was and how much damage she caused while adjusting to her augmentation. She dreaded to think of the damage she would cause if she wasn't cautious while powered up with OFA. Nothing's wrong. Exactly. He replies hesitantly. It's just, you seem to be limited to only 5% of One for All's total stockpile. Nana calls out. I can only handle 5. Even after all the augmentations? Ochako asks, equal parts confused and disappointed. I think you misunderstand, Miss Uraraka. This time it's Yoichi. It's not you, it's Izuku. He's only capable of transferring 5% of the stockpile to you. It's a bandwidth issue. Cortana summarizes. I guess. The first vestige sounds unsure. Computers weren't my strong suit. Computer games. Yes, but actual computers. No, Cortana's got the right of it. Izuku chimes back in. By the looks of it's almost like an inbuilt surge protector, preventing me from channeling too much too soon. So do we have to upgrade your hardware? Melissa asks. By her reasoning, if it was a bandwidth issue, you simply replace the cabling. It doesn't look like that would work. If it's to prevent me from channeling too much energy before we're ready, then the only way to overcome the limit is by slowly acclimatizing to the energy, like pressurizing in deep sea dives. Izuku reasons. Meaning you're going to have to constantly train with One for All. Toshinori states. Agreed, much like your argumentations. Moving around with that much power will require precise and careful control. The Master Chief lends his opinion. That does raise the question of a potential sparring partner. The Arbiter speaks up. I was left bruised enough as it was when we were just sparring normally. I do not fancy my odds of sparring against you while under the influence of your gift. I notice Sorahiko isn't here, Nana says, causing Toshinori to sweat drop. Have you considered asking him to help? Sorahiko. The Arbiter vocalizes the question most of them are thinking. Gran Torino, my closest friend. Nana starts, and my mentor after Nana's departure. Toshinori finishes as he begins sweating. I take it from your reaction he was a tough teacher. Cortana can't decide whether to find Toshinori's nervous reaction at the mention of his former teacher amusing or concerning. He makes your Chief Mendez look amicable. Toshinori addresses the chief, who cocks his helmet to one side in disbelief. You still respect him then? John asks as he remembers the man he saw as a father as much as he saw Halsey as a mother. Respect, fear, it blurs occasionally. Toshinori nervously rubs the back of his head as Nana's laugh rings out from Ochako's helmet. Sounds like Sorahiko to me, all right, she says. And he knows of One for All and how to train its users. The Arbiter asks the pertinent question. Toshinori sighed before answering, knowing where this was going. Yes, he says. Then I recommend recruiting him. After all, many fires may forge a blade stronger than just one. There is logic in what he says. Cortana addresses Toshinori. Besides, you know, if you don't, Nana will. She has access to Izuku's comms after all. Toshinori again sighs, this time in resignation before conceding. Okay, I'll give him a call. For now, I recommend you two get settled into your new dorms, and Midoriya can get used to having 8 new permanent roommates. Ochako bobs her head in assent and with Melissa's help starts removing her armor. Wana Heights Alliance dorms, UA. High Campus, Musutafu Outskirts. Monday, March 1st, 2219, 12:11 JST. This place is huge. Ochako stares up and gawks in wonder at the size of the dorm building in front of her. The giant teen now back in her usual shorts and t-shirt, with Izuku's hard case strapped to her thigh. I'm fairly certain it's almost as tall as our apartment complex. Izuku's voice rings clearly inside her head, causing Ochako to pause her gawking. Izu, are you still inside my head? Yup, Izuku replies. Popping the P. Turns out I can use the tac pad to wirelessly connect to your neural implant. This means we don't need MJOLNIR to train with One for All. Huh, that's handy, Ochako replies. What's handy? The familiar voice of a familial blonde causes Ochako to turn around and, upon seeing her, immediately embrace Himiko, lifting her off the ground as usual. Hemi, Ochako exclaims, as she puts the slim blonde back on the ground. You moving in early as well? No, you're the only one with that privilege. Although I did drop a few things off in my room, officially I'm only here to help Mom move your stuff in. So, Auntie's inside then. Ochako half turns to look back at the dorm building. No, she went shopping to stock up on some initial essentials for you. Now what were you talking about before I arrived? I assume you were talking to my brother. Ochako gives a hum of confirmation. He's in my mind now. I'm fairly certain the phrase is on my mind. And I'm also fairly certain he's been like that for the past year and a half, Himiko says with a teasing smile. No, Ochako vehemently shakes her head. He's literally in my head. He's able to wirelessly connect to my implant and transfer into it in my brain. Wait, really? Himiko's expression was a mixture of awe and disbelief. Yeah, Izuku's voice sounds from the tac pad hardcase on Ochako's leg, prompting Ochako to hold up her palm, allowing Izuku's hologram to form on her gloves. I was able to establish the connection after the initial physical connection through Ochako's armor. Ooh, how was it? Himiko asks, excited to hear how their morning went. Both Ochako and Izuku chuckle nervously at that question. About that, Ochako begins nervously, indicating to Himiko to take a seat on one of the benches outside the dorm building's entrance, before retelling the events of the past 2 hours. By the end, Himiko has a shocked look on her face as the teens sit in silence for a few seconds before she speaks up. So, Izu was always quirkless? She asks. That's her immediate takeaway. Ochako responds in disbelief. It's the one I can grapple with the easiest. And I guess it makes sense. If he was quirkless before his conversion, and his conversion was the result of alien tech, then logically he's still quirkless, or was. Himiko replies no. The far more important takeaway from what I've just heard is the fact that this mess with OFA means you two are destined to be a heroic duo. That and Izuku now has 8 roommates, one of whom is the semi-spiritual form of a very much still alive All Might. You must be so bummed he's the only one who can't speak. Izuku shrugs in response. I still get to see him in person every other day, and once school starts it'll basically be every day. I can live without being able to talk with him inside cyberspace. He replies calmly. Himiko raises one eyebrow at him. Besides, Izuku's voice and gestures become more animated. I get to talk with his teacher and multiple old pros instead, his face bearing a wide smile. That's more like it. I was beginning to think, who are you and what have you done with my brother? Izuku rolls his eyes at his sister's teasing. Anyway, want me to give you the introductory tour to where you two, or 10, 9.5, Himiko begins to trail off before gently shaking her head, dispelling her confusion about how to refer to the group where you guys will be staying this year, and by the looks of it they've made some upgrades to accommodate Isuku. As the two teens walk through one of the two sets of double doors, they're greeted by a large open ground floor split in two by an open-air courtyard in the middle, a pair of glass doors opposite the entrance granting access to it. And just inside the front entrance between the two sets of doors was the ever-familiar holo tank. To their immediate left, the teens could see a large TV, two couches, a coffee table, and several footstools. Further down the room were several dining tables with 4 chairs around them each. And then in the far back left corner was a full kitchen unit. On the right-hand side, opposite the kitchen, was the laundry area with several washing machines and dryers stacked laundromat style. The space in front of it left empty for free use. The last area of the ground floor the teens and vestages could see was the front right corner, which instead of the TV lounge setup, had a large square holo table similar to the ones back in the UNSC outpost on Island, with several ottomans against the nearby wall. It was this last area that the group now walked to, with Ochako taking out Izuku's tack pad. She's about to remove Izuku's chip when he stops her. I want to try and transfer wirelessly. It'll allow you to extract me from any point in the building. So Ochako leaves the chip in the pad and instead holds it close over the table. A ball of green light quickly passes between the device and the table. So, how is it? Ochako asks as Izuku appears on the table's surface. Expansive, the teen AI answers. I'm picking up multiple holo emitters, one in each dorm room, and several down here, mainly in the kitchen and laundry area, although there is a wireless one in the middle of the coffee table. Ochako and Himiko turned slightly to look at the TV corner, and they could indeed see a small flat screen in the center of the coffee table. Wait, so can you just enter anyone's room? Just like that? Ochako asks, slightly concerned at the potential lack of privacy. Izuku brings up a screen in response and taps on it. No, looks like I need to be granted access by the room's occupant. Presumably there's a button or something on the other end that grants me access. Oh, speaking of access. Izuku opens another screen and taps a few buttons on it. A second later, Nana, Degoro, and Yoichi appear in holographic form, each standing taller than Izuku and projected in a different light. Nana's form was tinted pink, Degoro, orange, and Yoichi had a white overlay. This is strange, Yoichi comments, which, given the past 100-odd years, is saying something. At least we can still manifest our quirks. Lariat beams as several holographic black tendrils emerge from his hands, while Nana begins floating above the table's surface. So, you must be the vestages, Himiko states, before tilting her head quizzically. Where's the rest of you? The others are some degree of antisocial, whether due to personality, circumstances, or by choice, Nana explains. And you must be Ninth's sister. You know you can call me Izuku, right? After all, we now share an entire plane of existence together. Izuku chimes in. Very well, Izuku's sister Nana corrects. I am, and you must be All Might's teacher. Tell me, how adorable was he when he was younger? Himiko fawns. Very, I'd show you photos if I could. If you're similar in nature to me now, you should have completely open access to your memories. You just have to think about it. And as she does, an image of a far younger Toshinori appears in front of her, resulting in a fit of poorly suppressed sniggering from Ochako and raucous laughter from Himiko. Eventually, the laughter dies down, after which Degoro speaks up. So, if you're Izuku's sister, how come? He points between the two siblings. Oh, I'm adopted, Himiko answers, and Izu has a habit of changing his holographic form depending on how he feels, but mostly it's because I'm adopted. I mean, I could always do this. Izuku snaps his finger and his form changes so that he looks exactly like Himiko, but that would be weird. He snaps his fingers again and reverts back to his usual freckled self, to which Degoro shrugs, seemingly satisfied. Just then a loud thump catches the group's attention, who look towards the door to see Inko bending down to pick up a bag of groceries she's evidently just dropped. Mom, Auntie, the three teens call out, with Ochako and Himiko rushing from the holo table to help Inko. Once done, they guide her to the holo table, Ochako carrying the groceries while Himiko guides her mother to one of the ottomans near the holo table. Are you all right, Mom? Izuku asks, his voice heavy with worry. I'm fine, Izuku, it's just, why is there a pink hologram of Stratosphere next to you? It seems I have another fan. Must be a genetic thing. I like your hair, by the way, Nana comments, noticing the similarity between her own hairstyle and that of the shorter woman. The comment causes Inko to blush and hide her head in her hands, which frankly was not the reaction Izuku had expected. While it didn't totally surprise him that his mother knew of Nana's hero persona, she was roughly the right age to have grown up with her. He thought she'd be more likely to faint at the sight of a semi-resurrected hero rather than start blushing like an embarrassed schoolgirl. Possibly more than a fan, Nana says with a knowing smile. I'm flattered. This provokes a slight squeak from Inko, again surprising the three teens and bringing much amusement to Lariat. Mom, Izuku starts hesitantly. Did you have a crush on Nana? Or rather stratosphere when you were younger? Inko takes a few deep breaths to calm herself before answering. Yes, I suppose the near-identical hairstyle and my reaction make that fairly obvious. I had a poster of her in my room. Not that kind of poster, Himiko Inko chides her daughter, seeing the slight knowing smirk growing on her face. But yes, Stratosphere was my first celebrity crush and what you might call my bi-awakening. Much like Ochako and Jaya. Ochako interrupts the green-haired woman, no changing the topic. This isn't about me, she blusters, causing a ripple of laughter amongst the others. But how are you here? You disappeared almost 40 years ago. Inko asks her childhood idol. Again, Nana's face darkens at the mention of her disappearance, which does not go unnoticed by the others, prompting Izuku, Ochako, and Yoichi to explain what happened with OFA, while Daigoro tries to comfort Nana. So, are you part of my son now? Inko asks once the explanation is finished. As Izuku said, it's complicated. The best way Cortana described it was that we're attached to him, but we still retain our independent personalities and will. Izuku only controls what systems we have access to, and he thankfully seems reluctant to curtail those. Unfortunately, it also means we have to go wherever he goes, which is a shame, or else I might have asked you out. That gets a reaction from the group. Really? Inko asks, desperately trying to keep a lid on her emotions. If two inexperienced teens can make it work. Nana gestures at Ochako and Izuku. I don't see why two experienced adults couldn't. It's clear you still have some feelings for me after all this time, and I wouldn't mind getting to know a longtime fan and the mother of one of my successors better. As I said, the only problem is the fact that I have 8 permanent, inseparable third wheels, one of whom is your son. You know there is a potential workaround for that if you're serious about. Izuku nervously gestures vaguely in the air, trying to articulate his meaning without vocalizing it. About your mother having a life outside of her apartment, Inko says, a warning note in her voice. Yes. Izuku quickly agrees. As you know, the vestages are tied to my AI core, meaning they have to remain in whatever physical network I'm in. However, the dorm's internal network covers the whole building, including the dorm rooms, some of which are guaranteed not to be used. After all, there are 32 rooms and each class has 20 students, leaving 12 rooms free. You're suggesting I use one of the empty dorm rooms to have a sort of long-distance relationship with your mother? Nana raises an eyebrow at Izuku. I just want my mom to be happy. If spending time with you does that, I want to help. Izuku turns slightly to address his mom directly. With me, Akan, and Himi here, and the Urarakas in Kenya. I just don't want you to feel lonely. If you want to do this, I'll help. Inko wipes away the beginnings of a tear in her eye, touched by her son's concern. Thank you, Izuku. You're the best son a mother could ask for. If I could hug you, I would. And Miss Nana, I would be honored to. Well, I guess going out isn't quite the right term. Dating, maybe. Gosh, it's been a while since I've done this. She mutters to herself before shaking her head to pull herself out of the rabbit hole. I would love to be with you, she says finally. Very well, Nana says with a bemused smile at the other woman's behavior. One slight problem, Izuku. I don't have access to any of the rooms except yours. I have a room, Izuku asks, slightly surprised. Well, you are a student. You deserve one just as much as your classmates. And Miko says definitely. True, it's just what am I going to do with it? It's not like I need to sleep or get changed. Izuku ponders. No, but you still deserve privacy just like any teenager. His mom counters, to which Izuku shrugs. Well, for the time being, you can use it, Nana, for when you wish to talk with my mom privately. At least until I can get Cortana to grant you access to one of the unassigned rooms. Thank you. Nana bows to Izuku, who reciprocates, before addressing Inko. I'll call you later, she says with a smile and a wave before disappearing into the table. Hey kid, if you're keen on playing digital matchmaker, don't suppose you could put in a good word for me with Cortana? Daigoro chimes in after Nana departs. I'm pretty sure she and the Master Chief are already a thing. Ochako replies. Really, felt like they had more of a professional working relationship to me. The bald hero scrunched his face up in an unsure expression. That may be their public perception. Himiko joins the discussion, but come on. He fought through a parasite-infested space station just to save her, and she was immune to the parasite. That speaks of more than just a working relationship. Not completely immune, Izuku corrects. But otherwise, yeah, I think Cortana's taken. Sorry. Another time then. Daigoro clicks his tongue in defeat before he too disappears into the table. I will leave you to catch up with your family then, Izuku. Yoichi bids his farewell before he too departs into the table. After he's gone, Himiko decides to speak up. I wonder if this means I win the pot. Ochako, along with Izuku and Inko, give Himiko questioning looks. Himiko shrugs her shoulders. She might as well tell them now. There was an ongoing wager between me, Melissa, and Cortana as to if and when you and All Might started dating. She addresses Inko. Melissa had by the start of the school year, Cortana had by the end of the school year, and I said he's not your type, so never. Not my type. Inko questioned her daughter. She loved her, but her definition of personal boundaries was loose at times. Yeah, as shown by the past few minutes in your marriage, you like your men shy and nerdy and your women strong and confident, both taller than yourself. All Might only covers the height requirement, although Toshinori can be a dork sometimes. Neither Izuku nor Ochako can find fault with that last statement, having seen the pro in his personal life more than most people, though we're slightly uncomfortable with the direction of this conversation. Okay, moving on. Inko decides to change the topic of conversation to something slightly less personal. How about we do a proper tour of the building, unless either of you three would like to start talking about your love lives? There's a hasty response of nope. No and maybe, but I wouldn't mind having a look from the three teens. So after helping put away the shopping, the group wanders through the building. After finding the stairs, toilet, and showers on the ground floor, they take the elevator located in the middle up to the 4th floor, where Uraraka and Midoriya's new residences were located, directly opposite each other in the rooms closest to the elevator. Looking in Ochako's room, the only things present are her furniture and a few boxes of her personal belongings. Nothing special except for the holo emitter laid into the wall next to the door, which Izuku finds unnerving as he's used to materializing on something. Not free-floating, not that it makes a difference, it was just a personal preference. After Ochako's room, they check Izuku's and are pleasantly surprised to find it's not empty. Instead, the wall backing onto the stairs is lined with floor-to-ceiling server towers, with the other side fitted with a custom holo table, slightly shallower but stretched so it fits from the front of the room to the back, next to the window. As it was, it looked more like a holo workbench than a normal table. After Izuku experiments with the table, the group goes back to Ochako's room to help her unpack. Once done, they head back downstairs, whereupon seeing the time Inko and Himiko bid farewell to Ochako and Izuku, promising to see them again before the start of the school term. Now Ochako was sitting on her bed with Izuku sitting on his tack pad on the bedside table in front of her. So now what do we do? It's a bit early to go to bed. Izuku ponders the question when a voice from within the tack pad calls out, "You could meditate," the voice suggests. Ochako raises an eyebrow at the pad beneath Izuku. "I assume you're one of the other vestages I've not met yet." "Correct. My name is Hikage Shinomori, the 4th wielder. The one who died of old age," Izuku adds. "Correct. A result I achieved by hiding myself from One for All. And during my self-imposed isolation, I spent much of my time meditating with One for All. If you wish to increase access to the stockpile, I recommend trying meditation." Ochako looks at Izuku, who shrugs. "It couldn't hurt," she responds. Izuku disappears into the tack pad as Ochako picks it up so it's closer to her to ensure it and her implant are within range. After which she decides to lay down on her bed, it being the comfiest position in which to relax. Soon after, the telltale black sparks reappear indicating OFA was active. Satisfied, Ochako gently closes her eyes and lets her mind wander. About a minute passes before she hears Izuku's familiar voice. "Akin." The voice seemed confused and unsure, and to Ochako's surprise, seemed to be coming not from within her own mind as she was used to, but from in front of her. This prompts her to open her eyes, and she's greeted by the sight of her boyfriend as well as 7 adult figures and one bright yellow ghostly silhouette, which she surmises is All Might's vestige. "Izuku." She matches his unsure tone of voice as this. "Yep." He throws his arms wide in a grand gesture. "Welcome to your brain." Whoa. Ochako stares in awe at the void around her, taking in the pattern of light that surrounded them. "I see what you mean. Those lights do look like neurons." She recenters her focus on Izuku, having to look down at him due to the immense height difference. And after a second the two embrace, each holding the other as tight as they can as years of lost companionship, intimacy, and physical affection catch up to them. Ochako's grateful that eyes don't need to breathe, as it means she's able to hold Izuku for what feels like an eternity. And Izuku's opinion is very much the same. As they embrace, some of the vestages such as Nana and Yoichi watch the couple fondly, while others show a distinct lack of interest. Eventually, the couple break apart and Izuku is back on solid ground. Well, the hits just keep on coming. Nana chimes in once the couple has separated. "I take it's been a while. Actually, this is the first time we've been together as a couple," Izuku answers, a slight blush covering his face, matching the one that was beginning to appear on Ochako's. "Since I was turned into an AI years before we started dating. We've never had this sort of opportunity before." "Thank you, by the way, Hikage." A man with short, white hair, green eyes, and 2 narrow scars over his left eye, bows his head in response. Ochako took that to mean that this was Hikage, the 4th. While this was not the intended outcome, I am glad some good has come of your meditating. Perhaps it may even help in acclimatizing to One for All. "That's true. If you're here, I may be able to better monitor you," Izuku states as he summons several screens, one of which Ochako can see as a readout of her bio signs. Another one has the header OFA output level, which shows a power bar consisting of 100 small bars, the bottom 5 of which were lit up with the number 5% next to it. However, as Izuku was analyzing Ochako's readout, she noticed a button on the OFA output screen labeled Output Method. Curious, Ochako taps on the button and a second screen appears that appears to be split in two. On one side is the header current output, with a symbol of a fist beneath it. The other side of the screen is headed potential output, and beneath it are 6 symbols: a pair of wings, a cloud, a whip, a radar screen, a bright blue disc, and a thought bubble. The sudden appearance of the new screen catches the attention of both Izuku and the vestages. "What's that?" Izuku asks. "You're asking me." Ochako responds. "I just clicked on it. You're the resident AI." "Yeah, but this is one for all related. I'm as much a novice as you are. Do you have any ideas?" Izuku addresses the question to Yoichi, who alongside all but 2 of the other vestages had gathered behind him to look at the screen. "My best guess, based on the symbols and screen, I'd wager this allows you to grant Miss Uraraka access to the quirks of the previous users." "What?" Izuku and Ochako yell. One Heights Alliance dorms, UA, High Campus, Musutafu Outskirts, Tuesday, March 2, 2219, 7:15 JST. Ochako was sitting at the kitchen counter finishing off breakfast with Izuku sitting on the kitchen holo emitter when Toshinori entered through the dorm's front doors. Seeing him enter, Ochako scoffs down the last of her meal, dumping the dishes into the sink to be done later, before striding across the ground floor to her mentor. Meanwhile, Izuku simply disappeared from the kitchen emitter and reappeared on the holo tank next to the entrance. "Morning, All Might," the green teen greets. "What's the plan for today?" In a word, busy, my boy. It's at this moment that Ochako joins them. "Are we going to be training with One for All today?" Ochako asks, an excited smile on her face. Sort of. Except Toshinori starts nervously before he's interrupted by something flying through the doors and barrels straight for Ochako, who, thanks to her Spartan reflexes, reacts by crossing her arms in front of her in a defensive posture, stopping whatever it was dead in its tracks. Whatever it was then bounds off Ochako's arms and lands next to Toshinori, whose face is plastered with shock. It's at this point that Ochako and Izuku can see that the thing that rocketed at Ochako was in fact a small old man with gray hair, dressed in a white and yellow costume with a bright yellow cape and black domino mask. Said old man was also holding a wooden cane. "Not bad, kid. Your reflexes are certainly up to snuff." Even he jabs a thumb towards Toshinori, struggles to keep up with me sometimes. He then gives Ochako a cursory inspection, looking her up and down. "So, you're the 9th wielder." He turns to look up at Toshinori, who's slowly recovering his resting heart rate. "Decided to go with someone similar to yourself in build." The old man nods his head in approval. "Not the dumbest thing you could have done, but that's a low bar. You must be Grand Torino, sir." Ochako salutes him. "Yeah, but what the hell are you saluting me for? Do I look like I served?" Torino scowls. "Sorry." Ochako drops her hand, force of habit. How on earth does a teenager develop the habit of saluting? Where'd you find her anyway? Torino looks back at his former student. "Wait, this is him on a good day," Izuku says out of the blue. Seemingly in response to someone, Ochako assumed it was Nana. However, the outburst causes Gran Torino to turn around and see the verdant construct for the first time. "What's with the talking light show?" the retired pro asks. "This is Izuku Midoriya, my other disciple, and the actual current holder of One for All," Toshinori explains. "Huh." Torino looks voice sounded confused, but his face read frustrated. "I thought she was the current holder." He points his cane at Ochako. "She was the intended holder, but well, it's complicated." Toshinori gestures for Gran to take a seat on one of the couches in the TV corner before explaining what happened yesterday. Once finished, the gray-haired man has a contemplative look on his face. Eventually, he speaks up to ask a question. "So, One for All now exists solely in the digital world?" he asks the group. The other 3 nod silently. "And the only way to use it is through this neural implant in the back of your head." This question was directed to Ochako. "Theoretically, the chief could use it as well as we have the same implant, but yes," the brunette answers. "And even then, you have ultimate control over whether she can access One for All's power." This time it was to Izuku, who simply nodded. Torino nods his head a few times in contemplation before bursting out into a deep hearty laugh, catching the others by surprise. What I'd give to see that bastard's face if he heard about this, his one unobtainable goal. His holy grail of quirks now lost to the digital ether. He bursts out into another fit of laughter, before eventually calming down again. Wherever he now lies, All for One must be turning in his grave like a hog on a spit. He's the one who gave All Might his injury right. Ochako asks. Torino quickly turns serious, as well as killing Nana and every other wielder before her. May the bastard rest in pieces. Every wielder except Hikage, the 4th, Izuku corrects. He died of accelerated old age. How do you know the 4th wielder's name, kid, and how he died? Torino gives the digital teen a hard look. Right, we kinda left this out of our explanation earlier, but as part of being one with One for All, the previous holders have manifested as part of my core. I'll show you. And saying that, Isuku disappears from the emitter on the coffee table and appears on the holo table on the other side of the room, alongside Nana and Yoichi. Torino turns to look over the back of the couch he was sitting on, and his eyes go wide upon seeing the sight of Nana. The hell? He jumps out of his seat and uses his quirk to dash across to the holo table, Toshinori and Ochako not far behind him. I swear, kid, if this is some kind of trick, I will drop your motherboard into the nearest body of water. It's no trick, Sora. It's really me, or what's left of me, Nana answers with a calming voice. Prove it, he scowls. Kotaro Nana's wistful response immediately softens Torino's features. It really is you. Gran turns his gaze from Nana to Izuku. I'm only going to say this once, but thank you. I know it was an accident, but your messing with One for All has given me my friend back. His somber expression quickly changes to a wicked smile, and I'm going to repay you by agreeing to kick the absolute snot out of you and your girlfriend in training. I'd like to see you try. Ochako responds with an equally fierce grin. I ain't some hapless damsel for you to knock around. Izuku sighs fondly at his girlfriend. Oh, I like her, Nana declares with a wide grin, firmly patting Izuku on the back. You got lucky, ninth. I won't argue with that, Izuku says bashfully. Before I start my beatdown though. Who's the guy who looks like death warmed up? Torino asks. I am Yoichi Shigaraki, the first wielder of One for All. Then you're All for One's brother. Yoichi finishes the question. Yes, for better or worse, given how our lives have gone. I'd say worse, Torino concludes, to which Yoichi shrugs noncommittally. Now then, you two zygotes, ready to get your teeth kicked in by a man half your height and over thrice your age. You mean a man a third my height and 5 times my age? Ochako responds to the challenge, causing Izuku to be glad that touch and pain were not senses that could not be felt inside Ochako's head. Torino's only response was to simply laugh while Toshinori groaned. Gym Gamma, UA. High Campus, Musutafu Outskirts. Tuesday, March 2nd, 2219, 8:30 JST. Uraraka was doing preparatory stretches in the middle of the gym, now in her suit of MJOLNIR. Toshinori had initially expressed concerns about the potential damage to Torino being hit by that armor would cause, to which Torino had responded by whacking Toshinori in the kneecaps with his cane, stating that he's still tougher than he looks. The Master Chief had also added that this would be good for Ochako to learn how to restrain herself while using MJOLNIR. Now the three of them, along with the Arbiter, Melissa, and Cortana, were standing to one side, waiting for Uraraka to finish stretching. So we're agreed. Ochako thinks to herself, Izuku, and the vestages. Bench the super strength for the other quirks. Yes, Izuku replies confidently. Just remember, Izuku can only give you access to one quirk at a time, Nana chimes in. And there's a slight delay during the changeover, Yoichi adds. I know this time. Ochako vocalizes her thoughts before taking a deep, calming breath. Besides, even if it goes wrong, it's only in front of our mentors, no biggie. Young Uraraka, Toshinori calls out from the side of the concrete-floored gym. Are you ready? Ochako puts her thumb up. I'm ready. She cuts herself off as she throws up her arm to block an incoming Gran Torino, who springs back and lands on the floor between Ochako and the UA. Faculty, good to see. The first time wasn't a fluke, he says before taking off, ricocheting across the hall in a seemingly random pattern of zigzags. However, while the initial blow had been something of a surprise, Ochako's augmented reflexes allowed her to perfectly track Gran Torino while he was within her field of vision. After a minute or two of him bouncing around the gym, he finally makes his move and directs himself at the trainee Spartan. Ochako's response to which is to swing a full roundhouse kick at him, which he barely dodges at the last second, redirecting his jet blast to send him flying away. After his first failed attack, the old pro changes tact, opting to try and flank Ochako in her blind spots. The result was a near-constant combination of turning and blocking on Ochako's part. He's got us on the defensive, Ochako says inside her helmet. We need to break out of this, have One for All ready. Right, Izuku replies, channeling OFA to Ochako, causing the black sparks to appear above her armor like they did yesterday. Here it comes. Both Toshinori and Torino have the exact same thought as they see the sparks appear. However, what happened next was not what anyone in the gym, barring the teen couple, was expecting. Instead of leaping out of the way of Torino's path, Ochako is quickly swallowed by a cloud of smoke that seems to emit from her fingertips. A second later, Gran rockets through the center of the cloud only to encounter nothing, causing him to skid to a halt on the gym floor. Neat trick, the old man says. Another side effect of the transfer. However, before he can get an answer, several black tendrils appear out of nowhere and attempt to grab him, forcing him to back off till the tendrils seemingly stop at roughly 5 feet from their point of origin in midair, which suddenly shimmers as Ochako's active combo drops. Her right hand outstretched, the black tendrils extending from her fingertips. Clever, the Arbiter compliments. She used the smokescreen to mask her use of the cloak. Too bad her follow-up wasn't quick enough. It was a sound strategy though. But where did the smoke and tendrils come from? The chief asks, likewise, impressed with his protege's strategy. Let me check something and I'll get back to you, Cortana says before going silent. Old Toshinori bellows, trying to catch the attention of his former teacher and current students before they go at it again. As he crosses the gym towards them, the others quickly follow, while Uraraka and Torino stand down, Gran straightening out of his ready crouch and Ochako retracting the black tendrils back into her fingertips. As Toshinori reaches his 2-in-1 students, he gives them a look of disbelief. Well, what was that? Is all he can manage. Well, last night we decided to experiment with one for all a bit, and one of the vestages, fourth, suggested meditating with one for all active. Ochako begins to explain. So I did, and the first thing we learned was that I can enter my own brain, or neural space as Isuku calls it, because it's like cyberspace but inside your brain. So neural space, Isuku butts in. Anyway, after that, we discovered that Isuku is able to grant me access to the quirks of the previous users through one for all. But I can only use one quirk at a time, super strength included. Izuku thinks it's tied directly to the amount of the stockpile we can access. As we're able to use more of the reserve, I'll be able to use more quirks simultaneously. That'll actually be useful for training. It'll mean we can have you charge up one for all without the risk of property damage by simply swapping the super strength for one of the less destructive quirks. Toshinori reasons. What are the other quirks, by the way? I know you'll have float, as that was Nana's quirk, but I don't recognize the ones you used today. They belong to 6th and 5th, Izuku explains. 6th's quirk is called Smokescreen, 5th's is called Black Whip. The pro heroes N and Lariat, correct? I checked the HPSC archives. Cortana asks. Yup, Izuku confirms. Interestingly enough, the strength of the quirk seems to be tied to the percentage of one for all used. Case in point, both N and Lariat say that their use of their quirks was far greater than what Ochako demonstrated. That would make sense. Toshinori concedes. So including float, that's 3 quirks, and neither I nor Yoichi would have a quirk outside of one for all, so what are the remaining 3? Danger sense, touch empathy, and laser disc. Ochako lists the quirks on her fingers. They belong to 4th, 3rd, and 2nd respectively. Out of those 3, I can only manifest laser disc at the moment. Apparently, the other 2 require a higher percentage of the stockpile. So, what do those 3 do? The Arbiter asks. Well, danger sense and touch empathy are mental quirks. Izuku explains this may be why they require a higher percentage. But according to Hikage and Yoichi, danger sense basically acts as an early warning system alerting the user to potential danger, and touch empathy does what it says on the label. If the user touches someone, they can feel their emotions. As for laser disc, well, you want to show them. The last question seems to be posed to Ochako as she holds up her right hand, takes her index finger, middle finger, and thumb and pinches them together, leaving a small gap, no bigger than 5 mm between the thumb and 2 fingers. And in that gap a small blue disc of spinning light appears, as thin as a playing card with the diameter of a single yen coin. Ochako holds the disc up for the audience to see before flicking her wrist downward so that the disc is launched into the ground in front of her. The disc's impact barely makes a noise, leaving only a small chip in the concrete. Again, like Smokescreen and Black Whip, laser disc strength seems tied to the percentage of one for all. She says, looks like you have quite the arsenal at your fingertips, quite literally in this case. Toshinori softly chuckles at his own joke, before rubbing the back of his head. Guess this means I'm going to have to brief the principal again. In the meantime, you've got a lot of training to do before the school year starts if you want to get one for all up to standard. The Master Chief states. Yes, Chief. Ochako salutes her drill instructor in confirmation. It was going to be a grueling few weeks. When a Heights Alliance dorms, UA, High Campus, Musutafu Outskirts, Sunday, April 22, 7:30 JST. Today was the day, move-in day. The movers had already been there yesterday to drop off their classmates' property, and now Ochako and Izuku were waiting for the first of their future classmates to arrive. Ochako was sitting on a couch in the TV corner, reading about humanity's various colonies back in the Dawn Trio's universe. In particular, she was keen to learn about Reach, humanity's first extrasolar colony and birthplace of the Spartan program, which she was saddened to learn had fallen only a few months before the end of the war. Izuku meanwhile was sitting on the surface of the large holo table in the adjacent corner when he calls out to Cortana. Cortana, he says aloud, catching Ochako's attention. Yes, the blue AI appears on the surface of the table in front of him. You know a fair amount about the Forerunners, correct? He asks. I'm the closest thing we've got to an expert in this universe, so yes. Why? She replies. Well, last night we discovered my sigil changed. Izuku explains. It changed. Cortana questions. Yep. Izuku confirms as he brings up a holographic image of a symbol, similar in aesthetic to his previous sigil but very different in design. Now that's more in line with previously documented Foreigner sigils. Did this change happen last night or did you only notice last night? Only noticed Izuku answers, can you think of a reason why it might have changed? I wonder if. Cortana thinks for a minute before calling out Nana. Can you come out here for a second? Yes. The seventh wielder of OFA appears on the table's surface. I just want to check something. Cortana says as brings up a screen and does a quick scan of Nana, after which an image of a different sigil appears along Izuku's. My best guess. The change in sigil reflects your new status as the embodiment of One for All. Notice how your symbol is a non-agon, while Nana's has 7 spokes, the 9th and 7th. Cortana explains. I guess that makes sense. Izuku reasons. Hold on, does that mean Izuku's Forerunner coding, or whatever it is, recognizes One for All? Ochako asks, having made her way over to the holo table while they were talking. It would appear so. How or why I don't know. The Foreigners were as enigmatic as they were advanced. Cortana shrugs. The sound of the front door's opening catches the group's attention as they see Himiko and Inko walk through the door. The group greets the new arrivals, with Nana and Inko greeting each other fondly. Already done with moving and Himi. Izuku asks his sister. Yeah, I didn't have much to do today, having moved most of my stuff in on our previous visits. Besides, move-in day isn't the same for second years as it is for first years. For us, it's mostly just setting up our new rooms before the opening ceremony. Whereas you're meeting new people and making new friends. And I want to see if any of them are cute. Don't you have your own classmates to pick from? Yeah, but none of them are cute. For being recovery girl's assistant, you sure seem to mimic Midnight a lot. A new gruff monotone voice butts in from behind Inko and Himiko. The group looks and sees a man with shoulder-length black hair and bags under his eyes, dressed in baggy black clothes and a long white scarf wrapped around his neck. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa, Cortana greets. Cortana, the gruff man, Aizawa, replies in greeting. You must be Ms. Midoriya. I was told you'll be acting as Miss Uraraka's guardian due to her parents being abroad. Correct. Inko nods her head in confirmation. And you must be one of the vestages I've heard about. Which one are you? He addresses Nana. Nana Shimura, the 7th. She replies. Oh, Izuku could almost swear the man sounded disappointed at that answer. Anyway, you'd better make yourself scarce soon. The rest of the students should start arriving soon. He starts heading back towards the door. I'll be back around 12 to take everyone to the opening ceremony. Till then, I'm finding somewhere quiet to take a nap. Who on earth was that? Inko says after Aizawa had left. Shouta Aizawa, Class 1A's homeroom teacher and general heroics teacher, Cortana answers. He's going to be Izuku and Ochako's homeroom teacher. He's certainly interesting. Inko's choice of words seems very deliberate. From what I've learned, he does care. He just tries not to show it. Inko clearly vocalizes her disbelief in that. Anyway, he does have a point though. Nana and the other vestages will have to remain hidden until such a time as we're ready to tell the other students about the truth behind One for All. And remember, while the UNSC itself isn't classified, any mention of the Covenant and our extra-dimensional origins. I guess I'll be off then. I'll call you around dinner then. Nana asks Inko as she bids her farewell. Yes, I should be free by then. Inko replies, gently waving goodbye to the vestige AI. See you later. Nana gives a final wave goodbye before disappearing into the table. Wait, Aizawa knows about One for All and the vestages? Himiko asks. The entire first-year heroics course staff do. They were briefed on both One for All and the true nature of the UNSC. Nedzu wanted his staff forewarned, and given everything that has happened with us in One for All, Tashinori was inclined to agree. Now I recommend we end this conversation. The first of your new classmates are about to arrive. As Cortana mentions the imminent arrival, the group turns to face the front door just in time to see 2 teenagers familiar to Ochako and Izuku walk through them. The first is a tall boy with blue hair and glasses, wearing a bright blue polo shirt and khaki shorts. Izuku notices he has oddly familiar tailpipes sticking out of his legs. The second figure is one Ochako recognizes instantly. Yamomo, she exclaims, slightly surprising the other occupants of the room, barring the 2 AI. Ew. The blue-haired boy seems to be the first to recover as he points dramatically at Ochako, who now fully registers where she recognized the boy. The entrance exam. Oh, him. Ochako's enthusiasm at seeing Yaoyorozu again dims upon remembering how the boy had treated her and Izuku at the entrance exam. She'd actually forgotten about him till he spoke up. After his initial exclamation, he marches up to Ochako. The brunette tenses slightly, half expecting him to lay into her again, which is why she's pleasantly surprised when he bows at the waist at a near-perfect 90 degrees. I would like to start by apologizing for my actions during the entrance exam. I'm afraid the stress of the day may have overwhelmed me, but that is no excuse for my words or actions. And for that, I am deeply sorry. He remains in the 90-degree bow after he's finished. Apology accepted, I guess, Ochako says hesitantly, still somewhat taken aback at the very dramatic gesture of apology. You've apologized, which more than some do so. No hard feelings. I'm Ochako Uraraka, by the way. Tenya Ida. The boy supplies his own name. I see you two have met before. Yaoyorozu chimes in. Yes, we met during the entrance exam. Ida had a few choice words to say to us, but he's apologized, so I won't hold it against him. Ochako explains. Yaoyorozu chuckles softly. Yes, he does tend to go overboard sometimes, but I've found he means well. You two know each other? Ochako asks. Our families do, so we've met at social events. If you don't mind me asking, Yaoyorozu, how do you know Uraraka? Ida asks. Oh, we met at the recommendations entrance exam, which is why I'm slightly confused that you took the regular entrance exam. Surely you must have scored high enough to pass, or did you fail the written exam? She asks. No, we passed the written exam. Isuku even got a perfect score. But regardless of my score, I was never going to get in on the recommendations practical. I only took it because my instructor wanted to use it to gauge the results of my training. I was always going to take the normal entrance exam. Both Ida and Yaoyorozu have contemplative looks on their face as they take in that information before Yaoyorozu speaks up. Isuku, is that the boyfriend you mentioned after the obstacle course? Was he able to get in? Yaoyorozu asks, genuinely curious. IZM 1507-3. Izuku Midoriya, present. The green AI calls out from behind Ochako, who stands to one side so the other two teens can see. Wait, are you? Yaoyorozu starts. She'd read about this in science journals but never thought it would be possible, even with quirks and artificial intelligence. Yup, Izuku finishes with a large smile. Not exactly, but that's semantics, Cortana adds. Wait, if you're an AI, are you the one responsible for what happened to the zero-pointer at the end of the exam? Ida asks. At the mention of that particular stunt, Izuku and Ochako start grinning like maniacs at the memory. Izuku, what are they talking about? Inko asks. This, Cortana answers, and brings up a video screen and plays recorded footage of the zero-pointer ripping its own head off, causing Inko, Himiko, and Yaoyorozu's eyes to go wide with shock. Izuku, Inko says in a dangerously calm voice. Were you inside that machine when you made it rip its own head off? Mea Ibe, Izuku says sheepishly, not liking the tone in his mother's voice. Cortana, Himiko says. And seemingly prompted by the calling of her name, Cortana steps closer to Izuku and clips him around the back of the head. Hey, Izuku exclaims, I know it didn't hurt, but still. 5 long years, and I finally have a way to deliver all the punishments I give Acha that I can't give to you, Himiko says smugly. Though I personally would have gone for the shoulder, the back of the head works. Inko sighs at her daughter's antics. Just try not to do it too often, Cortana. She says, don't worry, I'll only save it for the really dumb stuff. The blue AI replies. After Cortana finishes speaking, Yaoyorozu takes the opportunity to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, and you are? She initially addresses Inko as the obvious adult in the room. Inko Midoriya, Izuku and Himiko's mother, and Ochako's temporary guardian. Inko answers. Himiko Midoriya, Izuku's older sister and one of your upperclassmen. Himiko follows, and Cortana rounds them out. Cortana, General Administrative Assistant in Ta, assigned to Class 1A. I didn't know UA had teaching assistants. Ida comments. They didn't until they had their first digital student. Cortana looks intently at Izuku. Due to Izuku's vastly different nature, measures were taken to allow him as full an academic career as possible. But this will all be explained later once the rest of the class arrives. In the meantime, I have a few last-minute details to check, and you two have rooms to sort out before 12. So, until then. She gives a 2-fingered salute before disappearing. Such commendable actions taken by UA. Ida begins dramatically chopping the air in front of him as he talks. To go to such lengths to make one of their students feel included, I would expect nothing less from such an auspicious institution. Is he always like this? Ochako bends down to whisper to Yaoyorozu while Ida pontificates. It becomes endearing after a while. He just has a passion for doing things the right way. Ochako shrugs. She couldn't find fault with that, although Ida could probably do with learning how to loosen up. Anyway, do want me to show you to your rooms? I already know this place like the back of my hand. Ochako offers. I would be most grateful, Ida says. As would I. Yaoyorozu concurs. Whose room are you going to first? Izuku asks, just so I know where to meet you. Mine is room 306, Ida says. 501, Yaoyorozu states. Oh, that's right above mine, Ochako points out. But I guess we'll do Ida's first since it's lower. Cool, I'll see you there then. Oh, Mom, Himi. What are you going to be doing? Well, I just came to wish you good luck, so good luck to all of you. Otherwise I think I might go spend some time around town, maybe even visit Mitsuki, Inko replies. As for me, I should probably head back to my own dorms. I'm sure someone's missing me by now. Himiko follows up. So, the 4 teens bid farewell to Himiko and Inko as they make their way to Ida's dorm room. Once inside, Ochako points out the holo emitter on the wall and prompts Ida to push a button with a flashing light. Once he does, Izuku appears just in front of the projector. I will never get used to just projecting in midair. It just doesn't feel right, he says. That's amazing, Yaoyorozu exclaims with joy. so you can just appear anywhere within the school. Isuku shakes his head. Just the dorm. While there is a campus-wide physical network, my access is restricted for security and privacy reason. If I want to travel elsewhere on campus, someone has to transfer the data chip I'm stored on. That makes sense. UA has a lot of sensitive information and equipment. They'd hardly let a student have potential access to that. For reasons, I will admit the system within the dorms is quite ingenious. It allows you to visit your friends and fellow classmates, while still granting the individual students privacy within their rooms, the digital equivalent of knocking on the door. UA really is quite wonderful. Anyway, I should start unpacking immediately so that I may assist our classmates when they arrive. So, the two girls and Isuku leave Ida to unpack and decorate while they head up to the top floor in Yaoyorozu's room. Once inside, Yaoyorozu mimics Ida's action to let Isuku in, and both he and Ochako are stunned by the sight that greets them, a massive 4-post canopy bed. While how is all Ochako can stammer. There must have been a quirk involved. Isuku reasons. Yaoyorozu looks somewhat bashful at their reactions. I might have slightly overestimated the size of the dorm rooms, but she claps her hands together with excitement as her mood picks up. I can work around this. I might have to send some stuff back home though. Well, the room next door is unoccupied, Isuku says. You can always store any extra stuff in there until a later date, if you think it'll be alright, Yaoyorozu says hesitantly as she looks at the boxes stacked in her room. Would you be willing to lend me a hand? She asks Ochako. I'd be happy to, Ochako says with an enthusiastic smile. I could be of assistance as well. I might not be able to help physically, but he pauses as projects a holographic representation of the room they were in. I can help you plan out where you want to put stuff without having to constantly rearrange the furniture. Momo's eyes light up with delight. That'll be amazing. After we're done, I'd very much like to get to know the both of you better. Likewise, Jinx, the two teens say simultaneously before resolving that it was too close to call. So, for the next few hours, the three teens unpack and rearrange Yaoyorozu's bedroom. Isuku aids in placement and interior design while occasionally playing songs to make the work more enjoyable. The playlist rotating between his eclectic tastes, Ochako's choice of American folk, and Yaoyorozu's pick of European classical music. Eventually, Yaoyorozu was satisfied with the results, and, with a little help from Izuku's digital modeling, they managed to fit all her stuff in the one room without the need for additional storage. The three teens are admiring their handiwork when there's a knock on the door. Yaoyorozu answers it and is greeted by a short, slightly hunched girl with large eyes and long green hair. Hi, I'm Tsuyu Asui, but call me Tsu. I'm in the apartment at the other end of the floor. Hiro, the girl, finishes her greeting with a croak as Yaoyorozu pokes her head out to look down to the end of the corridor, before looking back at the girl. I just came to let you know that everyone's meeting downstairs to do introductions before the opening ceremony. I heard music and voices coming from here earlier, so I thought I'd come and see if you were still up here. Hiro, oh, thank you. We've just finished up, so I guess we can head down. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, by the way. Momo replies. Ochako Uraraka, the brunette, gives a slight wave. And I'm Izuzuzuku Midori Rai Ria. As Izuku introduces himself, he seems to glitch out, causing Ochako to panic and Yaoyorozu to become concerned, while Asui was just confused. Izukun, are you alright? What's wrong? Ochako frets, the panic in her voice rising. My data chip. Someone messing with my Isuku is cut off as his hologram suddenly disappears. What just? Momo starts. We need to get downstairs now. Ochako yells as tears out of the bedroom and opts for the stairs rather than waiting for the elevator, dropping down the stairs, entire flights at a time. Yaoyorozu and Tsu do their best to keep up with the brunette giant. Common room, 1A Heights Alliance dorms, UA, High Campus, Sunday, April 4th, 2219, 11:15 JST. Man UA is the coolest. A blonde-haired boy with a black streak in his fringe comments as he stares at the holo table. I know, right? I've never seen anything like this before. Another boy with black hair and oddly cylindrical elbows agrees as taps the surface of the table. Not to mention there's so many hot chicks here. A third, more nasally voice joins in. The blonde looks down to see the origin of the voice is a short boy with purple balls in place of his hair. Can't argue with that, the blonde replies as he notices a girl with long vines for hair on the other side of the room. I'm Kaminari, by the way, the blonde says in greeting. Mine, to the shorter boy replies. Zero, the darker-haired youth, adds. So, what do you think this is? Some kind of new gaming system? I hope so, Kaminari says. But I can't find any controllers or even a port for the game. I thought you'd have learnt by now not to mess with digital tech after your last 3 phones, taser brain. A deadpan voice rebukes him as Jiru walks up to the table. Do you really think UA would put a games console in their dorms? Maybe. I don't know, Jiru. They went all out with the rest of it. The blonde replies. If it is a console, I think I just found the game. Zero calls out and Jiru and Kaminari turn to look at him. Mind eventually joins them after tearing his eyes away from an athletic-looking girl with pink skin and hair. The 3 other teens notice he's holding a small rectangular chip, the size of a matchbook, with a circular green crystal in the middle of it. You sure that's the game, man? Minda asks. Looks more like a memory card to me. Zero shrugs his shoulders. Maybe it's retro-styled like those really old cartridges from pre-Quirk games. Let me have a look at it. I'm fairly up to date on the latest in gaming, Kaminari states with some pride as Zero passes the chip as he rolls his eyes. You know, if you fry that UA's going to bill you right, Jiru says as Kaminari closely examines the chip. So, Zero asks after a minute. I got nothing. Where did you find it again? Kaminari replies, causing Jiru to facepalm and the 2 other teens to groan in disappointment. However, before Zero can respond, a loud bang erupts through the common room. The sound of a door being slammed open caught everyone in the common room by surprise as they stared towards the back of the dorms where the stairs were. A second later, Achako's pissed-off figure marches through the doorway. The door, by some miracle, remained on its hinges. Where is he? The brunette Spartan bellows. Jiru, recognizing her savior from the entrance exam, tentatively approaches her as the other students downstairs gather around the holo table to see what the commotion was. Hey, you're Raka, wasn't it? What's wrong? Who are you looking for? Gyro asks, upon recognizing the purple-haired punk from the entrance exam. Achako softens slightly, but only just. I'm looking for my boyfriend, Isuku, Achako explains. Oh, looks like someone's in the doghouse, Minda snarks quietly. Bro, not manly, a spiky red-headed teen whispers to him. Who, Greenie? Jiru questions. What did he do? You two seem to be on good terms at the entrance exam. Oh, we still are. Achako bursts into a smile before her face darkens again. But someone's been messing with him and now he's missing. At this point, Yaoyorozu and Tsu emerge from the stairwell as Ada steps forward from the watching crowd. Missing? How? Isn't he in the dorm's network? Ada's words confuse most of the crowd. He was, but he just disappeared a minute ago. He mentioned something about his data chip, which leads me to believe someone was tampering with him. Achako explains. Well, what does this chip look like? Yaoyorozu asks. It's small and metal, about the size of a matchbook or maybe a lighter, and it has a glowing green crystal in the middle of it. As soon as Achako gives her description, Jiru's eyes go wide with recognition and she turns immediately to face her old school friend. Denki, drop the chip now, she exclaims, and the group around the blonde parts as he raises his hands in the air in surrender, dropping the data chip on the ground at his feet in the process. I swear it wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I don't even know who this Isuku guy is. The blonde babbles out. Achako crosses the open floor quickly and stoops to pick up the chip off the ground before making her way around the table, the crowd clearing as she does to the AI chip port. She plugs the chip in and Isuku appears, looking somewhat flustered. His appearance catches most of the crowd by surprise. Are you okay? Achako asks as she crouches till she's just around eye level with Isuku, her arms resting on the table. I'm fine, Acha, just slightly disoriented from the sudden ejection. But I'm fine otherwise. Good, now then. Achako rises from her squatting position and moves right in front of Kaminari so she's towering over him. Care to explain what you were doing with my boyfriend? She crosses her arms expectantly as she asks the question. I swear I didn't know. Kaminari still had his hands in the air from earlier. Besides, Ciro's the one who removed that chip. Achako quickly looks over the crowd of other students before asking which one's Ciro. Before anyone can answer, Izuku speaks up. Akin, it's all right. They couldn't have known. Besides, there was no damage done, nor was it malicious, so no harm, no foul, he says in a placating manner. Achako takes in a deep breath and sighs, letting the anger drain from her. Fine. She turns to address her new classmates. Sorry about that, everyone. I just tend to be a bit overprotective of him sometimes. A low murmur of discussion begins amongst the other students. No apology necessary, Uraraka. Ada speaks up. You were simply concerned for his safety. It is only natural. As future heroes, concern for our peers is of the utmost importance. Achako catches a familiar TCH during Ada's small speech, and she notices Bakugo standing towards the back of the crowd. She decides to ignore him for the time being in favor of meeting her new classmates. However, before she notices what looks like a giant yellow caterpillar or worm by the front doors. Welcome to UA. As hero course, the worm speaks, and Izuku and Achako recognize the voice of Aizawa from earlier. The rest of the students quickly clam up, though not quickly enough. It took 8 seconds for you all to shut up. That's insufficient. Time is precious, and rational students would realize that. Aizawa works his way out of what Achako can now see as a sleeping bag and stands upright. I'm Shouta Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Now get changed into your gym uniforms and meet outside at the sports field. Sports field, UA. High Campus, Sunday, April 4, 2219, 11:45 JST. Several minutes later, after they had dispersed to their rooms to get changed, one had reassembled at the sports field just outside Gym Gamma. Ochako, as well as her gym uniform, had the hard case for Izuku's pad strapped in its usual position on her thigh. Once all the students were gathered, Aizawa revealed his plan. A quirk assessment. Several voices cry out. But what about orientation? A red-headed girl asks, whom Ochako and Izuku recognize as being the girl they met before the entrance exam. Case. We're going to miss it. If you really want to make it in the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies, Aizawa explains. You know, he almost reminds me of the chief, at least in his disdain for formal events, Izuku comments from inside Ochako's head, as Aizawa continues to talk about the test. Maybe, Ochako replies internally. But with the chief, I always got the feeling he didn't think ceremonies were necessary. That he was just doing his job. Aizawa just doesn't seem to care. Or he's just tired. I still can't place which hero he is, though, Izuku says with some frustration. Ochako is about to reply when she hears her name called out. Raka, you scored the highest on the entrance exam. What Aizawa is interrupted by an outburst of anger from Bakugo. Bo's round cheeks got first. But then, the blonde quiets for a second before erupting again. This time small sparks and pops explode in his palm, prompting Ochako to square up in a fighting stance and the other students to back away from him. Deku, you cheating piece of scrap, you stole second place from me. Even if I accept round cheeks did better than me, there's no way you. The angry blonde's rant is cut off as his small explosions suddenly stop and strips of cloth bind around him. He struggles against the cloth, but to no avail. Quit struggling, Aizawa states in his seemingly unwavering deadpan. It's a capture weapon, made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy. Now stop forcing me to use my quirk. It gives me serious dry eye if I overuse it. I recognize him now, Izuku proclaims inside Ochako's head, causing her to wince slightly. He's Eraserhead. He can block a person's quirk just by looking at them. Eraserhead, Ochako asks aloud. And the teacher looks at her as he releases Bakugo from both his capture weapon and his quirk. The teacher gave a grunt. Whether it was of confirmation or approval, Ochako couldn't tell. As I was saying, you're Raka. What was your furthest distance with a softball in junior high? About 50 meters, Ochako replies, slightly unsure. Right, try doing it with your quirk. Anything goes. The only rule is you must stay within the circle. He gestures to a shot-put circle on the ground. Oh, and give Midoriya to me. For what I hope would be obvious reasons, he won't be participating in this test. At least not in the same way. Ochako takes out Izuku's tack pad and hands it over to Aizawa, trading it for the softball he was holding before stepping into the painted circle. Now go and stop wasting time, Aizawa adds. Okay then. Ochako grips the ball in her hand, before activating her quirk on the ball and then lobbing it upwards at an angle. A few seconds later, Aizawa holds up a device, similar to the tack pad, but smaller, in the hand not holding Izuku. On the screen reads an infinity symbol. The majority of the class reacts in awe at the score before Aizawa regains their attention. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential capabilities. The other students talk among themselves until a girl with pink skin and hair makes a comment about this being fun, which does not go down well with Aizawa, who promptly rebukes the poor girl before threatening to expel whoever comes last in the test. The effect is immediate as several students complain about it being unfair, with Aizawa giving a small lecture about how unfair the world is. As he was doing this, Izuku was in discussion with the vestages inside the tack pad. You're sure? Daigoro asks. Fairly sure. Izuku says I detected a slight spike in his heart rate as he mentioned the expulsion. He's lying. I think. He finishes more unsure than when he started. Okay, so let's say he's lying about expelling someone. Nana places a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. What are you going to do? Izuku thinks for a second. I want to tell the others. They shouldn't have to be under this kind of pressure before school even begins. On the other hand, they may perform better under pressure. Yoichi finishes, and Izuku nods his head in assent. They could also do worse. If the fear of being expelled distracts them, it could affect their performance. Nana counters. Again, Izuku nods in agreement. Both were valid arguments, but he'd seen the reactions of his new classmates. There were definitely those amongst the group who'd almost looked sick at the idea of being expelled before school even started, of losing their dream before it began. That hardens Izuku's resolve. No one should have to live with the fear that they couldn't achieve their dreams. I need to speak with Aken, without Aizawa knowing, Izuku announces, and then, as if summoned, Aizawa calls Izuku's name, prompting the AI to appear on the surface of the tack pad. Yes, sensei, Izuku asks as he appears, dressed in a holographic rendition of the UA sports kit. Due to your nature, I was advised by Cortana to give you a different task. I've just given you access to a list of all WANA students and the names of their quirks. I want you to do an initial analysis of your classmates' quirks, how they work, their strengths and weaknesses, and areas for improvement, to be handed in by the end of the test. And no consulting your partners. He whispers the last part so as not to be overheard. And so, for the next hour or so, Ochako competed in 8 different physical tests, while Isuku took notes and crafted theories and ideas based on his observations. The first test was a 50-meter dash, which Ochako did well in, getting within the top 5 with a speed of 3.5 seconds. However, there was almost an upset when a boy with a French accent, who Isuku learned from his list was called Aoyama, used his quirk to cover the 50 meters, which happened to be a very familiar laser beam emitted from his navel. Ochako was about to tear the boy a new one for attacking Isuku in the entrance exam, but relented seeing how the boy's quirk caused him pain, reasoning he suffered enough as it was. The next test was grip strength. The highlights to Isuku were a relatively tall multi-armed boy named Shoji who achieved 540 kilograms with his multiple hands, Yaoyorozu, who created a vice grip to squeeze the tester to its limit, and of course Ochako, who actually crushed the tester when she tried just a little too hard. She apologized profusely, but Aizawa brushed it off as it being evidence that she was giving it her all. Fortunately for Isuku, as she was apologizing, Ochako was close enough for him to quickly pass into her implant and pass along the message that Aizawa was bluffing and that she was to tell the others, jumping back into the tack pad just as Aizawa began to move away. During the third event, the standing long jump, Ochako began spreading the news, starting with Yaoyorozu, Chiro, Keiz, and Ida, who had taken to standing with the brunette while the other students were doing their tests. Ochako, unsurprisingly, thanks to a combination of using her quirk on herself and her augmentations, managed to clear the long jump pit thrice over, while Keiz and Bakugo used their own quirks to practically fly over the sandpit. The repeated sidesteps seemed to be the first event where Ochako didn't seem to have an inherent advantage. While she did all right, the undisputed winner of that event was the short boy Minta, who removed some of the ball objects on his head to bounce off them in a constant ricochet. By now word was spreading through the class and Isuku could see the relief subtly enter the faces of those he had previously noticed were visibly worried, except for the invisible girl, Hagakure, whose entire body language visibly perked up when the pink girl, Ashido, whispered in her ear, or at least Isuku reasoned that's where her ear was. When they got to the ball throw, which Ochako had already completed at the start, Bakugo was the first up and Isuku vocally called for him to wait a second, a request Bakugo was initially going to ignore till a word from Aizawa enforced Izuku's request, wondering why the green teen had spoken up for. Yaoyorozu, your quirk, creation, it allows you to create anything you know the molecular makeup of, correct? Izuku asks the Ravenette. Yes, why do you ask? She replies, could you make a pair of ear defenders or earplugs for Jiru? It's just I noticed she winces harder than the others whenever Bakugo uses his explosion, sensitive hearing as a result of your quirk I assume. He poses the question to the aforementioned ox-cabled teen, who gives a thumbs up in response. I'd be happy to do that. Yaoyorozu creates a pair of noise-canceling headphones and hands them to Jiru, who accepts them with a slight blush and a thanks before she turns to address Isuku. Thanks, Greenie, I was coping fairly well, but I appreciate the sentiment. She says, indeed, such thoughtfulness and keen observation are hallmarks of a good hero, Ida proclaims, again chopping the air in front of him in what was quickly becoming a familiar action. Yeah, well, I suspect your hearing wasn't going to enjoy what's about to come next. Isuku waves his hand in the air towards Bakugo. You done playing nanny to those second-rate losers, Deku? Bakugo scowls, earning many disapproving looks from the crowd and more than a couple of dirty looks from the group around Ochako. We can debate the use of second-rate losers later, Bakugo. Otherwise, yes. Isuku didn't appreciate how Bakugo talked about the people he was quickly considering to be his new friends. Good, Round Cheeks may have gotten a good score, but I'm going to show you losers what the future number 1 can do. He thinks he can pass Infinity. Yaoyorozu asks, genuinely puzzled about how he could top that. And he's so modest about it too. Jiru snarks as she puts on the headphones just as Bakugo winds up before pitching the softball with a massive explosion that makes Jiru think to herself that she owes Midori a big time. Eventually, the dust and smoke cleared and Aizawa revealed Bakugo's score of 705 meters and change. All that bluster, firepower, and noise, and you couldn't even clear 1 kilometer. Jiru snarks, I'd like to see you do better, weird ears. Bakugo snaps back, maybe not, but at least I'm not delusional enough to think I can do better than Infinity. Jiru bristles at the weird ears comment. TCH, whatever, I still got the next highest score. Bakugo says dismissively. Turns out Bakugo was very wrong about that, as when it got to her turn, Yaoyorozu unzipped her jacket, exposing her stomach and allowing her to quickly produce a medieval cannon, into which she drops the ball. She gives a quick warning to Jiru, who puts her headphones back on and gives her an appreciative thumbs up, all while blushing slightly, before pulling on a piece of string and firing the cannon. Interestingly, the cannon was actually quieter than Bakugo, but as Aizawa's scoring device showed, it was more effective, with Yaoyorozu's score coming to 1036 meters. Isuku noted that Bakugo silently snarled at the back when the score was read out. The last 3 tests were the seated toe touch, sit-ups in the distance, endurance run. The first 2 weren't anything special, although Isuku was quite impressed that Ishido was able to almost completely fold herself in 2 at the waist, reaching her toes with ease. And the sit-ups were just sit-ups. Ochako scored well, but it wasn't anything interesting, except for the fact that having all the students paired up in a row further drove home something Isuku had first noticed when he received the list of students, including himself. There were 21 students in Class 1A. The final test was the distance race, and this was another event where Ochako, among others, shone. The final 3 racers were Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Ochako, all of whom were keeping even with each other. Ida by dint of his quirk alone, Yaoyorozu on a battery-powered bike, which Isuku was certain must have drained the last of her lipids after the cannon, and Ochako, whom Isuku already knew from their time on I Island, could keep up a pace of roughly 50 kph without Mjolnir. Eventually, Ida was forced to bow out as even he was beginning to flag. At which point, sensing it would not end anytime soon, Aizawa called the final test a draw between Ochako and Yaoyorozu, after everyone had had a chance to rest. Although Ochako was barely out of breath as if she'd only done a light jog. Much to the wonder of the others, Aizawa called the class to gather round, and he projected a holographic screen from the device he was using. "All right, time to give you your results," Aizawa announces. "I've ranked you all from best to worst, but you should probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'm just going to put up the whole list. It's not worth going over each individual's score. There are a few groans amongst those ranked with the bottom 5 or so." Rather interestingly, and depressingly unsurprising to Isuku, was that they were all individuals whose quirks could be largely described as utility, as opposed to straight power enhancers, such as Minta's sticky balls, Hagakura's invisibility, and Jiru's earphone jacks. All useful quirks for heroics, but not the best for aiding physical activity. Not to mention the black-haired boy, Zero. His quirk would have provided him with outstanding mobility, were they in almost any location other than an open field. Compare that to the top end of the chart. The scarred boy, Todoroki, Bakugo, and the bird-headed teen, Takoyami, all had powerful offensive quirks. Isuku was particularly excited about the last one as it appeared his quirk, Dark Shadow, was sentient. Isuku had never met a sentient quirk before, although he wondered if he now counted amongst them. Getting back on track, those 3 had all taken 3rd, 4th, and 6th, Ada having taken 5th. Of course, the trend of powerful offensive quirks topping the chart was broken by the appearance of Yaoyorozu in 2nd, whose creation quirk was the textbook definition of utility. It just happened to be the most versatile kind of utility, and Ochako, who by and large hadn't needed her quirk for most of the test, instead busting the competition with her Spartan augmentations. But that weirdly proved his point. For what had been described as a quirk apprehension test, the top scorer had won almost entirely on pure physical prowess, not through quirk usage. Sure, her quirk helped in the ball throw, but he'd seen her single-handedly throw a full oil drum the length of a football pitch, so he had no doubt she could have won without it. In fact, Isuku was sure that had the chief taken this test at their age, he likely would have topped the chart as well. All in all, this left Isuku rather frustrated, not at the seemingly unfair nature of the test. While he did think the test was unfair, he figured Aizawa wouldn't take kindly if he spoke up about that. No, something else was bothering him. However, he was dragged out of his thoughts by the Aizawa speaking up again. "By the way, the seemingly eternally moody teacher says I was lying. No one's going home. That was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all in the tests." Usually, when Aizawa revealed his deception to his first years, he was often greeted by relief, anger, and occasionally smugness from those who'd sussed him out. Instead, much to his surprise, he was greeted by 20 odd faces that looked generally unsurprised at that news. "So, you all figured out. Not bad." And then a thought strikes him. He suddenly looks down and glares suspiciously at the green hologram currently standing on the device in his palm. "Or maybe you would help," he thinks to himself, but decides to let it pass. After all, he hadn't noticed anyone slacking off during the test. He wouldn't be surprised if some of them gave it their all out of spite of the deception. Either way worked for him. So, he decided to move on to the matter of Midoriya's test. "So, Midoriya, have you finished your assignment?" he asks, and several of the students suddenly grow uncomfortable as they remember that they were being analyzed by one of their classmates. "No, Aizawa-sensei, I have not," Isuku answers, much to the surprise of many, and the amusement of Bakugo. Aizawa quirks an eyebrow in question at the AI. "And why not? You've had ample time and opportunity to study your classmates' quirks in action." "Actually, I haven't, at least not for all of them. I have near complete analysis of most of the class, but far less for those near the bottom of the leaderboard, for the simple reason that this test is a poor judge of quirk usage. It's inefficient." "Really?" Aizawa's questioning eyebrow remains up. Yes, while this test is good for those with powerful emitter quirks or certain mutations, for those whose quirks don't aid them physically, there isn't much they can do. The best example of this would be Hagakure. A nervous squeak emits from the hollow set of clothes as the invisible girl's name was called out. You asked me to analyze everyone's quirks for strengths, weaknesses, and usage. And while I have theories on potential applications, I can give you nothing else about Hagakure's quirk because she's not had an opportunity to demonstrate it in action, only her physical ability. The same goes for most of the bottom of the rankings. They're all quirks that would be really useful for the detection or capture of villains but give little benefit in physical activity. You yourself would be amongst this group, sir. Frankly, had you actually been willing to expel the bottom scorer, I would have walked out with them. Isuku had mustered every gram of courage he had, aided by Nana and some of the other vestages giving him quiet encouragement from within the pad, in order to make his stand. Aizawa lets out a single chuckle as he lets his questioning eyebrow drop, and a small smirk crosses his mouth. Not bad, Midoriya, you've passed. Huh. Isuku and several other students including Ochako, Ida, and Yaoyorozu call out. Unlike your classmates, a lot of your work in heroics will be intel and analysis-based. While this was a test of your baseline analysis skills, I also want to see what you'd do if you were unable to complete your task. I'm aware that this test is unsuitable for those with less physical quirks, which is why I knew you'd been unable to get a complete read on Hagakure and others. As you said, had I taken this test, I likely would have fallen in the bottom 5. I wanted to see what your reaction to being unable to complete the task was. Would you admit you couldn't complete it? Would you fudge the analysis just so you can pass? Or something else entirely? And now I have a better understanding of the kind of person you are. So do you not want the analysis then? Isuku asks. No, I do, but you have till final lesson Friday to complete them, and they'd better be good. Aizawa says before looking up to address the entire class. That's it for today. Pick up a syllabus back in your dorm. Read it over before tomorrow morning. The class begin to move away, but he calls out one last time before they leave. And one more thing, those of you in the bottom half of the scores, I said earlier that I likely would have been in the bottom 5 as well. That is the truth, but I took steps to overcome those shortcomings, to cover the areas my quirk could not. I highly recommend you do the same or else you won't last long. That is all. Aizawa hands Isuku back to Ochako and heads off towards the main building, as the students return to the dorms. Common Room, 1A Heights Alliance Dorms, UA. High Campus, Sunday, April 4th, 2219, 14:05 JST. That was so exhausting. The pink girl, Ashido, moans as the group of students walk through the front door of the dorms. Yeah, but imagine how much more exhausting it would have been if we were also worrying about getting expelled. Hagakure comments, which causes Ashido to perk up slightly. Oh yeah, that's true. Where's Midori? I need to thank him for that. Thank me for what? Also, Midori, Isuku asks as he appears on the holo tank between the front doors, Ochako standing next to the pedestal, having just transferred him. Yeah, Midori, I think it's a cute nickname, and you've definitely earned a nickname after taking the pressure off of us earlier. I'm Mina Ashido, by the way, although I guess you already knew that. She gives Isuku a friendly smile. Oh, it was nothing. I just figured that I would want someone to reassure me that I wasn't being expelled if I was in that position. I mean, I'd be a nervous wreck if someone told me I could be expelled from my dream school before I even started. I must admit I am somewhat concerned with Mr. Aizawa's methods. Ida chimes in. But UA is the #1 hero course, so I'll trust the school's judgment for now. Though it was especially underhanded of him to give you a task he knew you couldn't complete. He addresses Isuku with the last part, to which Isuku shrugs. I see Aizawa's finished doing his own thing for the day then. Cortana asks as she appears on the holo tank next to Isuku, catching the group, minus Isuku and Ochako, by surprise. Who the F are you? Deku's girlfriend. Bakugo is the first to recover as he yells at the blue AI. Who? Cortana raises an eyebrow, genuinely confused as to who he's referring to as useless. Deku, the green glitch, the useless piece of scrap standing next to you. Bakugo's insults do not sit well with the rest of the class, who are by and large shocked and appalled that he would refer to another student that way. However, before anyone, namely Ada, could call him up on it, Uraraka steps forward to confront the blonde bully. I thought I'd made it clear before, Bakugo. You do not talk to Isuku like that. She crosses his arms in front of her, looking, for all the world, like a bouncer outside a club. Yeah, and what are you gonna do about it, round cheeks? Bakugo challenges. You want me to show you? Ochako quickly unfolded her arms, balls her hands into fists, fully ready to send Bakugo along the great journey. Most of the watching crowd are too stunned or afraid to intervene, but Cortana's voice rings out. Sierra 151, you will stand down, effective immediately. Is that understood? She commands with a stern voice, but not a loud one. Immediately Ochako snaps to attention. Yes, ma'am, she calls out. The reaction confuses the other teenagers, Bakugo included, but his is quickly gone as Cortana turns her attention on him. As for you, Bakugo, I will remind you that UA does not look kindly upon the mistreatment of its students, especially by other students. If you are incapable of addressing others with respect, then I suggest you keep silent. Bakugo's only response is to give a low growl before stalking off to the rooms upstairs. Once he's gone, Cortana imitates a sigh of frustration. Didn't think I'd have to reprimand a student before the start of school. I take it you two have a history with him. She addresses Isuku and Ochako. Yes, Ochako answers, a look of frustration still on her face. We all grew up together. He's always hated Isuku as far as I can remember. I may have to make a note of him then, Cortana says thoughtfully. Thankfully, the sour mood that had befallen the gathered students was broken by Mina's enthusiastic outburst. So, if you're not Midori's girlfriend, are you his mother? Mina's question provokes a genuine laugh from Cortana. Definitely not. I'm far too young for that. But perhaps we should move to somewhere more comfortable before I explain. So, the students gather in the TV corner, sitting on either the couches or the stools nearby, while Isuku and Cortana appear on the coffee table via the projector in its center, which gets a few comments along the lines of cool. My name is Cortana, serial number CTN 452-9. Some of you have already met me. For those who haven't, I am a smart AI in the employ of UA. As a general administrator, cybersecurity expert, and for the next 3 years, teaching assistant to Class 1A. Teaching assistant. Ida asks. Yes, as was explained to the rest of the school at the opening ceremony, which Aizawa predictably chose to skip, this year is something of a game changer for UA, as it has enrolled its first digital student. Midoriya. Yaoyorozu states. Correct, Cortana confirms. UA has had to make several changes and accommodations to allow Midoriya to enroll, but Netsu is adamant in ensuring no one is made unwelcome at UA. Several of these changes are already apparent to you, such as the inclusion of the holo tanks, holo table, and various smaller holo emitters that'll allow him to travel around the school. With some help, some of the teens look across the room to the large holo table as she mentions it. However, there has also been some slight tweaking in academic policy to allow Midoriya to fully participate. The tweak is that in all practical exercises, Midoriya and Uraraka will participate together as a partnership, meaning they have a joint practical grade, the exact mechanics of which will become apparent tomorrow in your first heroics class. While there had been some confused or thoughtful expressions as Cortana described the arrangement, they were all replaced with excitement at the mention of the heroics lesson. Of course, that then left us with another problem. If Midoriya and Ochako were to team up in all practical courses, that then left us with 19 physical bodies. So in the interest of even numbers for teams and assignments, it was determined that Class 1 would have 21 students instead of the usual 20, which still works for classroom group assignments. It just means 7 groups of 3 or 3 groups of 7. This gained several nods of approval, and a few looks of recognition from those who had previously been left confused by the odd number of students. Now I believe that's everything. Unless anyone has any questions, yes, Ishido. Cortana addresses the Pinkette, who instantly raises her hand as soon as Cortana opens the floor to question. So, you said you're not Izuku's mom, are you his sister then? No, his sister is an upperclassman here. Just because we're AI doesn't mean we're related. Now then, you all have the rest of the day off. I'd recommend using it to relax and get ready for tomorrow. It's going to be a long year of hard work. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.